Worldwide movement, peace, love, respect. Big King Sadiq hollering at you one more again. All right, fellas, everybody, welcome to the special draft coverage we have in the day. We actually are sort of usurping, right, the Big King Sadiq channel, and we're using it for my Steelers game prep channel on the live stream. This will also later be loaded up on the Steelers game prep channel. I got some distinguished guests here with me. I will let everybody do their own sort of introduction to the crowd, and then we're going to dive right in talking about this draft because we're about to make some serious changes to the team that impact our future. Word life. So first, of course, I am Big King Sadiq, your host once again, and host of the Steelers Game Prep channel. Also, of course, piggybacking off of my main channel, Big King Sadiq. All right, we're going to start with some introductions briefly. And the first gentleman who's already in the camera, we're going to have you go ahead and step up, holler at the people one time.
Big Vin Diesel. You know what I mean? What's going on, everybody? We here to do a little draft party. Came to live, you know what I mean? Got Tone Brown in the house, got Dow. Got my bad King Sadiq in the house, you know what I mean? We're going to do this thing right.
One time. Over here, on this side, we got the guru.
Okay, Steel Town Tony Brown coming at you as always. I'm here with my man Big King, and we're going to kick the draft all night.
Word life, true indeed. All right, man, we also got some fellas that's hanging back in the crowd who may chime in from time to time, you feel me? So one time what we about to do is just start, hey, man, opening up and talking about this impactful 2025 draft. The Steelers are in what some people have sort of denoted as a precarious position, right? Having just given a massive contract to their new star wide receiver, DK Metcalf, $150 million over the next 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Pay that man.
So, hey, the man got paid. And now we need somebody to get him the ball, right? And that's sort of the position that the Steelers are notably in, needing to have their quarterback room solidified much the same way they were last year with a very optimistic look, right, in terms of the quarterback room. They need to get into that position so we can be confident about getting the ball to DK Metcalf. And let's get a couple words from the guru.
Can I say before we get the draft started that I'm kind of sitting in the Mason Rudolph camp? And I've been in the Mason Rudolph camp. I am one of the ones who don't think he got a fair shake in Pittsburgh. He was not mentored by let's say a franchise quarterback the way you would think a franchise quarterback would mentor a young quarterback. And with that being said, I think that he was kind of delayed his development. Some quarterbacks don't develop right away. Some quarterbacks don't develop on schedule. But Mason Rudolph is a very, very good backup quarterback. And I think he would be able to mentor a rookie quarterback a lot better than what we've had in the past to help lead a rookie quarterback.
I think that's a very poignant assessment, Tom. And I agree, especially in the category of willingness, right?
Right.
Which is probably the key element to determine whether or not a veteran quarterback will be able to effectively pass on information to a fledgling rookie quarterback who's looking to learn, looking to soak up all that experience, that knowledge, that wisdom, and make it applicable to his game on the field. Couple words.
Well,
here.
I disagree.
Okay.
This quarterback was never a starter unless someone got hurt. As far as developmental, he's 30 years old. How long does it take to develop a 30-year-old? He got about 3 or 4 more years in the league before we call him, old age. Brady, made to 40?
He got our offense, though.
He got our offense, but he only when he had the opportunity to
zoom back a little bit.
Had an opportunity to take over. But when we gave him the opportunity to take over in the playoffs, he fumbled. You know what I mean?
Well, don't get me wrong. That was a bad pick in that Buffalo game, and that pick in the end zone probably cost us that game.
Let me finish now. But let me finish my point here, because what we're trying to do this year is our guys are getting long at the tooth. TJ, keeping Cam another year. We're trying to make this our year. We picked up Metcalf. You know what I mean? We're trying to keep Pickens in here. We need a quarterback that can get him the ball. Is Pickett? I mean, is he our man? Pickett started over this guy, and look where Pickett is right now. He is a second string quarterback. So, do you want your quarterback, first string quarterback, if we did get Sedor, to be the starter over Sedor? You want a second string quarterback teaching this guy? So, I mean, that's okay, and I'm going to give it to you right there.
Well, yeah, because experience is experience, and the best coaches happen not to be the best players. For instance, Ben was a very good quarterback. I wouldn't let him train a high school quarterback because he's not a good coach. And the quarterbacks that tend to have to achieve, that don't have the talent, that don't have the arm strength, they have to learn in the books. And that usually makes a better quarterback coach. Something that Mason Rudolph never had, because Ben never had a quarterback coach. Even the last 3 games, you could see that Mason Rudolph played a lot better than Kenny Pickett played. That's why we made the playoffs. Even in Buffalo, we held our own up until that very bad pick. And I agree with you. That was a horrendous pick. But this guy has a career winning record with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't necessarily think that we would go any farther with him as we would with a rookie quarterback. And I, for one, think that it helps a rookie quarterback to sit behind a veteran before he takes his lumps and develop.
Okay, a veteran. You're just calling him veteran because of the time of the team?
No, because he has NFL wins.
He has NFL wins, okay? He's not a leader. I haven't seen him take over and lead anybody.
Well, the locker room unanimously wanted him to play the quarterback position when he took them to the playoffs. Unanimously. They all rallied behind him. No matter what problem you think Mason Rudolph had, he had the locker room for the Pittsburgh Steelers before he yes.
I don't remember having the locker room.
He had the locker room before he left.
I don't remember having the locker room.
They were all in the Mason Rudolph camp coming into that playoff run. Now the Steelers didn't sign him. They went with Russell Wilson, and of course, our room got crowded. So he took some money in Tennessee and didn't get a fair shake in Tennessee. He probably won't get a fair shake again, but I have absolutely no problem with Mason Rudolph if we need to turn to him to make the playoffs again.
I see what you're saying. Fair shake. Let's go with that. Fair shake. What's a fair shake?
A fair shake is being entrenched as the starter and being left at the starter and never having to look over your shoulder. I mean, you look at the injuries. You can look at the injuries when he got his chance to start. The concussion. I mean, he took one of the worst hits I've ever seen a quarterback take and was out. You don't come back in 2 weeks from that and not be a little bit of shell shock. So they benched him for Duck Hodges.
So that's a good point. When you talk about Duck Hodges, you really get us into taking a look at what the quarterback was, which I think valid points have been made on both sides of Mason Rudolph.
Can I just say right here, we brought up Duck Hodges. Why do we have to play Duck Hodges when Mason was playing before then?
Because I don't think Mason had fully recovered from that concussion that he received from that hit.
Nobody gets, bro. It's football. It's football.
So
six man up.
So.
I mean, and I'm not saying it was a bad. All I'm saying is that it was just circumstances didn't allow him to continue his progression.
Right.
It's cool. We'll touch back on Rudolph.
Yeah.
Let's figure out where we're at in terms of this year's this year's crop versus where we were, the position we were in last year. I know we were all really excited last year, having a bit of a surprise quarterback room with Russell Wilson and the young man making his way up to New York. Help me out, Tom.
Justin Fields.
Justin Fields from Chicago, excuse me. So we were also we were two things. I think everyone in Pittsburgh were both surprised and optimistic, right?
Oh yeah.
And I think that
missing them.
Yeah. And but what it gave us was a little bit of an infusion of hope and potential, right? At the quarterback position and in the room in general. And I think this year we have a different route to getting that, right? I do tend to lean a little bit in agreement with your assessment on Mason Rudolph. We'll pause for a moment for the continuation of the acknowledgement of the
national anthem.
You made a two-year in the five minute. That was one of the slowest national anthems. I was getting the cramp.
That leaves me looking forward to our national anthem next year.
Right. Hey, I was getting the cramp. But I respect that I'm a vet.
Yeah,
I'm a vet, and that's where, you know what I mean?
A for effort.
All right.
Hey,
Okay, so
y'all see what's up.
he did a good job.
He remembered the words. That's what's important.
True that. So yeah, man. Hope, right? I was saying that I do somewhat agree with the assessment on Rudolph, at least where he finished off at, right? I'm sort of somewhere in between both of these gentlemen. In that, like, maybe I'm a little more in Tom's camp in terms of where Rudolph ended up, right? I do feel like he had the locker room and the support of most of the team, and that they believed in him enough to go at least provide some competent quarterback play. I wouldn't say that he's somebody you would look to at all in terms of the future of your room. But
he wasn't Josh Allen.
No, not at all. Well, he was far from that.
Exactly.
far from that. But he was.
He's a second-string quarterback.
He is a second-string quarterback, and we know of second-string quarterbacks that they, from time to time, can give you.
And that's what I like him as a second-string quarterback. That's all I'm saying.
That's where I think I'm in the middle of both the fellas.
When something goes wrong
on that, yeah,
I'm breaking the glass and bringing him in.
Yeah. And for that reason, I'm happy that they did get him back on that note,
right?
Because I don't foresee this year's situation being Rudolph being the starter. Now, I will say that 2025 poses a much different outlook in the quarterback room.
Oh, yeah.
Much different, completely
different. And yeah, man.
Completely.
And so we got a brand new slate that we're wiping clean. We're dealing with a sort of a white chalkboard here, or black chalkboard. And we really don't know. That's probably both the exciting part and the biggest criticism of the Steelers franchise right now, is that we don't know. With this new revamped passing attack we may be looking at with new targets like DK Metcalf, which, by the way, I'll say that the insertion of DK Metcalf into the Steelers' wide receiver room completely changes the room, right? It
Definitely.
does, right? It completely takes a question mark of the team to an actual strength of the team, especially when you look at them having last year's wide receiver draft pick, the gentleman from Michigan. What's his
Right.
brother's name again? Somebody help me out. Out of the three of us, one of us can remember his name.
Oh, you mean Wilson?
Wilson.
Yeah,
Roman
okay.
Wilson.
Yeah, Roman
Right.
Wilson.
Wilson number 2.
Right.
There you go.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah, Roman Wilson, we all got to be excited about. We know he's
He'll be
got
here.
championship
He'll be
pedigree,
here, yeah.
right? From what I witnessed, or at least studied on him last year before he even came out, I could see that this was a real, in terms of his player tendencies, he's a playmaker.
Playmaker,
He's
bro.
definitely a playmaker.
Just unfortunate being hurt on.
Yeah, and also the style of offense that they played in Michigan when
You're
he was
right.
a player wasn't the kind of offense that would. It wasn't prolific in the passing game in terms of spreading the ball around to a lot of wide receivers and getting a ton of production in the passing game. They got enough, right? And that enough that they got, a lot of it was provided by him, right? He was their big play guy.
Yep.
And to have a playmaker like that, a player who's got that kind of big play instinct and has that pedigree, again, we're talking about a national championship winning player, right? So all those things, I think, bode well with him being inserted into a wide receiver room that didn't have that luxury last year. And he's also got, at least, if nothing else, a year's worth of knowledge and learning in the NFL. He knows the playbook, of course, now. He understands the offense and the thinking of the offensive coordinator. He's had a year's worth of tutelage by other players who are already in the system. So here's a guy who at least now understands what is being asked of him to be a Steeler wide receiver. You look at Calvin Austin III, how he progressed last year, right? He got to a place where we would have to take him out of the question mark category and say, here's at least a pretty solid third wide receiver.
Solid,
Right? We wouldn't say that he's our first or second, but very solid third. And we know that if nothing else, he's got a trait that you can't just develop, right? He's got that kind of speed that can take the top off of the defense.
Well, look at the similarities between the two. They both were injured in their rookie year. They both got very limited playing time in their rookie year. And if we can get the progression of Roman Wilson as we got from Austin, then I think we'll have a good 1, 2, 3, and 4 receivers set.
Can I give you guys a scenario?
Yeah.
Metcalf, Pickens.
Mm-hmm.
You got your boy Wilson here.
Mm-hmm.
Washington over here.
I think Washington should be used more in the passing game.
Used more.
I believe he will be.
And then you got Warren coming out the backfield. Who's watching? Where you got enough players to watch these guys?
Right.
You're doubling up here. You're doubling up here.
Okay.
Who's gonna?
I'm understanding. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Juggernaut potential.
I'm picking up on what you're putting down. But what I don't want to do is get enamored with the shiny toys and forget what Pittsburgh Steelers football is all about, and that's pounding the football.
Well, that's
so
over.
We have to get back to, and we'll talk about the offensive line.
Here's a disclaimer. We're going to always, folks, get the reminder of old school Steelers football.
Thank you.
He definitely
pound the football.
Which, by the way, we all believe in running the football and the importance of Steelers football along those lines. But as far as somebody who's going to hammer that point home, look no further.
But when you got the tools, what I'm saying, you just
I lived through the touchdown Tommy Maddox era.
But we don't have. That's what I'm saying.
That's what
because
I'm saying.
you're having. That's what you got to do when you got a root on.
So listen. I find myself coming in right in the middle on that and saying, yeah, you're right. we do certainly have to get back to having a dominant running game, but that is only going to facilitate our ability to be able to deploy all of those other weapons that we really have underutilized. Right?
Understood.
We have a tight end room that was completely underutilized.
Right.
Right.
Completely underutilized.
We're among the bottom of the league in terms of our efficiency getting the ball to our wide receivers. Right. We need to step that up because now, again, as we just discussed, we have a dangerous wide receiver room. We didn't even mention other players who can come in.
I didn't even mention
ancillary roles.
When our
Scotty
offensive
Miller,
line,
who's the other wide receiver? Skowronek.
when our offensive line
we're going to be fighting
dominates
wide
the other
receiver
team's defensive line, and we pound the football and we take the top off of it over top to score,
Right.
we are unbeatable.
Exactly. Well, any offense would be
Check this
because
out.
how do you
So you don't want
that?
to do 50-50. You wouldn't want to do 50-50.
I could do 50-50. I could do 55-45. I want my passing offense to score. I want my running offense to control the game.
To control the
But
clock.
you
Exactly.
have to utilize
agree
what
with
you
that.
have. So now we got tools that we can pass.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Now we got the tools that you. Like I said, you still ain't answer my question.
But it's,
Who's going to wait? You still didn't answer my question. Who's going to cover him? You're going to double up on Pickens, or are you going to double up on Metcalf? Which one you going to double up on? And then you
that's
got
a great
somebody
thing.
coming around the middle.
That is a great
And
problem
like
to
I
have.
said,
Yeah.
and then you
That's
got
a great problem to have.
And then you got a
Are
tight
you
end.
bringing your safety in the box? Period.
You're not. And you're not. You better not.
So
Okay.
now
So
now
now
that's
it's
what
time
I'm
to
saying.
pound the
So
ball.
now
If
we're
that's
gonna-
what that gives you an option. That gives you an
which
option.
only precipitates more play action, right?
That's what I'm
You
saying.
only
They
draw
get
your
you, they give it
safeties
as a
up
warm.
more.
And he
right?
can take it right at the middle.
Yeah. So man, we're talking about good problems to have, right?
Exactly.
And the more we see these things emerge in our offense, the more we will see the pressure being alleviated from our defense, which we all can agree over the past few seasons has shown that wear and tear that, hey, listen, we can't necessarily be that one side of the team all the time that's carrying the load.
Well, that gets me back to Mason
Mason
Rudolph.
Oh, yeah.
Mason Rudolph can throw the ball deep. He's always been a very.
We got some comments here, folks.
Yeah, take these comments, brother.
Okay.
They sitting there. They wanted to get in.
Yeah.
They got to get in.
And in fact, this is my nephew English. Hey, word life, man. Thank you for coming in one time. We got my nephew Fast Lane English coming in here. He's agreeing on a couple of points. We also get Mike Tomlin. What's he say here? Get Mike Tomlin calling the shots. Indeed. So that is probably one of the more heated subjects in Pittsburgh. I happen to be a Tomlin supporter myself, right? But not everybody is in Pittsburgh, right? And I acknowledge that, and we'll probably hear a couple of those voices tonight. But yeah, you without a doubt are correct in my assessment that, hey, man, we get in one of the guys who I think it is really ironic and kind of crazy that we complain about Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh giving us an automatic floor every year of at least a winning record. To me, that's bullcrap. Do I feel the same way in terms of we got to show and get to the next level and start winning playoff games again? Of course. The goal of every team is to win a Super Bowl.
You play to win the game.
You play to win the games, right? So you can't get to the Super Bowl without winning playoff games. We understand that. But, man, how many teams have endured, and I'm sorry for looking in the direction of a certain fan in the crowd, but how many teams have endured, right? Not just having that comfort of knowing that you're not going to end up maybe 2-15 or whatever, right? In fact, if I'm not putting too much of a spotlight on our guest here, can I hear from our Cleveland fan one time on what it
He
feels
just broke
like?
it down to me, man. I couldn't even say nothing.
Say last time you were in the playoffs, you lost to who? To who?
We did. Now, hold on. We're going to give Cleveland their props, right? They definitely gave it to us in the playoffs. They handed it to us at our crib and made us all completely embarrassed. We've got to give him those props if he's going to get on camera. Dallas, you've been giving your props, Mr. Cleveland. Go ahead and speak to the people.
Thanks. Go Browns.
So
Go
how
Browns.
does it feel? Talk to the Pittsburgh fans just a little bit about how maybe they're a little bit spoiled mentally.
Oh my
Right.
gosh.
Would you take Tomlin?
Oh my gosh, in a heartbeat. In
Okay.
a heartbeat.
Okay. So what
In a heartbeat.
what we're asking them about is the fact that we've got a head coach that yearly gives us the floor, mind you, of at least a winning record, right? Yes, we do got to get to. We all acknowledge that we need to win playoff
0-win
games.
season, 1-win season.
Yeah, man, we
4
don't know what that's
3-win
felt like.
seasons. I'd take Tomlin in a heartbeat.
Okay.
Heartbeat.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that. So you heard it live from a Cleveland fan that, man, for us not having, as Steelers fans not having to endure 6-win seasons, right? 2-win seasons. I mean, we take it for granted, but that's a big deal. And could you imagine what we would feel like? Tony, you want to holler out to the people? One of the comments made.
I was trying to see what's going on there. Hey, fellas, I want to get to this Tomlin thing. I love Tomlin, players coach, everybody, but things do get stale, and sometimes it's time to move on. They say I look like Tomlin, so I can get the little, but we haven't won the playoff in years, and we can't blame Tomlin for everything because he's not out there executing. But there's a few things that I always have a problem with is some of the plays that are called and times where, like when you're on a 1 yard line and you got either you got two good running backs and you're throwing there. That's not what we do. That's not you're talking about Steeler football. That's not Steeler football. We don't pass on first down. We don't pass on second down. And then you're passing the receivers. Throw to the tight ends. Take a quick. You can't get around Washington. Quick 2 yard out. Boom. Throw it to Washington. Because nobody can defend that. So, I mean, it's just plays that could win the game. So, can he be stale? I want to hear Tone's rebuttal because he's a big Mike Tomlin fan, and we're 16 years in with him, and we've been years without winning the playoffs, man.
Yeah, I mean, and it's funny. Dallas mentioned one of the big debacles of a playoff loss that we lost to Cleveland, but all the playoff games have been that way. If you lose the turnover battle, you lose the playoff game. Everybody knows that in every city but in Pittsburgh. You can't turn the football over in the playoff when you're playing another good team. Now, with that being said, it is time to win a playoff game. It's time to, and I agree with you, Vin, you do get stale. Tomlin is a very good coach. He might do better somewhere else, but he can also do better here. The problem that the Steelers are having has been the offensive line. The offensive line was a big problem last year. It was a big problem the year before. We thought we had it solidified last year, and a few key injuries derailed that. With that being said, I think that that's going to be the surprise of this year's Steelers season is that the offensive line is going to be solidified, and you're going to see better quarterback play because of it, better running back play because of it, and better wide receiver play because of the better play of the offensive line. If you bring the left tackle over to his natural side and you bring the first round draft pick tackle to the right side, you don't have to start the rookies.
Right.
I still think they need to make one more offseason trade because of the loss to Daniels. But if they solidify this offensive line, they can be the dominant football team that you expect to have. And that's why I like it to start with Mason Rudolph. I want them, as you can see, I'm wearing my number 2. Ben's wearing his Colorado shirt, his Sanders. So we're both in the same camp where we want a franchise quarterback to be brought in. But I just want them to be mentored to be able to be shown how a Steeler quarterback plays. And I really believe Mason Rudolph is the guy to start our season and bring our rookie quarterback along.
I got you. Hey, but I'm reading one of the comments, and I was just waiting for Dallas to get back in there.
We got me coming
Justin,
back, and we got
Justin, I got you, bro.
We got
And he said that the Browns did the most Brown thing ever and trade Baker Mayfield.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd have took.
I like
I
that,
agree
bro.
with that.
Stupidest move.
I
ever.
agree with that. If we would have had Baker Mayfield successing Ben Roethlisberger, we would have won a
3
playoff
more
game or
Super
2
Bowls.
by now.
I told you, Dallas, that I
I
would take
honestly
Baker
think
when
that.
y'all got rid of him.
But you know what?
I don't think I would have took him once you got rid of him.
When Cleveland got rid of
I
him,
would have.
yeah, I would
I
have.
would just like
I
to say
would've.
that being a Browns fan makes you one loyal motherfucker.
Yeah, one loyal.
You got to give. Hey, in
No
the
doubt.
loyalty department, we should make
Every
a
Brown
trophy.
fan. Yeah.
We should make a huge trophy and just deliver it in ice to Cleveland. Like, here, y'all got this joint. Put it by the get that snow, that riverfront. What they call it? What's the snow they call over there straight off the river, or what do they call it?
Lake effect.
Lake effect snow, right? And
The Bernie River.
have that joint in ice, man, because you got to have that kind of loyalty. All right, let's not be remiss of what's going on. It looks like we're getting to that point. Do we have a pick in yet?
They're on the clock.
We are
On
on
the
the
clock.
clock.
Tennessee is on the clock.
Oh, there's no drama here.
Tennessee is on the clock. No drama on this one. We all pretty much know that the consensus, unless they shock the world, we all know the consensus is that the Tennessee Titans will be picking quarterback Cam Ward.
No doubt.
Can they take their quarterback back too?
Hey, look, if you
Hey, you'll
ask
grab
me,
him.
Well, hold on. I'm supposed to be
big
working the tech
celebration
over
for
here.
that man. Tone's going to be checking out a few facts. Now, I think Tone brought up a really valid point about the offensive line, and I actually got a couple spin-off points off of that, right? Number one, I think with our offensive line, it's been an issue since Pouncey retired, right around that time, right? And because of that, I think a couple of things have happened. I think that we have actually had an offensive situation or environment that's not been conducive for any quarterback to play successfully, okay? Let alone the development of any quarterback. So maybe that even, here, bear with me, folks, maybe that even went a little bit toward the failures of Mr. Pickett in Pittsburgh, right? Kenny Pickett. But that's a whole nother subject. I think
Last year as well, too.
It does tap into this. I think the development and the success of quarterbacks has been directly hampered by the lack of consistent offensive line play, right? When you have consistent, first of all, because of the offensive line not being anywhere near it needed to be, the running game has not been anywhere it's needed to be. People forget about that. People rag on the running backs, and if we don't have the kind of production we're looking at, honestly, I wasn't nearly as down on Najee Harris as a lot of other people have been locally, because I recognize that a lot of times he's got 2 and 3 people in the backfield before he even gets his feet going, and he's just not the kind of back who's going to be incredibly shifty in the backfield and then get you a bunch of yards once he hits the line.
But
He
you got
needs to
another in, so you had my man.
Right, true indeed.
So
true
why
indeed.
aren't you playing him?
Well, true
But go
that.
ahead.
True that, right? But if we had the kind of offensive line that was prolific and then we could have holes actually opened up for all of our running backs, I think we'd have seen a much more productive Steeler offense. I think that the other side of that is not having sufficient pass blocking. We have been at the bottom of the league in pass blocking for a number of years. So how do you develop quarterbacks in that environment? How do you even have an accurate measuring stick on any quarterback's play that would touch into? I'm gonna get to you one second, Vin,
I'm jumping
because
on you.
that goes right back to last year's play with Russell Wilson, right? How we I think it's ridiculous the way people are ragging on Russell Wilson and what he did here last year. Give that same Russell Wilson an adequate offensive line.
You have 3 rookies on your offensive
You're going
line.
to see a much better version of Russell Wilson
Not
or
one,
any
two,
quarterback
but
for that
3.
matter.
Okay.
Now come on.
So we're missing a Russ Grimm type of dude who can develop these guys. Okay. First of all, we're putting linemen in places where they never played before and expecting them to play. We're putting guards at tackles, tackles at guards. How do you disagree? This is what they played their whole life.
No.
Oh,
I disagree with them doing that.
Yes.
I agree with you.
Yes, you've been playing this your whole life, and then they're going to put you somewhere.
Yeah.
So now you got to get comfortable to be uncomfortable to be comfortable again. You know what I mean? As far as playing.
Why would you play around with Broderick Jones? Like
exactly.
Why?
Exactly.
You got him
play as exactly. That's what he played, and he was dominant at it.
See, I think.
But it was the injury on that. I'm off for
a minute.
Regardless the injury, leave my man there and put somebody else where. Leave my man where he's supposed to be. And put somebody else there.
And yes, disclaimer.
That's
this
all
is for
I'm
a
saying.
smoke break.
You're saying go ahead and put him over there, and it didn't turn out good over there.
I mean, Dan Moore. Believe me, Dan Moore was no treasure trove of left tackle. He did get an $80 million contract because of his play with the Steelers, but he was obviously going to be worse at right tackle than the rookie.
But see, I can't agree because we didn't see it happening.
Well, yeah. I mean,
you got to try it so we can say. We
all realize that the offensive line was a debacle last year,
right?
And that's why I think that with the actual playing time that the rookies got on the offensive line, because like I said, 3 started last year. That's going to be a problem with anybody's offensive line starting 3 rookies in the NFL. So we played good football, but when we got to the teams that had dominant defensive lines, the rookies hit the rookie the rookie wall at the exact same time that we played Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Baltimore.
So let me also ask you this.
They were already spent. Remember, rookies only play 11
right,
games.
Tom. We agree with you on that. We agree with you on that. So let me ask you this. With that being the case, has Tomlin gotten a little bit Tomlin and our organization philosophically gotten a little bit too enamored with the flexibility of offensive linemen? I know that there have been some years that us having a bunch of flex guys.
Our flex guy had to start.
Hold on. Us having a bunch of flex guys saved our butts in a lot of situations. But because of that benefit, has Tomlin become a little bit more or too enamored with having flex guys? And because of that, trying to create flex guys out of people who would be better served just staying put in their position.
Pick us in, guys.
Pick us in.
We got to pick in. This is the first pick of the NFL Draft 2025. Tennessee looks not to surprise, but we'll see. Will we be shocked, or will we have?
I don't think so.
They need a quarterback. Will we have the quarterback that we expect in Cam Ward? We're about to find out in a couple seconds. Come on, Rich.
The pick is in. Cleveland's on the clock, so if you're waiting for a shock the world, it'll be the Browns.
and the Cleveland flag can attest to that, right? We're gonna jump back in the comments in 1 second. Thank y'all for your comments, by the way. We need that, y'all.
Hey, they ain't even understand. Let's go. By the way, next year, anybody going to the draft?
And you know what? While we're waiting on this,
here in the Berg, y'all, we got the draft in Pittsburgh. Next year, this will be us.
Yes.
Get ready.
Here we go.
Here comes Roger. Roger that.
Roger that one time. We're about to find out if we're chalk or do we shock.
He's loved like Elon.
They booed him. He said, "Come on." Turn up just a little bit. This part. We knew. You can leave it alone. You can leave it alone.
Yeah. We went Chalk. We've seen the Chalk, right? And then Cam Ward has now been selected as the #1 draft pick in the 2025 NFL draft.
Hey,
no surprise, all Chalk in the first pick.
And can I say this about the Steelers picking Kenny Pickett with the 20th pick of the draft, and say that a lot of teams have picked a lot higher and have bigger busts on quarterbacks, second, first, third pick overall, and have busted worse than the Steelers busted on the 20th pick, reaching for a quarterback. Picking a quarterback is not a science in any stretch of the imagination. You have all the people talking about this quarterback, that quarterback. Most of them are wrong most of them at the time. Mahomes went, was the third quarterback taken?
The greatest quarterback of all time.
The GOAT was in the sixth round.
Right?
Okay, so it's not an exact science. So if you reach for a quarterback, it's a hit or miss no matter where you're drafting in the quarterback.
True that. So,
Deshaun Watson. Thank you. We had to hear from Cleveland.
True that. So we got the #1 pick out the way. No surprise there. This is a dual thing for Steelers fans coming up with this Cleveland pick. Will we see the Cleveland Browns do another self-destructive move, which we like, right? By the way, because we really don't want to have to worry about them, but so much in our race for winning the division, right? So yeah, we like to see them do another self-destructive move, or will we see a move that could prove advantageous for the Steelers' ability to potentially move themselves in the first round and acquire a player that they want?
Cleveland has trade. Wait, it's a trade.
We have
Cleveland.
We have the trade.
Cleveland.
They shocked the world. I told
did
you.
it.
I did tell you.
Cleveland shocked the world.
Such a Cleveland thing.
They did it.
What
They
an
did it.
asshole.
They did it. Okay, I got to.
Oh my God.
Hopefully they'll put that up again in
You
a
know
second.
what, though? That
Tom,
might
can
not-
you bring that up, please?
Yeah, you know
what
what?
they actually gave up and what they received, so that we can announce to y'all the Cleveland Browns have traded their pick with Jacksonville, who is now on the clock. In a second, we're going to report for you exactly what they have given up, the Cleveland Browns, and what they've received. But as Steelers fans, we hope it ain't all that good, as it many times has proven to be in the past. All right, just back in. Who's this? Justin Richards says,
I'm wondering if
it all starts up front. Yes, it does all start up front. Another
I've seen that,
acknowledgement
bro.
by a Steelers
John.
fan
yeah.
that we got to have the offensive line be right. We keep trying to, the media always is going to do this, right? But we keep trying to evaluate where the Steelers have been as an organization at the quarterback position with us. Can I say it? Suck ass.
I wonder if I'm going to get to the draft real
offensive
quick.
line play, right? And we can't do it.
I'm wondering if they said, "Look, we want Travis Hunter." I don't know what Cleveland is just thinking.
Let's get the specifics of what they got, because as the Cleveland fan has spoken,
It's the most Cleveland crap ever.
once again.
What is Travis Hunter? Dang it.
So there's a lot of people, and I'm wondering, is there something they know?
It's hard to figure, right?
Figure this out.
It's hard to come up with an exact science of the mentality or the thought process that goes on in Cleveland. Listen, man, they've made movies, right, about the peculiar behavior of the Cleveland Browns organization, and what they tend to come up with is brilliant ideas in draft day scenarios like today. Clearly, they could have benefited by that second round.
The pick is in.
Number 2 pick.
Wow.
We're gonna see who goes number 2 overall.
I guess they already knew.
To the Jacksonville Jaguars. Right? Nobody would have predicted this. This is an unpredictable.
Somebody said.
I don't know.
Well, why would you move up to take Sanders when he's still going to be there?
No, they're not going to pick Sanders because
Is
a
that
lot
what
of
you just
people are
said?
selling. They want
No. That's what I'm guessing.
Oh, no.
Well,
they're not over.
From what I've heard, they're
Why
still
would you do
going.
that?
They're still going to give a little bit of leeway to who's the quarterback.
Yeah. I'll take him in a heartbeat.
Yeah, he had a down year last
Yeah.
year, but they're talking about building around him to see if they can still salvage his career. We got the Steeler dog, who some people may have recognized. Give a shout out to the people one time. Bird. That's the Steeler dog.
Still a dog in the house.
He got a lot of likes in a previous video on the Steelers game prep channel.
He got the Steeler pedigree going on.
Yes, indeed. No, he really got a lot of likes in that video when I played, when everybody was chasing the Steeler dog that they
Right.
had the jersey on.
Yeah.
A lot of likes on that. So props for Lincoln.
All
All right. So the pick is in. It's still a little mystery. They haven't announced it yet, but the pick is in. We're going to find out what the Cleveland Browns have so brilliantly done by giving their number 2 pick, or trading it, should I say, to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, bro, you ain't going to. Trevor Lawrence, I'm just going to say, Trevor Lawrence, you're not going to give him up.
Nah. I don't think they're doing that right now. So this is good. This turns out to be good for the Steelers, right? This probably pushes Shador further down the line. I still have always thought that
I'm thinking the Giants, who are next. Well, they might
Giants,
take Travis Hunter now.
We'll see what the Giants do. This throws another blue chipper in the mix for the Giants to potentially take. Okay, here comes the pick.
I'm honored to take a moment to recognize a player who's made a profound impact on and off the field. The Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes one player each year who best represents greatness and compassion both on and off the field and in the community. Tonight, we are proudly joined by the 2024 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Eric Armstead.
Yeah, he got it over what? Our cam last year.
Yeah, man. Props to Eric Armstead, but we
Yeah.
always give props to Big Cam here locally.
Yes, sir.
I want to say thank you to the commissioner. Thank you to the Payton family.
Well,
and
that was
NFL
solidified our
Nationwide.
defense. Yeah, I hope that. Well, I hope they do get him.
I mean, hey, this ain't the whole Central. We
You ain't
ain't
lying,
worried
yeah.
about it like that.
Yeah.
Use your platform to make your community, the league, and this world a better place.
True
As
that.
we remember, Walter Payton, strive to leave a positive legacy of your own. Thank you.
Any word on what they gave up in that trade time?
Yeah, they gave up.
They slid the 5th.
But they gave up a second.
Cleveland.
We have a trade.
Another
The
trade.
Cleveland Browns have traded the second pick to
Okay.
the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Right.
And with the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter.
Damn it.
Travis Hunter ends up going to the Jacksonville Jaguars via Cleveland, Ohio. So instead of a player who would have likely been another magnificent piece on a solid defense, but more importantly, been a transformational wide receiver option, right? Being a two-way player, Mr. Dynamic.
Cleveland might be
the
getting
Heisman Trophy winner.
Cleveland might be in Sador.
We'll see
Yeah,
what Cleveland
there's
does.
been rumors that they were interested in
Because they know that these other teams, well, Giants.
They trade back though.
Yeah. So they traded back behind the Giants. So I don't know what they're looking
Who
at.
knows what the thinking of the Cleveland Browns are? I'm waiting still again for word on exactly what traded place, what changed place.
They traded
what was
the number
given up.
2 pick.
They traded the number 2 pick for. First of all, what was the total of what Cleveland got? They gave up the number 2 pick. What else did they give up?
They gave up the number 2. They get the 5th selection, the 4th pick in Friday's 2nd round. So they'll get the for sliding back, they'll get the 5th pick and the 36th pick tomorrow,
Okay.
the 2nd round.
Okay.
And then they'll get a 4th round pick on the with 126th pick in Jacksonville's 1st round pick. So they to let them get the edge rusher, they get an extra 2nd and a 4th round.
So maybe
flag.
strategically, could potentially be wise. We'll see who they get with these picks. Well, it's Thomas reported that they have received the 5th of obviously in the swap. They also got a 2nd round. What player was that in the 2nd round?
They've got the 36th overall pick in the 2nd round.
36 overall in the 2nd round.
Now keep in mind that's a glorified 1st round pick.
Right, and that's in addition to
That's what we
them
got
already having a 2nd round pick, right?
Right.
Okay, so they're looking to maybe get some.
But you're giving up Hunter.
They are giving up Hunter, but this year's draft in particular has been said to have its greatest value in the 2nd and 3rd round. So they're obviously reacting to that, right, and looking to make sort of a nice haul of players in the 2nd and 3rd round. Theoretically,
But they can
we don't
use
see
that.
what they've done so far.
They can use that 2nd round pick to move up into the 1st round and get 2 first round bucks. I mean,
They could end up moving. They could end up moving more into
He said he didn't have no
back into
conversation
the
with
1st round, but lower into the 1st round. We'll see. But right now, they're out of the 1st round and they've got 2 2nd round picks. We'll see what they do.
Travis Hunter didn't have no idea. He never had any conversation with them or anything.
Right.
Never visited, and they just grabbed him.
So Jacksonville makes a surprise move, trading with the
Surprise
Cleveland
move.
Browns, and have selected the cornerback / wide receiver. Fantastic, phenomenal dual player, the Heisman Trophy winner, Travis Hunter. And without question, the Jacksonville Jaguars got better today.
So you got some ibuprofen? Hey, John, you got some ibuprofen? He got a headache over here.
Our resident
I've got
Cleveland
some
Browns
ibuprofen.
fan
He's sick. He's sick right now. Sick call.
is a little
Sick
bit
call.
reaction from Cleveland.
Sick call.
oh,
If there's any other Cleveland fans that chime in, please get in the chat and let us know how y'all feel about that.
Our numbers are dwindling.
And when I think about toughness and competitive instinct,
Oh.
this guy comes to mind. I just don't see how he doesn't succeed at the next level. He's a unicorn. He's one of one. The only comparison that I can get to him is
Deion Sanders.
It's not Champ Bailey. It's Shohei Ohtani because he's
Oh.
going to impact the game to that level on both sides.
Look, my background
Okay.
is scouting, and I'd love to throw a bunch of fancy terms out about him. Sometimes you got to make it simple. If you want to go out to recess, he's the first pick. That's
All the
it.
time.
He's just better at football, and he can do everything.
All the
One of
time.
the most dynamic receivers in the league last year was rookie Brian Thomas Jr., and now here comes another rookie who will also play.
So the pick is in for New York, guys.
Yeah.
And the Patriots is on the clock. So this right here, you know, because New York did sign Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. So I don't know if they're going to grab Sedor.
And
the Cleveland.
that they actually hired
The movement of guys around them.
Okay.
Steelers fans, let's hope that's the case. So
The
even if they
Giants
do
are
go
celebrating their selection in this draft. There's Steve Tisch, John.
They're all already celebrating. So let's see what's going on.
GM in a very interesting jacket. I like it. Right there. Is that in honor of Wink Martindale? I don't know what that is.
Third pick.
Here's the commissioner.
2025 NFL Draft. The New York Giants select Abdul Carter, defensive end.
That's a bad dude. That's a bad dude.
Abdul Carter.
We are looking at the rebirth.
Next to Miles.
We're looking at the rebirth. Just so we know, folks, to announce real quick, the New York Giants have selected Abdul Carter, number 3 overall in the 2025 NFL Draft. Dominant defensive lineman. Probably as an edge rusher, considered to be the most dominant available edge rusher / lineman, however you want to look at him. Man, he's going to make their ability to pressure the quarterback reminiscent of their Super Bowl days, right?
Exactly.
Here's a guy a lot of people are comparing to Michael Parsons.
Yes, sir.
Right?
He's a beast.
If he's that level player,
this dude's a beast.
if he ends up being that level player, added to an already very, very impressive defensive line in New York, we're seeing the resurgence of that kind of defense for the New York Giants again. I would have to say an excellent pick.
Yes,
definitely an excellent pick, New York, and give them props. They're celebrating in New York right now. Okay, English comes back in and says excellent trade capital on the part of Cleveland Browns. I guess he's saying by them picking up additional picks in the second round, or is he talking? Oh, he's talking about Travis Hunter. Okay, yeah, man. So for Jacksonville to move up and pick up Travis Hunter, they really improved their team dramatically by getting a real blue chipper, right? And we got an addition to the room.
Yes, we do.
Right?
We got a legend.
We got another.
We got a goat in the room.
Another announcement. We'll let him do his own self-introduction. Okay, we're live. We got dual camera effect. You could, but we need you to announce yourself to the people. Introduce yourself, should I say, as our addition to the room.
How's everybody? Felt the visionary in the house. We're going to have a good day in the draft. Although these moves that they're making already don't secure Shador for us, so I don't know.
That's debatable. I mean, we got now the first, second, and third in the book, and one of the places that we were fearful of Shador Sanders, those who want to see Shador Sanders drafted to the Steelers, were a little bit fearful of him potentially going to number 3, right? So we got at least one of the landing spots for Shador Sanders off of the table. That's a check mark. This might be good for the Steelers if we're hopeful still seeing Shador Sanders. Now I must say that there is another. I guess I'll come out with it now. Another route that we have potentially has come out there for the Pittsburgh Steelers, quarterback-wise, is that they could potentially have Aaron Rodgers end up actually coming to the Pittsburgh Steelers and playing quarterback to be mentored, right, to either Shador Sanders or Jalen Milroe.
I was thinking about Jalen Milroe as well.
And the reason why, in many respects, I am excited about that potential is because Jalen Milroe is without question the most impressive physical quarterback, physical specimen. I don't necessarily like using that terminology, but he's regarded as having the greatest set of physical talents of any quarterback in the draft this year in 2025. And if he can be developed properly, we could be looking at a really prolific quarterback in the future in the NFL.
I like that.
If he's brought along to the tune of how Lamar Jackson was brought along, or if he's brought along somewhere to the tune of how Josh Allen was brought along up in Buffalo, we could be seeing a juggernaut, right? So imagine the Steelers with Rodgers for this year, bringing along and giving his tutelage to Jalen Milroe. And by the way, folks, Rodgers has been spoken about as a very willing and capable mentor for quarterbacks. Just go no further than in Green Bay and what he has done for Jordan Love. Jordan Love, by the way, speaks very highly about Aaron Rodgers as a mentor, both his willingness and his aptitude to do so, saying that he was a big part of where he is so far in his career. And if you take a look, man, Jordan Love is one of the best young quarterbacks in the NFL today.
I agree with that.
Right? So if we can have a similar thing happen in Pittsburgh with Rodgers ending up here and then giving his mentorship to a quarterback with the upside of Jalen Milroe, man, we could be really happy for the next 10 years plus in Pittsburgh with a scenario like that. But of course, we would be just as excited with Shedeur Sanders making his way here. And I would certainly say that Shedeur Sanders is more NFL ready now. Tony and boasting, should I say, the highest completion percentage of any quarterback in FBS in 24-25. So, man.
I'm going to jump in real quick. So, this is the Pittsburgh Steelers, right? And Tony talking about Pittsburgh Steelers football. What did we talk about yet?
Come on.
Defense. I didn't hear anything about defense yet.
Yeah.
Everything was all offense for Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
What are we going to do about defense? Do we have to do something about safety? I think our corners are pretty. I think we're solidified on corners, but we'll see what's going on. I like our linebackers. I like to add additional defensive linemen. Yeah, we did pick up. Yes, that's true. Harrison, yeah, I'm not sleeping on. No, I'm not sleeping on them. But it's getting older. This is what I'm trying to say. You know,
so we got to start looking at that.
We got to start looking at that as well.
It all starts up front.
It all starts.
And it all starts up
front. That's what I'm trying to get at.
So I agree with that. Yeah.
So Cam's getting kind of old.
What
do you think about if we do not get Sanders? What should we pick up on? What should we pick up? Pick us in.
We'll get back to that 1 second. The pick is in from the Patriots. Number 4 pick of the 2025 draft is Will Campbell, an offensive tackle.
Will Campbell.
Nice tackle from LSU, by the way. And with them having gotten their quarterback in the future last year in May, you can't fault.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah, you can't fault the Patriots for going out and getting their tackle.
He had like a 5. So 4.
So good pick.
He had like a 4.9 40. This dude is fast.
Good pick for the New England Patriots.
He started as soon as he got on campus there at LSU. When guys get into him, he does have a firm base.
Right, already they're talking about him as being an NFL ready.
Bro, he's fast. For offensive lineman and take you downfield.
I would like to see us go to the interior line.
Offense?
Defense.
I'm going to reposition the camera a little bit.
I can slide this around.
I was going to say, if you want, you could get over here. And we can go in that position with the camera and probably get most of the work.
I'm going to be in and out.
Okay, that's cool. I've been jumping, man, and I'm about to do that right now, but I'm going to still let you get a little camera time.
Don't be surprised if Shedeur goes to Cleveland.
I won't be surprised.
Are they still in position to get him out?
Yeah, they're 5th.
They're next. He's there, and they're next.
I'd be interested in what
There's
Kurt
nothing
thought
such-
about the way Drake played last year, but I thought he played well enough where it's like, oh, we've got
They
something.
do need.
Now
I
let's
mean,
go
listen,
build
man.
around him, and you're getting a really
They need a
consistent
quarterback.
player up front.
Yeah, but we also
great
ruined
starts. Didn't struggle with injuries. I agree with you, Daniel. Even if you have to move them inside, that's a win.
Let's
When I
do it,
did
go to
the
Cleveland.
team last year, I normally like to try and circle
Which a
the
lot of
offensive
people have
line.
said would be a good landing spot for him, given the fact they have a proven offensive
That's
line
not bad with it. Worst pressure rate
and a
is
good
solid.
offensive
They've done
line.
a lot for free agency, and now they just added the fourth overall pick.
Some people have Will Campbell ranked as the top tackle.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was a good pick by
to that offense, and Josh
You got your
McDaniels is back
quarterback
to
awards
coordinator.
last year.
That
and now you're
alone
giving them-
should improve things, both of
Protect
those,
it.
along with this draft choice. As
What would you
much
think
for
about
the
us getting a
first draft
guard?
choice as the new HC of the New England Patriots, it's time to welcome Will Campbell to
We
prime
did pick
time
up a
presented
guard
by
in
Nationwide.
free
Jamie?
agency.
Will, you are Mr. Louisiana, but you just got a love letter from the New England Patriots. You haven't stopped smiling since you heard your name. What's going on
And
with that
knowing
smile?
Tomlin, I wouldn't be surprised if he went defense first. To be honest, if there's not a top caliber quarterback there.
I'm just
Congratulations.
saying that if that's the case, that's probably who would go D-line.
There's a couple there's a couple DNs at coming out of Texas A&M. Two seniors they had, or two juniors they had that are coming out early, I should say.
You are brought to New England to protect.
And that way, he may be somebody who will sit. You don't want nobody coming out the first round sitting. He got to be plug and play.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we definitely need to
In case you couldn't tell, Will Campbell's not
Especially
from
defense.
Mm-hmm.
Now he is from Monroe, Louisiana. Now heading
And
to
if Tony likes Steeler ball.
Massachusetts. Ian Rappaport, take it away.
There's a guard coming out,
Tom, get up from that.
an offensive guard coming out of Alabama that I like.
Had out that bottom end.
What's that? Oh, you see me?
Yeah.
I already know.
Tyler Booker. I think I'm gonna go ahead and get me a package as
He's
well.
very.
Don't rule out the Giants coming back into the first round to try to get a
The
quarterback.
pick is in.
Yes.
The pick is in.
Definitely the realm of possibility.
Oh, they might get the door.
I was 9.
Just
I
clever.
was 9 last time we.
They might get the door.
All right, folks. So this is a pivotal moment for the Steelers as well. Right now, the pick is in.
Y'all got. Hey,
Cleveland fans are excited.
I don't know if that would be smart.
Could this be?
All 2 of them.
Could this be
y'all got-
Shedeur Sanders?
Y'all got 3 quarterbacks.
Could it be
sitting on
Shedeur Sanders? Could it potentially be another quarterback who we're not even thinking about? Could this be Jackson Dart? Right? Could this be? Yeah, knowing Cleveland, this could be a quarterback we're not even.
Although they might be looking at Pickett as the future.
O-line.
They could be looking at Pickett as a future quarterback.
O-line.
This is a real mystery spot, and one that is pivotal in the Steelers draft because if we see Sanders go off the clock right here, that makes a big difference as to obviously what's available and the direction they go in.
Oh, shit.
The Browns selection is in, and it's about to be announced.
To make this selection.
With the 5th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft,
Commissioners at the podium.
Cleveland Browns select Mason Graham.
I think just,
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll take him.
So
With Miles?
Yeah.
I will
okay.
say this. I will say
He's
this.
going to open up holes for
He
Miles.
is
Okay.
a
I'm not
very,
mad.
very solid player. I was just
Not
watching
bad.
earlier today his coverage. Yeah, I did too.
Not
I ain't gonna
bad.
say that around this dude.
This is a top. The
Like,
Cleveland fan is
Not
happy.
bad. Thank
He
you.
feels better. He
I
feels
like
much
this.
better.
Watch this dude.
This dude that they
Open up
just got,
holes for Miles.
Come here.
he is a stud.
Oh.
He's a stud. They get a stud on the defensive line.
And this is what I was talking about.
He's going to be a headache for the AFC North. With Myles Garrett, I talked about what the New York defensive front is starting to look like. We got to take note to the Cleveland Browns defensive front with this pick right here. And them, man, yeah. A very disruptive player.
Defense is going to be a force to be
Yeah, well, you
reckoned
got
with.
two.
Wish Schwartz, you got a brand?
Huh?
You got a home?
I got a whole one. Oh, okay.
He asked me.
Oh, all right. I'm just saying. I'm saying we ain't got much, but yeah, okay.
Was it cool for me to grab one?
Yeah, it was cool. I was like, why you got two? Okay, I got two because we only had.
Oh.
No, he's good double. I get it now. Yeah. Like, damn, bro, we ain't got much left. I got a 6 and Tom got a 6.
You know, I'm not.
That's probably all I'm gonna have.
Okay. All right. I'm happy.
Nice.
Okay, the Cleveland fan is officially
look,
happy.
Shut up. That's my dog. That's my dog.
All right, but we did not see another quarterback come off the clock. Come off of the board. So, Shedeur Sanders continues to be in play. Jackson Thornton continues to be in play, right? This is one of those defensive linemen that the Steelers
Hey, Tom,
had
what you think
at
about
least
that?
an eye on because
Were you looking at him for Steelers?
No, yeah, I knew he wasn't going to slide anywhere near 21st.
I'm thinking to myself, hey, the defensive tackles won the
I mean, I'd take him. Don't get me wrong. I just don't want to lose that much.
All right, you all have fun with your little Steeler party.
The Cleveland
You got-
fan
hey,
makes
you got
his exit.
yours.
Hey, we thank you for
You
your
got
presence.
yours.
Thanks,
You
man.
got yours.
Love you all.
Y'all got yours.
He's a 2-minute brother.
That's right.
Hit him and quit him. I get it, bro. I ain't mad at you. Dang, so you got a Penn State, we got a Michigan dude off the clock. This is
Listen, I'm not. I can't hate.
Next, you got to have Ohio State coming off the clock coming up.
Who went? Tyler Warren.
What's that?
Tyler Warren went.
For who?
Mason Graham.
Okay.
Mason Graham for the number 4
Mason
pick.
Graham, you
Excuse
are
me,
a
number 5.
Michigan man, but did you just make nice with the state of Ohio?
I guess so. I mean, that's where my future's at. I'm going to do everything I can, put Cleveland back on top.
You hang up that phone call and
Back
you know
on
you're
top?
about to line up
Like-
next to
like-
Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I don't know about that comment, but
Back on top.
yeah, to maybe see the
Mega.
top.
Make American great again.
Cleveland go back to the 60s.
Yeah, you go.
I
I don't think none of us was born when they was on top, but it is what it is.
Okay.
Oh shoot! I forgot about them. I forgot they were. I forgot about them. Yeah,
The Raiders just paid
I
my
know
man
they
a
did.
nice
I know they did.
contract.
but
And
Dion,
that, I think they may add a quarterback in the draft,
They
but
could.
I don't think they're going to do it right here. We'll see.
There's
Sanders had a really good visit with the Raiders.
yes he did.
Word life.
that's somebody's opinion too. That's not because I seen a couple. Because I had one pulled up earlier.
This is off the NFL site.
The only thing I was talking about was Jackson.
So
With the 6th
Jackson.
pick in the
We'll go with the 6th pick right here,
2025
y'all.
draft, The Las Vegas Raiders select Ashton Jetty, running back.
Wow. Hey,
That was very
super
good for them.
stud of a running
Very
back.
good for them.
You hear me?
10th best player.
Super stud.
He's the best running back on the board.
Super stud. The
Best
best
running
running
back
back on the board, Ashton Gentry, just went number 6
Please don't
in
nobody
the
sleep this dude.
2025
He's built like
NFL
Warren.
draft to the Las Vegas Raiders. Excuse me, Raiders fans.
Watch this
The
dude.
Las
Watch
Vegas Raiders.
This dude is built like he's just
Yeah.
like Warren. He's built just like Warren.
So,
Boom.
not a
Boom.
surprise to me with Pete Carroll being the head coach,
Yeah.
right now of the Las Vegas Raiders, that they are going for a power running game once again to have Geno Smith be the quarterback behind. And man, with this dude, they just got the stud running back wise of the NFL draft. Ashton Gentry goes number 6, excuse me,
Yes.
overall in the 2025 draft to the Las Vegas Raiders, and man, another excellent pick. But once again, no quarterback.
Oh, he's a beast, bro.
McCaffrey,
He's a
and
beast.
then him.
Yeah, he's dude.
That was pretty early in the season too.
They lost my man I didn't really lose. They lost my man to Green Bay. There's their dynamic runner.
Oh yeah, I know they did.
Right.
So they yeah.
So they revamped big
Yeah,
time
they-
with Ashton
big time.
Gentry, right?
They already knew they were going to do this.
Man, they watch out. Yeah, they're flipping out in Las Vegas because he is. Oh, he was
is
that.
number one, bro.
He's
the beast.
without question number one running back in the
Tell you, man.
available in the draft. They're celebrating for sure in the war room over there in Las Vegas, and their fans are ecstatic
Now,
about this pick.
Let me throw something out there.
But again,
as the devil's advocate,
Sanders
him being picked number one as a running back carries a lot of expectations, as we know here in Pittsburgh when we drafted Najee. Because Najee was a solid running back,
Right.
but was he number one?
He wasn't number one.
Was he worth a number one pick? Was the question. You know what I'm saying?
This guy's definitely. Well, you see
Because
it on here.
we had a guy who didn't even get drafted, a free agent. What was Jalen Warren came on and ended up taking
Right now
the
here's the caveat with that. Their offensive line is in much better shape, I must say, than where we were when we drafted Najee, and actually still continue to be.
So there goes Ashton.
I mean, I expect a lot more.
Well,
of
maybe
this
for
offensive
run.
line.
Um,
I expect this to be the best offensive line we've had.
Yeah, but I'm saying
In the last
now
5
we
years.
don't got Najee.
We got
What he
Jalen
had-
Warren.
No, what I'm saying
and we're
is
going to pick up a running
the
back.
line,
You know we're gonna
Najee
pick up-
has been running behind.
You know we're going to pick up a running back like
very
Najee,
simple.
who could take the.
That's my
who could
point.
take
Did
the
they
pound
reach?
and
Did the
run.
Raiders reach though? Is my point.
No, I don't think so personally, because their offensive line is in much better shape than what the Steelers' offensive line was when we drafted Najee and in other teams in similar situations, right? I feel like the Raiders got the perfect supplement to Geno Smith in grabbing this running back. And I think
No matter what, when he was drafted, this was a good pick for them.
yeah, I think it was the perfect need-wise. I think they got the perfect player. Honestly, I really do.
I think they get the perfect player on the board that they need. I think that's perfect.
Yeah.
They do need another receiver. You know, Amari Cooper's out there for free agent.
Right.
You know what I mean? There's so many, you know.
They could go that route.
They could go that route.
They could still,
Because
they
they
got a second round draft pick, but not like the Steelers.
Right.
They can
Right.
go number 2 wide receiver. I think the Raiders are in a surprisingly good and competitive spot. I don't think they're going to be the basement dwellers in that division.
I don't know. I don't either. And
I
I
look
think
for them maybe
last year
coming
they had.
third.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go on. Here's the surprise statement, right? Big King goes on record and stating that the Chiefs will take a minor backslide next year and may not win that division. I do not think they will win the same amount of. Keep in mind, this year's Chiefs version won a whole lot of very close games
Yes, very close games.
that they very well could have lost.
Yes, they could have.
Right? I watched a couple of those games and I was like, oh, the Chiefs finna take a L. So I'm just saying that you could
But
potentially see.
But when you have a quarterback like that, he knows how to win games.
He
There's certain
does.
teams that I never bring up because, like Cleveland.
That's
will be
why
Cleveland.
this was a bold statement, but I made it.
Jets will be the
But
Jets.
I made it.
But here comes my bold statement.
But
The Chargers have a running game.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
they do, but I
Because they
fear
have a running back.
I fear for them that in Dobbins they might see that injury.
With True Green's price match guarantee.
Wait, who's the running back?
Dobbins.
You get the
Najee
best.
Harris.
And
he ain't starting over Dobbins.
Today.
He won't start over
Najee
Dobbins.
has an offensive line.
Yeah, but he won't start over Dobbins. Hey,
I'm curious to see
You're
what
right.
Najee will do. But
I mean, he'll be good. That'll be good enough 1-2 punch. But you do got Dobbins, and Dobbins, when he get the ball, he's ain't no.
He's your home run.
He's gone.
He's going to be actually complimentary to Najee. What's the warm ups?
Yeah.
And if they would have probably switched them around, he probably would have won a couple more games.
If they knew how to control the carries of for whatever
Even
reason,
did a 50-50.
whatever reason they wanted
They
wanted Najee to have
more carries,
and I didn't get that.
And I bet if they had a 50-50 with him.
And here's the reason why I say I agree with that. The carries that they were giving Najee that were extra was those ones when you trying to string him out.
Yeah.
That's not his game. Those should have been Warren's carries.
That's it.
And if they would have did
and
that,
that's why I blame that on Tom.
Would have made it to the
and that's when I blame that on Tom. Well, that's where I get with the stillness and all this other stuff.
Well, at first you can't bypass the O coordinator.
Well, I think Tomlin does.
He's so why we've been doing that. Even actually, we've been doing. You're right, because we've been doing that even before Dude got here last year.
Yes.
Right. So
yes.
that is that weirdness of like doing. There's a reason why you got a between the tackles guy that you drafted, right?
Right.
Running between the tackles.
Yes.
There's a reason why you got a complimentary guy who's much more adept at hitting it out to the edges. Let him hit it out to the edges.
Well,
and don't get cute.
With that being said,
because you ain't fooling nobody.
There's a reason why you draft the left tackle high. That was play left tackle and is a left-hander.
Pick us in, guys.
We got another pick in. Okay, we got another tackle going, right? So, if the Steelers were thinking about going big-time tackle again because they didn't believe in the right tackle they got last year, which I don't think they would have moved off of him that quick anyway, so I didn't expect us to go tackle. Good players selected, Armand Membu to the New York Jets, protecting their new quarterback, right?
Right.
Newly selected. And that's a solid move for them. So a move forward and a good pick by the New York Jets. I'll give them props, right? We don't hate here. We give props on the Steelers channel.
Membu got good feet.
He got really good feet.
And he knows how to set in.
Strong center, right? Of center of gravity.
That's what I mean. When he sits in, he got you.
He stays on his tackles very well, and that bodes very well for protecting Justin going forward next year. And I potentially expect good things out of him.
I think he should be a Steeler. I don't think we should be sitting around waiting on him.
We shouldn't be waiting on, but you're right.
There's no way this time last year, or not this time last year, but there's no way at the end of the season last year, I wouldn't have thought at least one of the two quarterbacks we had would still be on the team.
Honestly, when we got DK, why do you not put DK back with Russ? That's just me.
Why don't you put Justin Fields in?
Because you could have still drafted your quarterback in the future, and your mentor would be Russ.
Yeah.
Right? Throw it to a guy who he's had. When DK Metcalf has been his most prolific, it was with Russell Wilson throwing him the ball. True or not, right? Is that not true? So I think he would have been automatic. In fact, I thought they got him for Russ. But that's neither here nor there because both of those quarterbacks are gone.
Right.
But who's not gone so far is Shedeur Sanders, right? Or Jackson Dart for that matter, right?
Well, how many quarterbacks went so far?
One.
One.
Only Ward. So that means another. Also, Milrose out there. But there's another quarterback I'm thinking. Oh, please read those off, G, because I've been remiss. He's the one that came up with the top 5 remaining, and one of them we believe is already gone. So now that's got to be back.
What did he say?
There's a couple of them are gone.
It's the best.
Homes.com.
There's a couple corners. The one corner from Colorado, Travis Hunter.
He's gone.
He's gone. So he's gone.
He went to he could have been in Cleveland. They traded that pick to Jackson.
He plays both ways, right?
He plays both ways. So now they got a new they really helped their team. You have to say we're getting help. They got another target for their struggling quarterback, and at the same time they made their defense better. So you can't say they didn't win with that pick in my estimation.
What makes our defense better?
Ours, a plug on the D line more than anything. If you ask me,
So a big nose tackle.
and if we can find a true nose in this draft, and there reportedly are those couple. When I say a true nose, I mean a guy 320 plus, right? You just got to be that size.
Big snack.
You know, yeah.
So,
exactly. You got to be north of 320. If you are north of 320 and athletic and agile and strong, that's what we're looking for. We get that on our line. You don't see any more of what we saw late last year with teams, particularly Baltimore, just bullying their way down the field on us in the running game. That can't happen anymore, right? That's not Steelers football.
No.
We can't see that happen anymore. So to me, if they can get somebody reminiscent of that, that is just as valuable as us getting, or at least second most valuable as us getting another quarterback.
I agree.
Right?
Well, I was thinking about this, and I mentioned this to you earlier. It doesn't make a difference how NFL ready a player is coming out of college. If you don't have the developmental structure in your organization to make that player NFL ready, it's not going to work out. And I think that's a problem with the Steelers. We have the least amount of people on our coaching staff in the league. You know, you got teams like San Fran that got 30, 40 coordinators. Literally. You know, somebody for this, somebody for that, somebody for this. We are still more so stuck in the traditional form of coordinator,
That's a
head
good point.
coach. And we need to step that up. I know that.
That is an excellent point. Just brought up. Great point, man. Do we need to expand the coaching staff, right? Would that aid greatly in development of our draft picks?
With respect, you need some respect on your team as well. If your players don't have somebody they can look at and say, okay, they've been there, done that, I feel that's big. So like bringing in a James Harrison, maybe as a strength coach, which I think was a problem last year. Maybe a Hines Ward or somebody like Hines Ward.
English is an excellent point to that.
That's respectable as a coach. We need to start bringing in, especially Steelers tradition. Hines Ward to me would be excellent for our staff, but and James Harrison as well.
I agree. Excellent recommendations. We got a pick coming out. Wide receiver goes number 8 to Carolina, right? Looking to him, he's number 1. Who actually, folks, I don't know if we were all paying attention, but the Carolina Panthers got sneaky competitive late last year.
Yes, they did.
Right? They were a thorn in a lot of butts of NFC teams that were trying to make it into the playoffs. They played the spoiler, and they were a very tough out. So with them looking to get more dynamic offensively to support their quarterback who had been struggling, this might be a really good pick for them. Wide receiver is, help me out with the pronunciation, y'all. Tyrone McMillan out of Arizona. Looks like very prolific. Over 1,300 yards.
He's a beast, yo.
Over 1,300 yards. So he was third in FBS. They got one of the top wide receivers in the draft.
6'2", 6'3", some. You know what I mean? Big guy.
What's that he wearing? Is that a leg?
I believe he's is he
Hawaiian.
Hawaiian descent. Okay.
Okay. Get pumped up.
You see, he got some flashiness in him.
Get pumped up.
Right? He got some feistiness in him. Excellent pick. I think we all agree on the part of Carolina.
Yes.
Will we all agree with that, Tone G?
Yes.
We give props to
I thought they
Carolina.
were going defense,
And
but they need them.
And yet again, folks, we are approaching pick number 9 with the Saints on the board.
This is
Shedeur
another scary. This
Sanders is still
is the
there.
last scary one here, and then if we're pretty much good.
Yeah, if we
Unless
get past,
Cincinnati try to stick it in us like they always do, just to mess with us.
we would need somebody jumping up. But as far as the top goes,
Don't forget, Cleveland has that extra second round draft pick.
well, that's second round, Tom. We're talking about tonight.
You're talking about somebody
Possibility of
jumping up.
Shedeur falling down. Yeah,
Oh.
will somebody jump up?
They might will do that.
The
second
rumor
pick.
had it that Cleveland's interested.
Well, we'll
Oh,
see.
yeah, he's been in there. They've been, but they got 3 quarterbacks.
They already made one move though. I mean, how many moves they gonna make in the first round? You know what I'm saying? I think we probably heard about what we want to hear. From
This next pick is critical.
the Browns. This next pick with the Saints is critical.
Because after that, we got quarterbacks.
Yeah. After that, everybody got their quarterback.
So I can see some.
Chicago set, San Fran set,
That's what I'm saying.
Dallas is set, Miami set.
Or Miami set.
What do you mean?
Yeah, they got 2, man.
2 is a concussion away from.
Yeah, but
They
I mean,
didn't-
ain't gonna
they
get
ain't been-
2 is
they-
playing.
If that's the case, they would have felt like that last year.
Yeah.
They ain't been looking for quarterbacks.
Oh man, you know, everything I do is not only to go.
We got Indy set,
You know, to put on
Arizona set.
Atlanta set,
Cincinnati set.
Arizona set, Cincinnati set, Seattle set, Tampa Bay set, Denver set. It's a free fall for Shedeur if you don't get
This is
drafted.
it right here.
So actually, okay, so now we got to bring up this talk, folks. The Steelers are going to have a quarterback option available, right? When their pick comes up at 21. They're going to now have, we know for sure, either Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart available at 21. Unless there's a surprise move or somebody goes off top, right?
Right.
So who do you guys prefer?
Oh, Sanders all the way.
Okay. Now I have felt like that all along, but to not, feel like I was being sort of a Shedeur homer, I have felt like, well, it looks like he's kind of celebrating like he might know something. I don't know. Is Shedeur about to go to the dirty? I don't know. He's celebrating a little bit over there.
See, because if you're not taking Shedeur at 21, then you're trading back.
Well, not necessarily, Tone. They have looked and they like Jackson Dart. And I took another look at Jackson Dart, and there are actually even a couple of attributes in which he's even a little stronger than Sanders.
But I think you can get him with a high second.
Well, you think that, Tone, but people have got a first round grade on Dart, right? And I'm just saying that he's looked at by many as either right with Sanders or by some, believe it or not, ahead of him. I don't agree with that. I'm not saying that. But having looked at him, I wouldn't be mad at the Steelers. The pick is in. We're going to find out. They may have Shedeur Sanders. Because Shedeur Sanders looked like he was celebrating a little bit.
And he's coming out a lot quicker than he's come out for everybody else, too.
So we're about to see. Shedeur might be gone.
Yeah. This is it, y'all. We tried.
Pick in the 2025
Well, we'll see.
NFL Draft. The New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks.
Oh, a surprise. A huge surprise. Although, I will say this. If you listen to the national NFL media, right, they've been saying all week that the NFL execs don't have Shedeur Sanders as high as his popularity rating amongst fans.
Right.
Okay? They have been saying that. They've been saying that GMs around the league have been putting quarterbacks. This is kind of what I was alluding to. They've been putting quarterbacks like Jackson Dart potentially ahead of Shedeur Sanders. Now, the interesting thing here is we just saw the New Orleans Saints not go quarterback at all. They went tackle, supporting their belief in Carr, right, and they got protection for David Carr and Kelvin Banks Jr., the tackle selected out of Texas. Once again, one of the higher ranked offensive linemen in this draft. Okay, so we can't say that was a bad draft pick on their part. How are we rating that, fellas? Pretty good.
Yeah.
Decent pick on the side of they're protecting their picking card. Okay, but still, now we got the incredible free fall of Shedeur Sanders potentially to the Steelers, and we got excitement
up somewhere like
all I'd be worried about in the next coming up would be a trade up for Atlanta.
No, Atlanta's got their quarterback.
Yeah, why would Atlanta? That's crazy.
That's why they're not playing. That's why they ended up not playing their $100 million quarterback in Kirk Cousins last year.
$100 million quarterback.
Right? That's what he turned. $100 million, but he turned out to be $100 million. In Kirk Cousins, they already believe. Right? They already believe in the dude that they drafted, so they're good.
We'll find out who that pick is.
All these teams in front of us are free falls for Sanders. But does somebody else move up?
That's the only thing you worry about. And also, in my opinion, if
shit.
The NFL draft right here in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Green Bay done moved up to grab somebody.
Release marks a pivotal moment in the NFL calendar. It sets the stage for a thrilling season. Yeah, this is why we get to geek out over every single game and bye week.
Well, we got some of the top NFL female
playing at Lambeau
personalities in the league.
Ooh, we're gonna have to find out.
No, I'm saying I don't know why the Saints made that.
We got to worry about whether or not if all the quarterbacks we want and talking about are there, if the Steelers even go for it.
Yeah, they might do a Cleveland.
Well, they might not go quarterback, and that's not necessarily bad if
there was a reason why.
If they go with one of the other positions we've identified as a real big need, like maybe defensive line. I don't know who else I would go over quarterback.
We need a quarterback.
Over quarterback, though?
We need a quarterback.
Pick up a nice safety.
Well, not to say they're not going to get a quarterback.
Right. We need.
They might be looking at these guys to fall down to the second, third round, and move up into the second round.
But my question
we've been waiting for dude for.
Is there anybody that you guys?
Man, we've been waiting on Aaron Rodgers.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So,
is there anybody you guys would say is worth the Steelers going over quarterback in the first round?
No,
I don't.
Other than
everybody agrees on that.
We wouldn't be mad at a defensive lineman, a true plug, right? But other than that, we all pretty much a consensus would say if we ain't getting the plug, we gotta have a quarterback.
I remember two draft choices that were kind of poo-hooed when we made them. Okay. One was Casey Hampton, and the other was Ziggy Hood.
And they both defensive tackles. And they both brick. Yeah.
And
Ziggy left.
I was mad about Ziggy because I like Ziggy. Yeah,
I like Ziggy.
But
I like Mark.
But I know what
it's not a sexy pick.
But it's something we need.
That's why we wouldn't be mad.
Right.
But we need a quarterback more than anything because we done beat everything up. And if we want to go anywhere,
and they said Rodgers ain't affecting the draft, so do you really need a quarterback?
That's a big old win.
That's an uncle.
That's a wood eating thing.
No, bro, if he ate wood, bro, he be burping right now.
No, I think that's a
my heart is with the
termite.
family.
No, I don't think that's a termite.
No,
That's
ain't
not
no
a
termite.
termite. That's a necessary.
Bro, you can't even see termites. You see the mom termite.
Mongo's remarkable
that's a flesh eating.
game in the community.
It pinch flesh.
Okay.
It's my peoples.
50 years ago,
The Bears with the number 10 pick
1975 NFL
Yeah, they got a
in
quarterback.
the
They got a
2025
beast
draft.
quarterback.
Go with
I like it.
They picked the quarterback in the first round the last 2 years, right?
Yeah.
so they get some help for him, maybe. Shout out to Walter Payton, everybody, right?
Oh yeah, sweetness.
Sweetness.
One of the best to ever do it.
Love his sweetness.
touchdowns over 13
Shout out.
seasons, all with the Chicago Bears.
Which says
As you
something.
heard earlier,
Yeah.
the NFL continues to honor sweetness.
Well,
not
then
only
again, that
for
was
his
back when they was
performance
doing
and
it.
excellence on the
It's a little
field,
different.
Yeah.
but also his commitment to give back
Well,
to
shout
his
out Larry
community
Fitzgerald.
with the Walter Payton
Fitz ain't going nowhere.
NFL Man of the Year
Fitz.
award.
He ain't going nowhere. Stayed in
Incredible career, too.
Arizona his whole
In
career.
the 2025 NFL Draft,
He's in my top 5 receivers ever.
I would agree. You can, I mean, you be,
tight end, Michigan.
okay, they go for help for their last year's draft pick, their new young quarterback, and they get a nice tight end, Colston Loveland out of Michigan.
He wasn't
Right.
even the number one tight end though.
Something they liked about this young man, apparently above the top, because he wasn't the number one available
No, he could
tight end.
No, he's not. My man from I think Penn State might have been on.
But something that they liked about this young man
Yeah, I said my man from
and their
Penn State
system
earlier.
that they feel.
Or
is-
Ohio State too. Ain't there one from Ohio
I'm
State?
going to tell you right now.
Yeah, but
Tyler
definitely not
Warren
one.
from Penn State.
Yeah, Tyler Warren.
He's a beast.
Yeah, I know. I don't understand that.
They had Colston
Like you
Loveland
said.
as the second rated tight end though.
Okay, they did.
Yeah. He's a junior coming out.
They
Tyler
like him
Warren's
in
a
their
true
system.
senior coming out though. That to me means a lot.
They like him in their system for some reason. If nothing else, still you got to say it's a big help for the young quarterback. They just got him a Tyler Eifert essentially.
Yeah.
So they got the second ranked quarterback or tight end in the
Big
league.
Ten's killing the game, bro.
So not a bad pick for the Chicago Bears. What we say?
I mean, it don't make a difference who they pick, but yeah, I agree. Chicago's like the Cleveland of that division,
Yeah, but
and you got to root for them. They're like the little underdog brother.
they also got much better later in the year than they were earlier.
Yeah, they did. They did.
Right. So now with a new tight end,
I'm a huge Detroit fan.
got
I
a
like
quarterback.
Detroit over there.
oh, Detroit's nice.
Yeah.
But
It's
maybe they're going in the right
Detroit
direction.
being Cleveland, not being able to win it. You know what I mean? Like I like Detroit, and for 2 years in a row, I'm thinking they're going to the Super Bowl.
And they folded both
And you
years.
fold because
Last
they
year
have
they
players.
really folded.
They're not used to
They
being
really
there.
folded. Even year before last, bro.
Yeah, they did.
They're
But
not used to
but
being
they
But I
were
said next
surprised.
year they're going really
Right.
and they
And it wasn't.
I feel you.
You got to get used to winning too.
Yeah.
And that's something to me like the Clevelands, the Detroit's.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Detroit's in a better position than Cleveland. Cleveland's trying. They're
I
not
tell you,
desperate.
who turned their culture around in that regard and has become a little more used to winning is Tampa Bay. They're a good example of a franchise that made, and they're the youngest out of those three that we just talked about.
Yeah.
Well, when you grab the GOAT, Tom Brady,
Brady was smart enough to do it.
yeah.
Jaguars.
Okay, so we got San Fran on the clock. Certainly not going to get a quarterback. But we'll see, you know, do they get help for their young quarterback? Do they try to revamp that defense a little bit, which I think suffered some losses, you know, which is part of their downfall last year. They took a big let's say for this team that's on the clock right now, the San Francisco 49ers, they finished nowhere near where
What
they
we thought.
expected.
What we thought.
Or where their
I actually thought they were
organization
gonna
or
be
their
there.
fans
They
expected.
underachieved.
Their fans thought they were going to be in the Super Bowl last year.
Actually,
I thought they were going to be close.
I thought that was
Yeah.
going to be the NFC Championship, Detroit
Lions
and
and
San
then
Fran.
San Fran. So
Yeah.
did that.
Too much
So-
preseason
Hype.
turmoil.
Yeah. Too much. Yeah.
Or they trading Ayuk? Is this person getting any money? How much are we paying our
And
quarterback?
that's
Too
what I
many
hate about us. That's why I
distractions
want to
get
be
off.
quiet.
Can we
Like
say
about
that
it.
maybe
You're right.
Pittsburgh dodged one of the biggest bullets and not going
For
$30 million for Ayuk?
Yeah.
I feel way better with DK Metcalf than I do Ayuk.
Period.
Yeah.
Which brings me to the pick that comes after San Francisco, and that's Dallas. A lot of buzz going around about Dallas wanting Pickens. Now, I don't think Pickens will command the first round draft choice, but I could see the Steelers making some type of move to move up and including Pickens in that pick.
Let's rate Pickens. Not since he said that. Let's rate Pickens right now
That's
as
possible.
a wide receiver. Would you put him in a top 10 NFL wide receiver?
Right now.
We're talking
Right now, and I'm talking about
We're
with
not
a quarterback.
talking potential.
I'm
We're
talking
talking
about
about production.
No, I'm talking about because you can't say production because he didn't have a quarterback that really could get
So
to
you
him.
got to keep his ceiling.
So we got to
high.
keep what is what
He's
he
a
can do.
beast.
Okay, so
I don't
ceiling
care
in
what
line,
you say about
Yeah.
his personality. When he comes to play, he can't be covered.
ceiling. So
I agree with that.
I agree as well. I
But
agree as well.
on the flip side, double advocate of that, his attitude. I'm a team player. I like team players. He gave up.
Yeah.
Hopefully he wasn't ruined by his mentor who showed him how to give up, which is your boy Deontay Johnson.
But here's another thing. You're young.
Can we get a Hines Ward in
23.
here? Can we get a Hines Ward in there?
23-year-old receiver. I get what you're saying.
I agree with
And
you.
then you
DK's
got, now
about
you got a real receiver coming in.
Yeah, DK's about work.
Pull him under his wing.
Yeah.
If we get a
I tell you
quarterback
what,
to
I
get him
will
the
say
ball,
he's no AB.
no.
I tell you what,
But I
though,
mean, AB to me is a Hall of Famer.
when's the last time the
greatest
Steelers
Steeler
had?
One of the
receiver
greatest
ever.
Steelers receiver. Yeah.
When's the last time the Steelers had two unstoppable? wide
That's what I'm
receivers?
saying. There you go.
You got to go back to Hines Ward and
But
Plexico Burst.
but the question is, do you risk not getting anything in return?
What do you
No, because
To have it for one season, do you risk not having anything in return?
Return for I don't
So he's saying he's on his last year
no, because you can if it's all that
franchise.
there's franchise,
That's all I was going to bring up.
and I mean you can franchise, or if he starts to show that he's not benefiting from DK Metcalf's
And then you make
pedigree,
your move.
there's a such thing as the trade deadline,
Doggone
right?
Okay.
You got a little time to see.
Okay.
But I wouldn't go into I would at least go into the season to find out what it looks like
I just think
with
it'll be
DK Metcalf and George Pickens opposite each other.
man. That's crazy.
Oh man, the rest of the NFL don't want to see that. That's why they
The
hyping this up.
defensive backs definitely don't want to see it.
They
Hold on. Especially with Mason Rudolph going to it.
Whose forte
Hey.
is the deep ball.
Even with
Wow.
because honestly, you make a joke of it.
I'm making a joke.
Mason Rudolph can throw a decent deep ball, and remember him and Pickens had a nice chemistry they had developed because Mason was working with the second team so much.
But Mason's the type of guy that'll follow one receiver down the field. That's the only thing I'm worried
Now
about.
he's got two.
But I'm saying he'll worry about one receiver down the field.
Tell him you got to pick different one. You got to alter.
And that's something-
on second, first
something
and
you gotta
third, you
teach
throw
a
to
30-year-old.
him. Fourth is
That's something hard to teach a 30-year-old.
He's not the best point guard at the quarterback position.
That's what I'm
but
saying.
He's got some good.
You gotta
qualities.
be able to throw to your progressions, man.
And the
good
biggest in for the
progressions.
San Francisco 49ers at number 11.
what do we got
49ers.
going on?
Men and women who serve in the United States military.
Do they get help for their still young quarterback? Do they go to defense to revamp that defense to make it again
I'm going into
one of the most formidable in the NFC?
I got to fire down. So.
What do we see happen?
The San Francisco 49ers select Michael Williams, defensive end.
They go defense. They go edge rusher. One of the top edge rushers out of Georgia.
Their offense is
Nonetheless,
nice
with
anyway,
Mikael
so I
Williams.
agree with that pick.
I agree with that pick as well. I mean, what's one of the reasons why we thought that San Francisco was going to be a perennial threat to go to the Super Bowl? Because of their top 10 defense, in a couple of cases, top 5 defense.
Yeah.
And now they get a really
good edge rusher out of Georgia.
Really good edge rusher out of Georgia. His big upside, they say, dominates the point of attack, and is a really raw pass rusher, which means he's got a lot of potential to get better. Right? 14 sacks last year with 21.5 tackles for loss.
That's production.
That shows this man knows how to get on the other side of the ball, right? He's a disruptive player without question.
How many sacks did you say?
14.
Yeah.
Right, in college. That's nice. In the SEC. So he was playing against NFL caliber tackles. And you know that, yeah, they I think we have to say this is a pretty good pick from San Fran. The fans are probably not. All right, once again, this is that free fall for Shador Sanders. No surprises, no surprise picks. We're already at 11, looking at 12.
Nice defense.
Yeah.
I just don't think you can go wrong. And you could see, having lost Greenlaw and Ofunga to the Broncos in free agency, they add a piece up front, an edge rusher for Robert Saleh, who's the defensive coordinator there again. So the Dallas Cowboys, something heard this before. Jerry Jones took his time.
So Dallas is, we see the pace of the draft starting to pick up, folks, right? Is Dallas at number 12 has already made their pick. They're on the board and they're flipping out. Whoever they wanted, they get them because they're flipping out down there in the war room.
They're going to take Shador.
Nah.
They have a relationship with Dion. They can trade that.
They just paid that. They just paid that last year. I mean, they could go Shador, but that would be one of your more bonehead Cowboy moves, if you ask me. And they could make him in time, so maybe they did.
With the 12th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft,
Dallas Cowboys, number 12 already.
Tyler
Booker, guard. They're looking to solidify
and make sure that
Dak's line.
Because they'll be running for his life.
Dak was running for his life last year, which probably went a long way to speak toward the downfall in his play. So they're helping Dak Prescott. You can't fault them for that. We would have to say a pretty decent pick on the part of the Dallas Cowboys.
Another top lineman off the board, bro. Offensive lineman.
It is for the Steelers. Another top offensive lineman off the board. But I don't think we necessarily expected the Steelers to go
the number one
offensive lineman first or second this year, given what they did in the past couple of years. Right?
You would hope.
So we got remaining, as far as offensive linemen, if they did go there, he was number one. They still got the young man from Ohio State, senior Donovan Jackson. We got the young man from North Dakota State, the senior Ray Zabel. I believe I've heard some chatter about him as well.
Who's on the clock, guys?
On the clock, we have
Miami.
Number 13, which is Miami. So, once again, to reiterate, we have number 12, Tyler Booker, the guard out of Alabama, going 12th to the Dallas Cowboys. Them getting some help in the offensive line for Dak Prescott.
Now, was he was the second one, right? He wasn't the first choice.
No, he was the first.
He was first?
Yeah.
And they went away and just beat people up running the football. There's a big running back draft. There's time.
So they were big on him. They're celebrating Dallas right now.
Right. Yeah, because Jerry was on the phone immediately.
Yeah.
When he was there, it was happening.
They are flipped. They are
Second team All-America.
I'm surprised they got the bubble in there already.
Have you looked into the mushroom thing?
I told you about them.
Them Taki, whatever.
Yeah, There's all type of mushrooms that'll give it flavor, bro.
No, I'm saying
I have to step away in a little. Advise me, folks. I'm gonna step away in a moment to put together some dry food for myself.
I'm having a little bit of salmon, guys.
How are you feeling right now?
Get down, get down. You can share with the people what you blazing on there.
A little blackened salmon.
Some dry food.
You know what I mean? A little blackened salmon. A little lemon.
You know what I mean? Doing this thing.
A little Corona here.
Washing it down with the runners.
Clean every single game. I'm just so excited to be a Cowboy.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Look at that million.
So yeah, we all consensus, everybody, decent pickup, helping out.
they get that nameplate on that shirt.
Helping out Dak.
Don't forget there is a Tyler, Texas.
There is a Tyler.
There's a lady back there making some greens with a big old pot. And they say, oh, we got to get this. I got y'all, baby.
Right. But he is a big, strong,
Boom.
powerful man.
Let's
A lot
go.
of these long lines you saw
Let's
from
go.
Alabama, from Jalen Noah, with him.
Pick up your
That
weapon and follow
also
me.
helps their running game too.
Yes, it
which
does.
ain't been what it needed to be for a while. And Jerry was on just interviewed earlier today saying how he believes the reason why the running game is falling off is not in the backs, it's been the line.
They still got Zeke.
Mhm.
They do got Zeke.
Was it because of the line?
And he was running for his life.
He was, but still, he's
It's good. It's getting stale.
What year is this for him?
The NFL, powered by
7,
Verizon
8.
5G.
If you have a small business, you might not know you could be wasting money on your mobile plan. Paying for
All
stuff
right,
you
I'm
don't
gonna step up. We are on the
So
clock.
now,
It's Miami at
need.
number
Introducing the new
13.
My Biz plan from
Um,
Verizon Business.
They have
Choose
not made their
exactly
pick
what you
yet.
want.
They got a
Pay only for what you need.
little over 3.5
When you're in
minutes to
control
do
of your
so.
mobile plan, you can make every dollar count. Right now, get our
We
best
certainly
price as low as
don't,
$25 a
chalk
month,
wise, we don't
guaranteed for 3 years.
expect
My Biz
them
plan
to be looking
only
in the
from
direction
Verizon
of quarterback
Business.
alone.
Now, spring deals are under $20 at the home.
Pick it up.
Their pick is in.
No matter what
So,
you're working on.
The Pacers has indeed quickened with the draft, folks.
You notice that?
Yeah, yeah.
The teams,
You know, they would draw them out, even
Teams
though
are
the pick
starting
would
to-
be in.
yeah.
How many minutes did they get in the first round?
You cannot legally
Think of
say
what? No, first round.
15?
Yeah, it's
It
like
might be
15.
from-
Or
Yeah,
30?
it might be a half hour.
Yeah, they might be 30.
Homes.com is the best.com.
Well, they still had 3 left, and they made their pick, so
It
they
is
knew
for
who they
real.
wanted.
Yes. Nothing is
And
frozen.
I think
Everything
what it
is
is,
fresh
what's
every
happening
day.
is
If you
availability
see an
is starting
open
to flesh
kitchen,
out a little
you know,
bit.
it's
See what I mean? Hey,
it sounds really
Two
good.
is playing, bro.
Yeah,
What you see is what you
they
get.
just starting to
Exactly.
Two
see.
is playing. We were talking, me and you talked about Tua,
Yeah.
and I thought he would give up
Now we get to hang out with
because
them
what everybody said.
all season long.
Waddle, they got Waddle. Don't forget about Waddle.
They
Tariq?
actually is a surprisingly
Hill.
nice last
Tariq had a not a productive season as he has had.
slightly understacked.
Maybe
Yeah.
Bud Light's his takes.
Close to stacked.
You're one of those.
He had some injuries, didn't he?
They got, yeah, he came in and he ain't do bad. I mean, you know, Zach Wilson. Bad.
Also, stay calm, Barkley.
Only 35 sacks. They could use some defensive help.
Just, I'll never remember all this.
Relax, bro. When things get intense, we get insects.
It's another thing about our D-line, y'all. Our sacks has been down.
Yeah.
Cleansing surprise.
I'm glad to be covered up.
Financial needs nationwide is on your side. Every year, Rich Eisen runs the 40 to benefit St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Visit stjude.org/runrichrun to donate. Then tune in to the 2025 NFL Draft on NFL Network to see Rich run.
There's a hard football journey. Being a 0-star recruit, they taught me to put my head down, just keep working.
So I'm grading the draft so far. I'm giving almost every team an A. There's a
Yeah.
couple B's in there, except for I'm still Cleveland, giving them a C.
Keep up with every pick on NFL.com.
For the trade?
Yeah, I think you should have grabbed Travis Hunter. He's the best player in the NFL. I mean, best coming out the NFL. Heisman Trophy.
But
You got an offensive defense.
You got. They might have looked at it as far as first round is first round. It's no matter.
Period.
I was gonna say you got to pay them, but
Period. Yeah.
they didn't move out of the first round. They moved that
And
back.
you got
a bit.
and he's a player.
But they picked up capital, and they need a lot of capital.
You got a double-edged sword with him, bro. I mean, hey, bro.
You're not gonna play him both ways.
You're gonna play him sometimes both ways. You're gonna see like a Deion Sanders type thing.
He might be a punt returner.
He definitely gonna be a punt returner. I don't know about
and prolific.
And third down situations.
Hey, unless he's the first receiver ever, or first player ever to be prolific both ways.
It's not gonna happen like that. He might be like a Deion. Or, you know what I mean? This happens.
He's not the corner to Deion is.
Huh?
Yeah.
You're mad. He's a shutdown corner. And can hit.
I mean, so was Joey Porter coming out of college.
No, he couldn't tie his shoes, bro.
Dolphin selection.
I watch Hunter. That's when I can tell you.
Right.
Hunter's a beast.
Kenneth Grant, defensive
Defensive
killing
tackle.
us, bro.
They're everything we need.
Killing us.
Fellas, I gotta jump in.
Now
I've been hearing about this kid.
We almost got to go quarterback.
That we do. We're losing everything.
Because all the top players are leaving.
Yeah. Look, Michigan's killing the game.
Yeah. They got what, 3?
Yeah.
The first thing that defense, and it's the Baltimore
Look,
defense, wants to do is
Big Ten's killing the game.
Guess what? Who they talk about? They wouldn't talk about.
You figure SEC would be, you know what I mean? They got
in the future, and one of the reasons is this play that you're looking at right there. He chased down Nick Singleton. He's got this rare motor for a guy that's 330 pounds, and he doesn't even understand how good he is yet.
Wow.
Mason Graham.
Was he third?
Kenneth Grant was third. Mason Graham was first. He was Michigan as well. He went too, didn't he?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Walter
It's
Nolan.
Michigan, bro.
They skipped over Walter Nolan, who was second.
Nolan
From Mississippi.
Mississippi.
And then there's Derek Harmon left from Oregon.
Oregon, yeah.
A lot of these guys are coming out early. Juniors.
Yeah, he got a lot of coming out.
It's hard to find guys that weigh this much.
Come here. He ran down a running back.
You see him hawk down the Penn State running back. As a rusher,
Wow.
There's not a lot of imagination. Just buckle up. He's going right
Michigan,
through your
bro.
chest. And when you have those edge rushers that they need
What
to
do you
keep
think about
healthy in
this kid?
Miami, he's going to take
About
away
who?
the escape hatch. He's
This
gonna be able
Walter
to press
Nolan
the
kid
pocket
from
and
Mississippi. I
allow
don't
those
really know
guys
too
to
much
run
about
on the
him.
edges. And Rich is right. It obviously fills a need.
I just seen what they were talking about. I
I
wouldn't mind taking him.
Buffalo Bills, yeah. So if you're going to want to go toe to toe and chest to chest and battle, you got some people in there. As you mentioned, Rich Wilkins no longer there.
Walter
Kenneth
Nolan,
Grant,
Mississippi.
go in there and plant your feet and start battling those big guys from upstate New York.
He's 21.
For leaving the campus at Michigan, he should recognize the name of the
Junior.
paycheck.
He's a junior.
His name is all over.
6'3", 305 pounds. He's a big boy.
Same guy.
Excuse me, sir. Do you happen to know the Rosses at Michigan?
Maybe not.
Do you happen to imagine him walking in and saying that to him?
He's probably heard the name before. So the Indianapolis Colts, as you can see, have made a selection. The Falcons are.
See, and again, Walter Nolan's somebody who needs help. He's lacking in his technique. He got the size, he got the strength,
Development.
and that's something Steelers lacking, in my opinion.
This feels almost like
I was seeing how he would, if he fell to us, would we?
Would we blame? He
Yeah.
would have to start. We want him to start.
They need this pass catching tight end. I believe it was the 18 where the line. I love it when
But I mean, we'll treat him like the grave digger and give him up.
Was that Hannibal or was that face?
Well, that was because of Ben and his contract. We ain't no money. Home selections on
You
that.
can't blame Ben for that.
Tyler Warren, tight end, Penn State.
Tyler Warren.
Man, the Big Ten is killing the game, bro.
Yes, they are.
Here comes Tyler Warren to Indianapolis, sir.
He's number.
This is a fun
He's number one, right?
Yeah, he's the number one tight end. Senior. So he's mature, 250, 56, he's big.
He's one of them dudes look for smoke. Look. So watch, he'll look for smoke. Like a Washington.
Right. Nah, he ain't Washington.
But I'm saying, look, like, come here. Look.
Got
Look.
hands.
Boom, come here. Watch. What'd I tell you?
Soft hands.
You see, I mean,
He's
it's like Washington. He's like my watch. Look at him, man. I'm gonna take you all the way out this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Washington.
And this is how you're going to play the game.
They put him in. John Riggins, fullback.
Not to disparage their wide receiver.
Well, I feel like he was in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
And so the focal point of the pass defense was always on Warren, which means that they needed to be creative.
Oh, the same dip. He do want all the smoke.
He's with the smoke, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Send him down the seam in every different way you could possibly get the ball to 44. They were getting the ball to 44, and yet he was always natural and comfortable in those situations, and that's rare. That's why he reminds me a little bit of Travis Kelce, because he's just comfortable no matter what on the football field.
It's a shame if we had a cornerback, they'd be bringing a Washington.
Look at those kids.
To get it to him. You know what I mean?
Speaking of kids, this is him in the Little League World Series.
Oh, wow.
Birth certificate.
Played baseball.
It was laminated by his parents because everyone.
That was years ago, obviously.
Of this team, I'm gonna go more. He looks more like Andy Reid in the punt pass and back in the day.
You guys know darn well when he showed up, his parents just pulled out a laminated one. We know you're going
Next year, baby, that's us.
Here it is.
Oh, the draft?
Yeah.
Warner, take it away.
Shout out to the draft with us next year, bro.
Oh, yeah. Draft in Pittsburgh next year, baby.
Is he a wide receiver? Some of these guys are just what we call football players, and that's what I look at when I watch Tyler Warren play. He is just a football player. He's smooth. Whatever you ask him to do, he's got the ability to do that. A big guy, but his soft hands, his ability to run after the catch. I think this is a home run for the Indianapolis Colts.
Big Kurt Warner, go status.
Not goat side, but
he's, to me, he's scrappy goat.
Some of these guys have
A guy to come up. A guy to come up. Huh?
You think he's him or Ben?
Well, Ben was drafted.
I'm
This
just
dude was packing groceries. That's what I meant.
understand that.
He's not better than Ben.
This stuff works.
So that's why I said goat.
No, I'm saying as far as players who weren't drafted, or he was drafted.
He was drafted,
but then he failed, and then went was doing groceries.
Yeah.
But then you got James Harrison.
Same thing. Bro.
Barry Foster.
We've been
Remember Barry?
for more than 100 years. The most advanced technology.
What other players in the league, though?
Generation
Mr. Irrelevant.
after generation. Tool
What's his
after
name?
tool.
Again. He's Mr. Irrelevant last year. What?
You the most reliable.
His last name's Irrelevant.
Remember, you know the last
I know
player.
what you mean. I know what you mean. But he's that irrelevant.
No, he was.
Congratulations.
You just can't call it.
Here's the water heater that somehow passed.
What's his name? Was Mr. Irrelevant?
He was a
In the
receiver,
beast.
running back, receiver,
Quarterback.
Remember, not too little or too much. Or
Help me out.
Willie Beeman and them.
Congratulations. Here's Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Uh-oh. You're good. You can quickly
Who was
compare
Mr.
insurance options
Irrelevant
and find
last year
out
in
if
NFL?
it's not with us. What's the bad news?
Brock Purdy.
Purdy. Yeah, Purdy's nice too. Yeah. Wow, he was irrelevant.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
With the right advice and same-day delivery.
That's my dude, Purdy.
You'll have your
I mess
home
with Purdy.
feeling all grown up. Lowe's knows how to help you spring.
You know what? No defensive backs that can pick you.
Nope. At all. Oh, your boy.
Oh.
Cleveland gave up.
Oh, yeah.
Cleveland gave it.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm calling him. I don't know if he's going to. Well, so you think he's going to be a defensive back or a receiver?
Where he go?
He's going to be a receiver. He went to Seattle.
Seattle, yeah.
So this is what I'm saying. He could be both.
He can be both in Seattle.
Launch a product. Get buzz. A lot of buzz. Realize you need help with all that buzz.
But they need a
Connect with
receiver.
QuickBooks Live Expert. Get expert help. Staff
And what did they
managing
show?
your business all in
First,
one place.
when he got
Into
drafted?
QuickBooks, your way to
Receiver.
money.
See, we're not sitting here like these dudes, the gurus on TV with this coming off the dome.
Yeah, all ours is done.
It's coming off the dome.
Oh, I mean,
we don't got guys in the background. Hey, who's this? It's us coming off the dome.
Right, pulling up all information.
Pulling up the information
right now
off the dome.
Either off the dome or we're doing it ourselves. Ain't nobody doing it for us.
Right.
Green Bay. Falcons have 90 ticks left to go.
He's a better host than us.
I mean, there's Maxwell.
That's what he do.
Yeah, that's what he do.
That's
what the king do.
That is looking nice.
Atlanta's on deck.
I gotta
Big
tell
15.
you, I mean, how many times have we done this draft, right? And as we look on the Falcons draft, and there's Arthur Blank, Terry Fontenot, and the rest of the group.
There he is, right there. Dad.
Blank's getting old, man. I remember when I used to live in the A. Arthur Blank was nice and young looking. When he first got the squad.
Look at that right on the screen there. The numbers supported.
He got 1 year out of Big B.
That was Ray J up there, right?
And the number 5 guy on your draft board. Sitting there.
Oh, Ray.
Like Ray J up there.
Is this screen Jalen Walker?
Atlanta got they're under a minute on their pick.
Send the car. Right?
They're extending. They're going all the way.
It feels very reminiscent of what we just saw with the Colts, where you have a player that's one of the top 5-6 players in the draft that just happens to be there when you pick at a position of need.
Just make sure there's a driver.
I didn't think you'd do it. I didn't think you'd do it.
It's just low hanging.
It was right there, wasn't it?
Can.
So the last 4 years, the Falcons have just gone offense, we know. So
I think this could be defense for them this year. They're gonna take an end or a tackle. They might take first safety.
Kirk Cousins to what they signed.
Yeah.
Any linebackers? No linebackers are gone either.
Yeah.
And the rest of the guys were still waiting on a
Wow, this is crazy with the defense.
And remember,
Here's defense. They're probably going to go defense. You're right about that, guys.
They made a change, brought in Jeff Ulbrich from the Jets, who had worked under
Matter of fact, there might be a running with
They
defense.
like to have pass rushers. Here comes Brick now.
Man, I hate giving up all these pass rushers, bro.
We just did
Yeah.
On the first round.
meeting the needs with Indianapolis. Can we do it again with that need being met for Atlanta? It's right there. Here's the opportunity.
Exactly.
There's the opportunity.
The best players available fit the specific need of those teams.
This you don't have to outguess yourself, right? It's right there. If that's who you have rated, this is a chance to go get them.
Pick us in, coach to owner. Conversation happening right now.
Ray J. Is Ray J up in there?
Close to 90 ticks into making their selection. 16th overall.
Okay, Ray.
They will be halfway through the first round. Still haven't gotten another quarterback selected since first overall. Daniel,
That's good news. That's good news.
All right.
They haven't had a quarterback pick.
No.
Bro, they ain't had a quarterback. I mean,
brief hiatus for Big King, but the fellas
the
been
King's
holding it
back.
down.
The King's back. King's back in the house.
The brothers holding
Hey,
it down.
Tom. We haven't had defensive back, Big Jack.
No defensive backs have gone.
Yeah.
Not since the
Hunter been picked as a receiver.
When we say we've seen a decent run on offensive linemen,
Defensive linemen and all.
linemen
You're
pretty
getting ready to
good.
run on defense, period.
Okay.
There's gonna be defense here.
Number 15, the Atlanta Falcons.
Jalen Walker.
Oh, they went.
Jalen Walker.
That's the first linebacker pick.
Linebacker out of Georgia.
And he's number one, I think he is.
Hey man, listen, you
Did he
know
win the buckets?
the SEC is going to get heavily mined, right? And the top
These are Bulldogs.
teams, Alabama and Georgia, are certainly always going to get highly
Right.
drafted.
Right.
And once again, we see the Georgia
Number
defense
11. That number 11.
He was the
gonna be a
number
big-
one
wear
ranked
that.
defense. He was the number one ranked linebacker.
Yeah,
number one
he's number one.
linebacker. Though. So good pick by Atlanta.
Yeah.
See, go. This is off the dome, baby. I ain't asking these people in the background saying who's that.
No, sir.
This is coming off the dome.
Atlanta
We ain't got
Falcons.
nobody up here to statistic test. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
This is coming off the dome. That's what we do.
Nothing but 100% real NFL fans.
That's
right
it,
here, you
King.
know what I'm saying?
That's it, King.
So, Hey, man, we don't hate. We give props. We know in Atlanta they probably celebrating a little bit because it looks like they got a stud on a linebacker and Jalen Walker out of Georgia. And yeah, we're still happy as Steelers fans because the free fall continues for Shedeur Sanders, leaving the Steelers the option of both Shedeur Sanders and Jackson Dart or any other quarterback that they may be looking at. Certainly, I brought up the prospect of Jalen Milroe. A lot of people feel like him going in the first is a bit of a reach, but I'm super excited about what he offers in upside.
It's good to have a choice.
Yeah, it's great to have that choice out there. And I think I'm forgetting about another quarterback. There's another quarterback. If anybody can find the top 5 quarterbacks projected this year, I thought Miller was actually 5th. So you got Dart, Sanders, and Ward. Ward's off the board. Who's the other quarterback?
Yeah, I know. For the top 5.
Well, folks, if anybody want to jump in the chat, hold up. Did y'all read that comment from Fastlane?
And the rest of the brass
from Nephew English. Okay, so here, that's what I forgot about. Sure. Here is the top.
He's a runner.
Quarterbacks.
He's a runner.
Yep. Top quarterbacks available with Cam Ward gone. Shedeur Sanders still available. Jackson Dart still available. Tyler Shug out of Louisville. He was good. He was really good. Still available. And Jalen Milroe out of Alabama still available. My nephew English jumped in a little while ago. Was like had the comments saying, what do Brock Purdy and the 49ers need to succeed? So
I was talking about Brock Purdy. That's probably where he brought it up.
Yeah, so he's
Mr. Irrelevant.
Mr. Irrelevant, who proved himself to be really relevant and a really good quarterback. He certainly looked better than us than we expected when he came to Pittsburgh, right? So I think honestly what he needs to succeed personally myself is a young quarterback's best friend. And that is a secure offensive line and tight end play, right?
A big tight end.
We know that he already has got a very prolific tight end in George, Kittles, right?
You're right. It was the offensive line, bro.
So,
they broke down.
Go offensive line, you know what I mean? And make sure that you have his back end protected, which is at tackle, and right in front of him protected, which are your guards, right? We think they already believe in themselves. So to answer that question, English, you want to make sure you have a solid offensive line and that your tight ends, as far as your eligibles, you want your tight ends, you want your tight ends to be prolific and effective, and then you certainly go to your wide.
That ain't nothing.
They put a lot of stock in wide outs in the past couple seasons.
Pick us in, guys. Pick us in.
The pick is in for number 16, the Arizona Cardinals. We know that they already got their quarterback, so we look.
I'm looking forward to grab an offensive lineman.
Offensive lineman, which has been a bit of their falling apart, and part of the downplay for their quarterback, who we all would agree had shown himself to be prolific. Before that,
they could get somebody. They could get this might be our first cornerback one.
They may go defense. If so, we could look at one of the top quarterbacks.
This could be it. This would be a cornerback.
The pick is in for number 16, the Arizona Cardinals. As the commissioner makes his way to the podium.
Or offensive lineman. Either or.
NFL draft. The Arizona Cardinals select Walter Nolan.
Defensive.
Walter
Man, they're killing us.
Nolan.
They're killing. They're taking everybody off the board.
That may make the Steelers have some urgency in selecting defensive
They're killing the
linemen
game, bro.
because there's not much left. There's been
Man.
a run on defensive linemen.
But then that will also mean that the best player on the board is
It's
our
going to be
boy.
Shador. You're right, because they're going to
If
get
there
the
are
best
no
player.
defensive tackles left,
That's what I'm saying.
That's true.
He's
true.
right.
That is
He's
very
right.
true. So
Let
with
him
all
run.
perspective, folks,
Let him run.
perspective is very important, right? We see the Arizona Cardinals select defensive tackle Walter Nolan, the second-ranked defensive tackle. So he's a real plug. 6.5 sacks, 14 tackles for loss. Out of Ole Miss.
All right, I hate the Bengals because Bengals would just pick somebody.
That was a good. So would we say that was a nice pickup for the Arizona starting to work on their defense, right?
So the top 3 defensive tackles are off the board.
Yeah. So good pick by the Cardinals.
So the Bengals
Sort of hurt.
The
For
Bengals,
Steelers fans, that set us back a little bit.
It must be like 7
A little bit, right?
the Bengals have a nice line on both ends.
World-class engineering.
Look what the Bengals get. What did they need?
Their line was
Their offensive line.
towards the end of the year. They was kind of suspect. They
That-
still
you're-
could.
you know
they
what?
could
You're right.
potentially
Because
win.
we got to.
Yeah, he
We got the Burrow. We did. get
Burrow
the
took a lot of sacks.
He did take
in
a
the
lot
year
of
that
sacks.
he was still prolific.
I'm thinking beginning of the year and the end of the year. You're right.
They might
But
go line.
They started gelling. They started gelling the last 6 games.
you know, a pina colada is not exactly a tailgate.
If you like pina colada, though,
It is for you. Apparently, it works.
You like pina colada?
that's what I'm trying to say.
What will the Bengals do here? They got the 17th pick. Let's hope they screw it up severe.
Bro,
As long as they don't take
it's
shit
much.
there.
They might just take him just to take him, but that'll he'll be disgruntled
The
because he's
Bengals,
behind Burrow.
to speak on what Tone is saying, the Bengals have had a history of making draft picks that seem,
This
that
is
at
the
least
best of
seem to be in spite of the
Yes.
Steelers,
Yes.
Yeah, they have.
right?
Yes, they have.
So we'll see what
Yes,
they
they
do.
have. But that would make him mad because he'll never play behind Burrow.
I'll be right back, folks.
If you
Hold
like
it down,
pina
folks.
colada.
Mason Rudolph, the high ball.
It's our turn.
You know, we could have got him.
He like
Oh yeah, but we didn't need a quarterback. I sat here telling you, you can remember me saying that contract that they signed, that last contract was going to cost us 5 years. But now it's over. It's time. I mean, we swung and missed on Pickett,
Princessasaurus
but
party.
we had to do it.
Get everything for every party.
There was no way they couldn't draft Pickett.
Yeah, all right, I cried.
There was no way. You could not pass. I mean,
you cried more with James Conner.
No, I cried more with Pickett, bro. I really cried. Like it was bad.
You kept saying James Conner's a bomb.
No, I said he was a pity pick.
Yeah.
But he was nothing like Pickett.
But you couldn't.
Pickett hurt my heart, bro.
But you couldn't pass on.
I was
Pickett.
so mad.
You couldn't pass on the kid in your home. The franchise, if he would have been successful somewhere else, that franchise would have never.
Yeah, but it's a butt.
And it could have been worse. They could
It
have
was
picked.
butt.
They could have picked Malik. So it could have been worse.
And been happy for Dave Collins.
For Joe Carson?
No, Dave harped about assassin.
Harped about who?
He kept saying that we did Malik. He swears that the Steelers are racist, just like every other team in the NFL. I thought they were a little different.
How can you be that when you get when you made up the Rooney Rule?
tried to explain to him.
But it is what it is.
Take it away.
Rich, the Bengals picked this game at 17, which brings we'll see what they do, but which brings us to number 18, Seattle. My understanding is the Seahawks are interested in getting out of this pick, certainly open to trading back.
That's what I'm saying.
Sanders, a very positive visit. They are right there. So this could be the window. If you have some teams, maybe the Giants, maybe a quarterback needing team. We don't know.
As long as he don't pick up the phone, y'all, he's good. Oh, no, they ain't pick him because he's already been moving around. He's been moving around already.
Yeah, but there's no one directly behind us that wants a quarterback either. So
Well, he
I don't
said-
see what trading back. What team would trade back to jump in front of them? It's not going to be Philly. It's not going to be KC. It's not going to be Buffalo.
He said trade back to Cleveland.
Yeah, but what's Cleveland going to give them? Next year's first round draft picks? They don't have another first round.
If you wanted to go all the way out for a team like the Giants coming up, I just thought that could make a lot of sense for both parties.
I think that there's a lot of starters on day 2.
Go pick. Go pick. Go pick.
In round 2 and in round 3. So stockpiling in those rounds is not a bad idea, I don't think.
And the reason why Seattle has
And the Steelers really don't have anything to give up. I mean, we got 2 nice tick-for-y picks for next year. So they got, what, 2/3, 2/4?
When you send me this picture, but here's the 17th overall pick.
Today? Yeah. When you called. Huh? I didn't send you a picture.
Waiting for Sweet Carolina finally peter out. Karaoke that's broken out here.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't send you a picture from my other file.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Shamar Stewart.
Oh, that scared me.
Don't use the double S words. Okay, Shamar Stewart, edge rusher from Texas A&M.
You think about Alabama coming in to try to fix this defense.
He's blazing 5.9, 5.59, 40.
The offense is in great shape. They took care of re-signing those guys. We'll see what happens with Trey Hendrickson, but you got a little insurance here or a playing partner here.
Or other DN.
The edge. Rashawn Gary is the comparison. This is a classic traits disruption versus production because he has got elite height, weight, speed, and he is very disruptive. You see him on the backside.
He is like, come here, like this.
He can convert that speed to power.
Well, I like our edge rushers.
They didn't come 4.5.
Well, I love our edge rusher.
Over these 3 years.
But again,
Cam is
I love
long.
about him those traits first of all, but then the effort, man, he plays with
Cam is long. That's what you got to play.
Someone who is very beloved in that
I'm just mad, bro. We're losing all these. So,
And you need true DN. You need big boys. Because you only got
but I mean, this is cool.
And let's face it, with Cincinnati, with Burrow and that offense,
playing
you
great.
have to be a top 10 defense.
They asked who you want to play.
Average again. And by the way, that's when they were going to conference title games, going to Super Bowl. They weren't a dominant defense. They were good. And they
They
get back to
Velcroed
that. Shamar Stewart can help them. Joe Burrow will take them the rest of the way.
I'm telling you guys, they got somebody's grandma back there selling that.
The defensive line. In our game, in the college game, that ball is out. You know, all of these RPOs.
So next one, back to Seattle.
Game than the pocket passing game in the National Football League. That's why.
Yep, we got Seattle, Tampa Bay, Denver, and then Pittsburgh.
College production. Not only get selected high, but then produce in the NFL. That way is a
We got Bo Nix in Denver.
double-digit sack guys that have turned it on in their.
Bro, what if Seattle took him because they got Hunter? Hey, bro, I never thought about that. No, Seattle straight. That would be a waste. Because they got a quarterback I'll take all day. Did I want it? I wanted him a long time ago.
When did hockey start in the season?
This century. Number 2 are named
68.
Von Miller and Miles Garrett.
Ironically, the guy picked right
Huh?
away, Walter Nolan was his teammate
What?
before he transferred from Texas
Hills?
A&M.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Probably.
He's going to Cincinnati.
90, yeah, right. Have my people play hockey.
I remember us having a hockey team.
You know that, dude. Brian Warren, he was a center.
Anybody who already made the
Probably don't remember
Tom Boyd.
Monroeville Mall having a skating rink.
Right?
Ice skating.
They just need to get themselves
yourself back to average. If you get back to average, that's
Zombies remember it.
Yeah, Brian Warren played. Look, he played against Central, and guess who was playing? JJ. Back when I went to school.
College, developing these young guys is going to be a
JJ, yeah, he was only black
on the clock.
to play.
They wanted to trade out.
Hockey on Central.
Their pick is in. We're going to
All right, so is this the year that Tomlin is going to finally have a losing season?
We'll
They
know in
pick
5
it every
minutes.
year. They pick it every year that he's going to
We'll
have.
know
a
in 5 minutes.
That doesn't matter. I don't think he'll have a losing season with Mason Rudolph.
Yeah, right. I would definitely put money on that.
He did it already. He did it with Rudolph and Duck.
Rudolph ain't never started.
Rudolph
Rudolph have never been our starting quarterback at the beginning of the season.
No, Ben wasn't.
Right.
His elbow.
Right. For 4 games. Six
Two games.
Oh.
It was 2 games.
No, Duck Hard just started.
The last 4.
Yeah.
And then Rudolph came back in and then got hurt.
Yeah.
So I mean, he had the misfortune.
I'm just saying, though, he's not a starting quarterback, bro.
I don't think it's not.
He's 30 years old.
It's not in his DNA to have a losing season. He's going to piecemeal something together, and that is our problem. The problem is we're picking 21, 22, 23 every year.
I get that.
And you get a mediocre
But guess
pick
who else
every
is doing
year.
that? Guess who else used to do that all the time? New England.
Where's New England at now? They're 4-12.
Right now?
Yeah. Well,
I'm
exactly.
talking. You're saying this happened, but I'm gonna bring this up. I'm gonna bring it up when New England was picking number 30 and 29,
But they worked heavy in the something that we didn't do. But they did it heavy in the free agency.
But no ifs and buts. You want to ask the question.
And again,
and that's who that did.
And again, other than New England, who had Tom Brady, what has New England done since Tom Brady? Nothing.
Kansas City.
Kansas City was also a doormat in their division
But you're
for
saying,
years.
okay, but we're answering your question.
What? No, you're not. My question is that when you continue to pick 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, you become mediocre because you don't go into the top 10.
So when did they become mediocre? They didn't become mediocre.
For the last 5-6 years.
Who?
The Steelers.
No, I'm not talking about the Steelers.
You're talking about New England.
Yeah.
New England is not
But
mediocre. They're bottom of their basement.
Right
dwellers.
now. At that time.
The problem with the Steelers is we just have never been basement
For 15
dwellers.
years.
No,
15
Brady,
years.
they happen to have to go. If we would have had Brady instead of Ben,
I'm just saying,
it would have been
answering your
completely opposite.
And you're saying ifs and buts. But
You
for
were telling me
15 years,
for 15 years.
15 years, they were picking 30th, 29th. And
So
still
were
winning.
we.
And still winning.
So were we.
But you just said no teams do that. They're mediocre. They're winning Super Bowl.
But it runs out. We've been the last 6-7 years. We've been picking at the bottom. We don't have a franchise quarterback. The only thing that kept them above par for the last 6-7 years was the last 6-7 years of Brady. Our last 6-7 years of Ben didn't get us nothing.
Sure didn't. So that's what I'm saying.
That's the difference. Belichick, it wasn't nothing without Brady.
Okay, but
Tomlin still
they
wins
have-
without Ben.
I get what you're saying, but you're still killing your point. Your point was you're going to be mediocre if you're picking 30th, 20th. They weren't.
The NFL is designed that. That's why
They
you tank
weren't
for
doing that
Tua.
for 15
That's why
years.
teams lose on
They
purpose.
didn't do it for 15 years. They weren't mediocre. They were winning.
Because they had Brady.
Okay, so I'm just saying, bro. That was your point. You
My
ain't
point,
saying
if you have the
they
GOAT,
weren't mediocre.
if you have the best quarterback that's ever played the game, you might be able to be better than mediocre.
there
But
you
once
go.
they lost
There you go.
Brady,
You threw that
they
in there.
fell right off the table.
Well,
True or
okay.
false?
True, but that wasn't your point.
Okay, that is the point. Oh, really?
You said they were mediocre.
Somebody out there help me out.
You said they were mediocre. They weren't mediocre.
They were mediocre. Matter of fact, they're not mediocre. They're just downright butt.
Yeah, now.
Since Brady.
Right. But for 15 years, they weren't.
Okay, have we been butt since Ben?
Yeah.
No. When we lost?
When did we win a playoff?
Oh man,
Playoffs?
you sound like
You
AM
kidding
radio.
me? Playoffs?
You sound like AM.
Don't talk about
Hey,
playoffs.
thank you. Ben was the one Dallas clowned us earlier about the game that Ben gave to Cleveland.
Bro,
You
now-
forget that? The 5
Did you
picks?
just ask me that?
Well,
No,
yeah, I
did
know
you-
you know. Okay.
Okay, did you just ask me that?
But my point is that if we had had Brady, we wouldn't have lost to Cleveland.
On the bend though.
That's my point.
We wouldn't have lost to Jacksonville with Brady.
We wouldn't have been mediocre.
Check it out.
We wouldn't have been mediocre.
Well,
That's
yeah.
That's all I'm
Legend
saying.
wants to reunite with the team. A former Steelers quarterback reveals he wants to reunite with the club and help the scouting
Coach.
department.
Yeah, I know. Ben.
Who?
Ben.
Really? What if Ben couldn't coach?
He wants to be on the
He
scouting
had a
team.
chance to coach. Wait a minute. Is it? Do I remember the quote right? It's not my job. Is that not what he said? That's not my job to coach.
He sure did.
This would be his job.
Oh, okay. Stick with the high school, Ben.
Stick with the girls basketball team.
Huh?
The girls basketball team and the girls gymnastics.
Don't get me started.
You gotta be kidding me.
Better not be a college team.
Jeez, where did you even find this?
The pick is in.
Uh-oh.
Tampa Bay.
Wait, I think that's a no.
Grand plans need a Grand Highlander. Toyota. Let's go places.
Oh, somebody's talking here.
Today's aerial cam coverage is presented by
Bruce, what's going on?
What up, Bruce?
He didn't go yet. Hopefully, he go to Pittsburgh, bro.
Yeah, we got 2 more picks in front of. We got 1 on and 2 in front. Had a big line on defensive linemen and linebackers and tackles, which kind of left the door open for us to pick them.
Denver is 2 minutes into their pick. They're all congratulating themselves and excited about who. We will find that out in a second. Then Denver has 7 and change left. And then there is the Pittsburgh Steelers at 21 overall. Shedeur Sanders is still.
Yeah, you're gonna see a little bit of prime time on the NFL Network. I'm starting to feel it. Unless somebody jumps in front.
So, hey, look, I'm jumping out here and say they need a cornerback. I'm jumping out right here and say they need a cornerback. None has been picked.
The rejected, Dion Jr., pardon me. The rejected will be respected. Hey, listen, one more time as Shedeur is now about to.
Now I don't understand, and I don't understand why they're saying that he's rejected.
That's his dad's gonna say that.
I know he's saying that, but this is all tongue in cheek because they want him to go to the Steelers.
Right.
He said that he wanted to go to Steelers. They talked about going to Steelers, and they knew the Steelers picked 21st. So why are you upset that you're going 21st?
Because
smoke and mirrors.
There it is. But he shouldn't have said that. Just shut your mouth. And you know what
Prime time ain't shutting his mouth.
Already. Look at Prime. Well, he didn't get the call yet, so I can tell you that now.
He's like, hold on. And you know, it's kind of funny because Primetime's a Dallas Cowboy. For him to want his son to go to Pittsburgh, that's just ironic, don't you think? Because he's Mr. Dallas.
Well, let's just hope he goes to Pittsburgh.
Oh,
but he
the
didn't get picked
commission's
this time.
Here come those
They need a
Buccaneers.
cornerback in the worst way.
With the 19th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Emeka Egbuka.
Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver. So the wide receiver's off the board, which we didn't need anyway. We got 1 pick in front of us.
How about the Big Ten? Shout out to the Big Ten.
Yeah, shout out
Michigan,
Big Ten.
Ohio State, Penn State.
All right, so let's talk about it because you know Denver is not going to take a quarterback with Bo Nix. So what do you do? Who's left on the board, G?
A receiver or where?
You see it.
Give me the best of athlete available.
You see it.
Shedeur Sanders.
Highest ranked left.
You see him as a lead blocker. Just look at how physical and tough he is. I saw the Bucks live a shoot. I know
Someone that Tomlin loves.
That's one of the
Let me go out on a limb for y'all.
So see this lineage right here.
What number you got on, Tom?
You see it.
Oh, you said. You said. Hey, look, but I'm not gonna be that way. I'm not gonna. I didn't want to Vic y'all, but hey, what can I say? It's a two.
Lincoln, it's okay. Lincoln, it's okay. Sorry, but
what? I gotta fight for him later. Mike, you know I'm just messing with you, dog.
Mike's my dog.
Literally. Great hands, and he is a team leader. He's my favorite guy that I covered this year in college football.
Good hands, good hands.
Lincoln, how come every time I mention Mike Vick, you jump?
I mean, these bloodlines from this position, or Brian Hartline's the best position coach in college.
Hey, he's 1% pit bull.
Lineage right there, and he is going to go in and be successful at Tampa Bay.
What is
That's a take pancake.
Oh, wow.
I make it the big daddy. That's a take pancake.
Yeah, that's like a piece of chicken.
Oh man, I'm so excited. What do you guys want? Y'all ready for Shakir? What do you want? Are we gonna have Shador Sanders?
You seen Bruce? You seen Cuz?
Yeah, Bruce wants him.
What's that?
Who? Now, there's no way we should take all 15 minutes with this pick. They got 3.5 minutes. We're going to have a commercial break. Then the Steelers, the Chargers, and then the Packers. Now, with that being said, let's look at another scenario. Let's look at Houston, Minnesota.
That's me. That's what I eat.
And the Rams not needing a quarterback. What about trading back a couple spots and maybe picking up a draft pick or two? Well, yeah, I get that, but then I've also heard that he wasn't going to go until 29th. Who's the 29th pick? Cleveland again.
Surprise, huh? Ready to help. Serving up deals, advice, wherever you are.
Yeah, barring a trade, we're going to have our pick.
Making sure all your tech.
Greg, grab that screen, man.
If we do.
April 21st to
If we do.
Don't wait. Get started today.
We'll be on deck in 2 minutes. 22 seconds.
But I'm thinking that's why we didn't look for a quarterback. I'm thinking all the arrows are pointing toward Mambo.
You know, I just want to
we've done dumber things.
I just want to give a shout out to it being close to 80 degrees in April, and I want to give a shout out to global warming. Certain climates do benefit from it, and ours is one of them.
Yes, it did. I actually had to kick the AC on them.
Huh?
Had to put the AC
You got a whole house of solar panels.
Yeah.
What are you worried about? The
Well,
more sun, the
I had
more
to
fun.
charge the car out today. I had to put the AC on today. Charge up the lawnmower.
Well, you're General Electric.
You know what I mean?
Hey, we do that. We go green around here, just so you know. That's how we can do the podcast without the lights going on, because electricity is high as heck. It's just want y'all to know it's good hanging out with all y'all. I'm glad y'all are here. Wish you could be here with us, but if not, you're here with us anyway.
Next year we'll be all together though.
Yeah, exactly.
JJ, can you pick it? Can you prove?
Yeah, he's told me to.
Oh, what's up? What's up? Oh, okay. Tell them to hop on the podcast. We'll all be together. Because I know everybody out there. What do y'all? Hey, on the chat, let me know what you're watching. Are you watching it live? Are you watching it on ESPN? Are you watching on the Steeler Network? Are you on your radio? Are you at work? Wherever you're at, chime out. Let us know where you're at. Let's get some shout outs going on. Let's see who's out here.
The pick is in.
Okay, Denver's in. Barring a trade, let's see who they go with. Wouldn't it be shady if they was mad because of the trophy? Wouldn't that be crazy? Peyton is kind of spiteful like that.
He ain't dumb though.
Okay.
They're probably going to go to get somebody to help Knicks, man. Ooh, what if they get Knicks receiver? Dude is a beast.
A bouquet
last year. Nah, dude's receiver. It was the receiver for both Knicks last year.
We know he's now available. We do not know if the Steelers are going to pick him. My understanding is, as of yesterday, they were going back and forth. Is the value worth it? Split in the room. We will see.
That's what I was telling you, Tom.
Yeah,
That's what I was telling you, Tom.
Yeah, but who's left? Who would they take?
I know. You got all
Greg, would you see anybody you think they would take over him?
I don't.
They like Dart. I hope they don't.
I mean, no,
I hope they don't get
another quarterback.
Another quarterback. But we're talking about another position.
No, but he's right. They might pick Dart.
What's left on D-line?
They've done that before instead of getting.
They had a big run on. Is there anybody in the top
Honey
5 on the D line? They had a big run on defensive tackles.
I was going to slow about that.
What's that, Honey Badger?
The run on these D linemen that we see.
They're all gone, bro.
Yeah, they are.
One of those wishes will be coming true right now. Sam is a 17-year-old Broncos fan who has bravely battled cancer.
Mason Graham is gone. Walter Nolan is gone.
Who's the big nose tackle?
They're all gone. You got Derek Hampton. Derek Hampton didn't go from Oregon, did he?
Nope, that's the only one left.
His favorite team.
Wait a minute.
Please join me.
That's
They like him too.
Darius Alexander from Toledo.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is the Make-A-Wish guy.
And in Samar Stewart's gone.
Live it up, young man. Live it up. Live it up.
Look, I didn't wear my number 2 for no reason.
Jahdae Barron, DB, Texas.
Told you that corner, man. Yep.
Yep.
Dude is nice. I saw his. He's nice. I'll be right back.
All right, we on the clock.
Well, come on, Pittsburgh. Don't do this.
Who you want? Let's see. Hold on.
Don't get Kenny
Who
Pickett.
you want?
Don't get Kenny Pickett.
All right, Fast Lane's on Channel 4. They got some good coverage, Fast.
His ability to trust his eyes, see it, plant, and drive on the ball. Again, in the slot.
All right, we feel you. We on the clock. Let's see what they doing. Who's on Channel 4? That's Andrew Stockey, right?
This guy simply doesn't miss tackles. He is very tough and reliable. There he is against Ibuka, who we saw just go off the board.
All right, let's go. Hold on. Let me hop into the war room real quick. See what's going on. One-on-one, draft blog, Steelers on the clock.
You know, that Texas secondary was not great 2 years ago when they faced Michael Penix in the national semifinal. Penix ate him up, if you remember. He was elusive and ate up that secondary. And Jahdae Barron came back.
We are on the clock. All right. Got the war room going on.
Because of Barron in that secondary did as good a job of.
Hey, this Shaheed Barron looked pretty good.
He wasn't even the top 5 corners.
He wasn't the top 5.
They just got better with Jahdae Barron.
I don't like Sean Payton, but he knows what he's doing, so I can't doubt him. But the Steelers is on the clock.
This is where size matters. You're getting a much bigger, stronger, more physical guy that he can blitz now.
When they're going last year, they're showing a little bit of Troy Polamalu. I tell you what, we needed him. All right, Steelers fans is hype.
Los Angeles Chargers are going to run it. Jahdae Barron can handle both of them. All right, Mike Collins on the
Ah, there's my boy Ike in the back.
Is he on the phone?
There's Ike in the back.
Who's he on the phone with?
That is basically the question.
I don't even see Tom.
Yeah, I was going to say, where's Mike Tom?
I didn't know.
Oh, man, he might not be going, bro. He ain't even on the phone.
He ain't talking about. Dion know where he going. Look. He's smiling
Pick is
like
in.
a Cheshire cat. Pick
Gilly,
is in.
Gilly used to big ass hats up
He
there.
said, Dion's like, yeah, we know. They got the camera ready. Hold up.
I didn't see the phone, bro.
A great moment of trepidation in Pittsburgh as we find out whether or not Shedeur
Come on, do it,
Sanders
Tom. Hey, this is Coach Tomlin. You
is
ready to be a
going to the
Pittsburgh
Pittsburgh
Steelers?
Steelers. Or will they go Jackson Dart? Will they go with...
Oh, don't throw no darts at me.
Will they move back?
Huh.
Will the trade be announced right here?
Skylar Thompson.
My granddaughter's name is Skylar. I don't want her playing quarterback. I'm just
sick
saying.
right now, guys. Come on, man. We just gotta get it.
Does that say that they feel like they know they're getting Aaron Rodgers?
Everybody's on the edge of their seats.
Yeah, I am.
Desmond Howard and them dudes from college day. Okay.
Uh-oh. Pick is in. What do we got?
If you went back and read my Kenny Pickett report, his strengths and weaknesses lined up with Shedeur's strengths and weaknesses as a player. They took one ride on
Not his hands.
in this portion.
He got little hands.
He didn't lead the league, the FBS and completion percentage neither.
All right, here we go.
The Steelers pick is in.
With the 21st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Derek Herman.
They went
defensive tackle.
They went defensive tackle. Well, he's close to 320. Disruptive, instinctive, quick hands. They must feel like they can get a quarterback later on. We'll see if they're right. I'm looking now for the Steelers to make a move and to trade up into the second round. But to announce the 2025 Pittsburgh Steelers selection in the NFL Draft, defensive tackle Derek Harmon out of Oregon. They got their plug. Hopefully, that's enough to plug up some real leaks.
Well, they gave up a ton of yards to Baltimore. They gave up a ton of yards to Philly. They gave up a ton of yards down the stretch.
It was disgusting for Steelers fans to look at the way they got pushed around.
Right up the middle.
Right up the middle. So they got a D tackle.
Now,
I'm not mad. He was one of the top tackles. I'm not mad at that. We said we wasn't going to be mad. I ain't mad.
Well, you know, it's funny.
Officially, I ain't mad.
I'm mad.
And again, hey guys, listen, guys.
It just might be a surprise. I'm looking for the move.
We don't got a second pick.
I'm looking for a move. I'm looking for some kind of move to get us into the second round.
Look, guys, I guarantee you, I remember Big Snack was not a sexy pick. When they picked Casey Hampton, it was not a sexy pick. Nobody liked it. He ended up anchoring that defense to 2 Super Bowls. So we still got some draft capital next year. I know we don't have a second round draft pick. They're saying a lot of quarterbacks are not might slide to the 3rd or 4th round. So the quarterback situation, the quarterback room might not be as bad as it looks. I have faith that they can go with Mason Rudolph, although Tony doesn't think so. They still have Aaron Rodgers in the fold. So, hey, if you're not getting run on, it don't matter how good your quarterback is. If they're going to just run up the middle on you like they did, then you're not going to go nowhere anywhere. We've seen that towards the end of the season, that our defense was getting trashed. We couldn't hold the line. That'll allow what's the defensive guy that we have that's so promising? That allows him to move off of that nose guard. Speaking of replacing, no. What's the name of not Leal?
You ain't talking about
weekend celebration that includes a visit from the
he said you ain't talking about him.
No, I'm talking about the Dent. Keanu Denton. That lets him move to the outside. Benton. That lets Benton move to the outside, and you put a nose tackle in the middle. Keep in mind, we don't have number 99. We don't have him no more, right?
Fire Tomlin, guys. Fire Tomlin. I'm done.
Hey, you know what? Tomlin might not have the pull that everybody says he has, because from listening to the radio shows that his man was Sanders, that he gets what he wants and he makes all the calls. So if that was true, then he didn't pick
that's
him.
just a radio show. We don't know the real deal.
Right. Well, they know no more than we know.
Right.
And I don't even play. I don't even play Scout on TV. So, but what do you guys think? What do you think about the Thompson? We got and then dudes from College Green Bay. I'm trying to see what Fast Lane's saying over there. Okay. You guys like him? I mean, he's the plug. He's going to make sure we don't get pushed around up the middle. The Steelers needed that.
But don't have a quarterback. We got a second string quarterback.
Could you hear Vince Lombardi right now? What in the hell is going on out there?
That's right. Exactly. Vince Lombardi saying, what the hell's going on out there? Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Cleveland.
I don't know. But Charger faithful getting ready to hear all this. And
Yeah, I knew when he wasn't on the phone, we weren't picking him up.
Well, let's go to the film. So let's go to the film.
He's good. I ain't gonna front, but we need it.
What was he rated defensive line?
5th.
So here we go. Here's the Chargers with their pick. A lot of value available, DJ. When you look at your top players available, and there's a ton of players.
I'm sick, guys.
At top 20 grades on them.
We'll be another mediocre team.
Ortiz and Jim Harbaugh to choose from.
Yeah, I had him taking Travion Henderson in the mock draft, even though they brought in Najee Harris. Thought it'd be a nice compliment, kind of a thunder lightning thing there for the Chargers. But you look at some of these other guys that are available. Matthew Golden, some real speed on the outside at receiver. But the other one I'm staring at, you think that Jesse Minter and company are familiar with Will Johnson, who has kind of slid down? And it's proof of concept. They've seen him in their defense.
If there's one team that would get over an injury concern because they've been with him and they've seen him, and he's been productive for them, it would be Jesse Minter and Jim Harbaugh with Will Johnson. They recruited him. They played him. They saw his best football a couple of years
I wish I could bring you guys up on the big screen. But here it is in the middle. Disruptive. Hard to move off the line of scrimmage. Good penetration. Penetration up the middle is important. Especially when you're in the division that runs with Chubb, Henry.
That is why he has fallen. Not as much the speed thing, more the concerns about his knee.
Well, coming off of the national championship season, folks were talking about a top 5 pick for Will Johnson.
Well, if he was healthy, he would have been. Right. Would you agree with that? Been up there.
Well, I mean, to me, the speed was going to be the question. So, with scheme-wise, the man-heavy teams, okay, maybe he's not a fit for us. The Chargers, when it came to man percentage,
worldwide movement, peace, love, respect, finally got the draft dish. Hey, man, I'm not mad. I'm not mad.
Not mad. Just checking out some of his film. He's the best, definitely disruptive. He definitely holds the middle. He holds ground, and that's what I'm seeing in the film. He's holding ground, and that's one of the things that happened down the stretch when we got the teams that ran with a lot of power. And he's kind of explosive for a big guy.
I'm seeing that. Out of the backfield, but that speed can come on the outside of the scene. Remember, they lost Josh Palmer, big target.
He doesn't seem to get moved off the ball. And this is against Ohio State.
So the speed makes sense that DJ is talking about.
He's got a good quick
Looks like
move.
They know Earl Johnson, they know people, but it's not just Michigan guys. It's all the people that they coached on the staff, guys who know players.
He gets off his blocks well.
He took the ball.
I don't know.
Okay, this might be a playmaker.
Hammond. I don't know.
We might got a playmaker on the line.
Because we really haven't had nobody in the middle since Jay Wobble. So, and of course now he's with the Eagles. And you see what the Eagles defensive line did to us.
I think he left the Eagles.
He did leave the Eagles.
Hey, this wide receiver. I mean, that 40 was incredible. By 3 top offensive players, skill guys. You've got Omarion Hampton, the running back. You've got Matthew Golden, the wide receiver. And then you look at the tight end is Mason Taylor from LSU.
So he could go Jason Taylor's son. He can go also defensive.
What I'm noticing about him on the film is whether or not he makes the tackle, he is taking his guy and pushing him 2 to 3 yards into the backfield every play. Even if it's a different direction, even if it's a pass play, even if it's a pitch. His man that is blocking him is backing up in the backfield. And that's what they need in the middle of the defensive line.
I don't know if y'all have caught up with the chat or not, but we got English once again coming in saying our division demands us to have a quarterback. True that. So I'm looking personally for the Steelers to make a day 2 move and to get into the second round and to go aggressively after either Sanders or Dart. Or maybe Shug out of Louisville.
What's the quarterback's name that they say is probably the most prolific runner that they've ever seen?
So no. That's
starts with him.
That's Milrow. That's Milrow. He's ridiculous. If they got Milrow,
but he's a project.
But again, if they really feel solid about Aaron Rodgers coming in, to have him learning for a year or 2 under Rodgers, that's an exciting prospect.
Okay. And maybe Rodgers will say something now that they didn't pick somebody who's not a project.
Hampton, running back.
I don't think that's what he was waiting for. He's got some personal stuff.
Putting on the powder blue.
He was my top available offensive player.
Yeah, personally, he didn't want to have the battle.
No, he got some stuff wrong with his family.
He is a big, physical, punishing runner. A lot of times
He also said he played for just $10 million. It's not the money.
That was dope too.
So you're telling this is just like killing your Menage.
Down after down. He was involved in productive.
I seen a holder.
They've got 2 backs now.
I could be wrong.
Yeah.
He's just got a lot more
nice hold
than Najee Harris does. But Jim Harbaugh's always going to want to pound the rock guys, and now he's got a stable of backs, and they are big punishing runners.
Najee might going to be like dude, be the third running back.
I tell you what.
The one
they
thing
ain't playing about running the ball up there in Charger land.
No, and I tell you one thing. I guarantee you that Najee will dress. I guarantee you Najee will dress because he's never in the durability is not Najee's problem.
It's not going to be durability. He's faster than Najee last year.
I guarantee you Najee will see the field. You're not suggesting.
No, I'm saying he won't. You can't. That's my only knock with Warren. And my only knock with Warren is that he's injured often. That is my only knock with Warren.
He's not a
every down back.
Plus carry back every down back. Yeah.
I love Warren when he's in. I love him as a change of pace, but he's not durable.
Should have started. 50-50 carrying the ball.
Last time there was a draft.
But and you've seen that because he's gone, because Najee's gone.
Okay, and hopefully, and hopefully, because now he is our bell cow.
No, they're
hopefully he'll be able to start the
He ain't gonna be a bell cow. They're gonna get
You'll see. They're gonna pick somebody up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even if they
go,
I worry about getting out. I worry about starting the season. I worry about him getting through training camp. Okay.
Bro,
When?
he made it through training camp all the time, except for last year.
He's only been there 2 years.
Exactly. So what are you saying?
I'm saying, but he's still
1 year.
Okay, all right.
Bro, your argument is crazy. 1 year.
I like Jalen Warren. I love Jalen Warren. I think he's a very dynamic back, but you have to stay healthy.
I guess the Steelers did too.
You know who one of my favorite backs of Steelers all time was? Fuamala.
But he's not that.
But he was never available.
He's better than Fu.
Fu was nice. Fu was nice, but he was healthy. Fu was nice.
But he was never healthy.
That scares me.
Yeah, but Jalen was. And when he gets the ball, dramatic things happen, bro.
And the German Packer is here. I know you were asking.
And that's why I still get rid of him. Because they do.
Well, we're gonna see what Najee got left in the tank this year. I think he might mess around and pull out a decent season.
Yeah, because they drafted Jalen Warren.
Regardless.
Huh?
Because they drafted Lightning.
Who did?
The Chargers.
Yeah.
They drafted the Lightning. Najee's not Lightning.
I know. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
And we didn't use them as the hammer that we should have used them because our offensive line was getting hammered.
He won't start for the Chargers. I guarantee you.
Not with a back like they drafted.
I'm not quite. Man, it seems like you know slow on Najee. Been kind of washed up and really not.
I didn't say he's washed up.
Or that he was never.
I'd say he's a 50-50 running back.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't a breakaway touchdown type dude.
No, not with the kind of offensive line he played behind.
Najee would take over the game, dominate the other team. I watched Najee Harris punish teams.
That's the difference in the kind of running back.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But that doesn't mean or necessarily put limitations on what Najee can do behind the good offensive line. See what I'm saying?
When the safety is the first guy hit.
Listen, just because Warren's ability afforded him the ability to get more out of that kind of offensive line that wasn't consistently opening up holes, that consistently had somebody in the backfield, doesn't mean that Najee won't flourish behind an offensive line that does open up holes,
that allows him to get started.
And that does not have a bunch of defenders in the backfield before he gets downhill.
He would get started and go downhill and get tackled.
By how many? By 6 or 7 people?
When did he ever break away and get a touchdown, bro?
No, bro.
He's not a breakaway runner. How many angry runs have he had?
When?
Last year he did that.
Touchdowns did he have?
He didn't have many because of what I just told you.
Bro, he got out there and didn't score.
Bro, he did.
He would get a pitch out and have to.
Undeniable. How many times did you see Najee Harris get handed the ball and also see in the same picture frame defenders?
All the time, bro.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. He's not the kind of back that can deal with that and still get progressive yards. Warren is better at that. That's what I'm saying.
Let me put it to you like this.
I didn't see that.
Do you think? Let me ask you a question. Do you think that he would not have in any of the 4 teams that we played down the stretch? Baltimore, Philly. If Najee Harris runs running behind that offensive line versus our defensive line, you don't think that he would have had 150 yards in each of those games? Easily. I could see Beanie Bishop being carried by Najee Harris halfway down the field.
I'm sorry, I have to disagree with that.
I don't.
No. I'm talking about
the numbers. The numbers don't lie, bro.
That he wouldn't have flourished behind
Najee
Harris would flourish, in my opinion, behind a deep offensive line that can open up holes and that doesn't consistently give defenders.
Look at the yards per carry.
You can't, because he consistently had defenders in the backfield.
It was the same reason you can't rate.
You can't even rate him.
This is why I agree with you 100%.
Let me just hear you. But Warren could, though, right?
What?
No.
Break away from that.
Yes, he's a different kind of a runner.
I know he is.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But I think he's a better runner.
I disagree.
Okay. Well, he's not on the team.
But he can't run the ball 20 times.
But he's not on the team.
But he can't run the ball 20 times. Warren would not
I'm not
last.
asking him to run the ball 20 times.
I'm not comparing
You can do a
apples
Nick
to
Chubb.
oranges myself.
You can do a Cleveland.
I'm saying he's a different kind
As
of a
the
runner.
change of pace, he's just like Pegram was not a bell cow. You can't. You
But I'm saying he should have started. He should have started.
Yes.
He should have started because you can't throw it to Najee out the backfield.
If he should have started, the reason why he should have started is because of the kind of offensive line they had.
Okay.
That's why he should have started.
He should have started.
But what I'm telling you is, if you put Najee Harris behind an offensive line
that allows him to get to the second level,
that can consistently open up holes
we don't know.
and consistently does
You
not
gonna see it with the
and
Chargers.
consistently does not allow defensive players in the backfield when he's getting the handoff, then you'll see a completely different Najee Harris. That's what I'm saying.
We'll see next year.
Yeah, because the Chargers definitely give you that.
If he started. Well, he ain't started.
Whenever we play, I bet you see a much more productive Najee Harris behind their line than I.
You know what? You might not see more yards, but I bet you see more yards per carry.
I say more productive. That's what I say.
Production was not his problem.
Yes, it was.
Which year
That
did
was
he
exactly
get
the
1,000
problem.
years?
That's not production, Tom.
It's not production.
Not this year.
Because
Not
if you give it to him 100 times.
The same reason that
If you
his
give it to him
numbers
100
were low
times.
is the same reason that you said we couldn't develop a quarterback. It's
Look,
the same
I'm not
thing.
disagreeing with that, Tom, but I'm just trying to tell you that 1,000 yards is not considered extremely productive
Because you're giving it
by
to him
running
50
back
times a
in
game.
the NFL.
Because you're giving them
We
50
play
times a
17
game.
games.
Yeah.
It's not that.
And you're giving them 50 times a game.
Right.
And then you're only getting
That's why they
1,000
still let go of a 1,000-yard runner who got consistently 1,000 yards.
But
and
running
is
the
the
ball
only
30 times a game.
right. So production
For his first 5 years, he got 1,000 yards every year. You can't just poo-poo on that.
Yes, you can. If you're
Okay,
giving the
today's
ball,
NFL
Then why hasn't anybody else done it?
because they're not giving the ball 100 times a game.
Each of these teams are getting that
Y'all
out
not
of
getting
different backs.
Y'all not getting
Out
the
of
real
different
deal.
backs.
Okay,
They're not getting the real
give you-
deal.
Okay.
Because they're not giving the ball to somebody 35 times a game.
Your best ability is availability. I hate to bring
He
out a
doesn't have to
common
get the ball 35 times a
To
game.
get 100 yards, yes, you do.
He
For
does
him.
not. No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
Not if he's running behind. Let me ask
Yeah,
you
we're
this,
talking
Tom.
about now.
Hold up, Tom.
We're talking about then. We're talking
We
about.
didn't have that
When
many
did you see it
offensive
happen?
plays.
When did you see it happen?
I saw it happen a couple whenever the offensive line blocked him.
Okay, when did you see
When
it?
he averaged, when his yards per carry was over
How many
400.
games? How many games did he get over 100 yards?
As many games as they had a decent offensive line play.
How many games? This is 17
You keep
games.
trying to separate the two, and I can't. I can't separate.
Are
the
you
two.
talking just last year or the career? Because
I can't
when
separate.
Najee Harris is
How
at
many
his
games
best.
did you see?
Wait,
him have
no, wait a minute, wait.
line play?
When Najee Harris was at his best.
You keep talking about.
No,
I
no,
can't
no,
separate the
no.
two, bro.
Wait a minute. No,
Yes,
time
You're
out.
talking about a running
Time
back.
out. Time out.
Okay,
Wait a
so-
minute. Time out.
You're talking
The
about a
last-
running back.
Okay, so Ward did.
Wait a minute.
but-
Let's
but
look at his
he's
career.
running-
Wait a minute.
Who knows
A
what
different guy.
Let's look at his career as a whole.
Okay, bro.
Let's look at his career as a whole for 1 second. Najee Harris has always been a second half running back, to where he started out slow, but when you got into November and December, he started stacking 100-yard games.
No,
Except for last year. Check the stats.
He
I
hasn't
know I'm
always
right.
been that. He was that under the Steelers because they had a suck-ass offensive line. When he was in college, he wasn't
Okay,
just
but
a
we're not-
second half
we can't
running
go
back.
out.
But we're just talking
Well, we
Steelers.
can because
Yeah.
that
We're
was the
talking
last
about
time.
his Steelers
we,
career.
Hold up.
We're talking about
And
NFL.
because
It's a whole
that was the
different league.
last time we saw him behind a
But
competent
that's the
line.
No,
But
the year,
That's my point.
his line 2 years ago,
So
his
the Roll
line
Carter,
came
we can't
together
go
when
by
they
that. We're
weren't
talking
injured
about-
all year.
For a second, Tom.
Look at his
Over the
Najee
past
Harris's stats.
3 years.
His
How
second
long
half
have
is
you had-
always better than his first half.
Okay.
Except for last year. The reason why it wasn't the same last year is because last year he ran into superior defensive lines that dominated our offensive line down the stretch.
What does that
career
speak to?
games did
The offensive line.
That's what
Well,
I keep
we
saying.
both agree with
All
that.
right, but I'm saying Najee Harris put behind an offensive line that can consistently open
Oh,
doors
yeah.
and doesn't consistently have defenders in the backfield will be much better.
Listen to this.
Just like
Three rookies hitting the rookie wall will do it to
How
you
many
every
years did
time.
Najee play?
5.
Okay.
Guess how many 100-yard games he had?
How many?
All the whole career.
That don't matter to me.
Take a guess.
Just tell us, Tone.
9.
Why?
9.
Why?
It don't matter why.
It does matter why. That's all that matters. What do you mean? How can it not matter why?
Because look at Barry Sanders. He ain't never had line.
You're comparing Barry Sanders and Najee Harris,
Which is not the comparison.
Look at the bus.
Huh?
When the line.
I bet you the bus.
How many
yard
lines did you hand the ball to bus with defenders in the backfield?
I understand that, bro.
Well, you can't just act like it don't mean nothing.
But I'm just saying, but why keep him if he's not? If
I didn't say keep him. What I said was he has not been afforded the ability to show the best of what Najee Harris could be because he's consistently been behind an offensive line that yields defenders in the backfield and does not consistently open up holes.
Okay.
So given that, I can't say that he's anything different than what I saw him in college behind a competent offensive line.
And wait a minute.
No, I can't because I haven't seen him behind a competent NFL offensive
And
line.
there's a difference between not keeping
I have
somebody.
not. When have you? Let me ask you a question.
Apples and oranges.
When have you
College
seen
and
Najee
football.
Harris behind a competent NFL offensive line? You haven't, right?
No.
That's my point. I'm done.
But you can't compare college to
I
that.
just made my point.
That's not what that got to do with anything.
I've seen
It got to do with everything. I said NFL line. You said never. So we're done.
But what
That's
you're trying
it.
to say, but he still only got 900-yard games in his career.
Never behind a competent offensive
Okay.
line.
Okay.
How many
100
yards did Jalen Warren have?
Don't
How
run
many
well
100-yard games? Wait a minute. How many
Cleveland always had
100-yard games has Warren had?
In 2 years?
Yep.
He didn't start. He's only carrying the ball 5 times a game. You got to give him the ball to run. So, hey, bro, sometimes he didn't even carry the ball 2 times a game.
He's nursing an injury.
I'm just saying. Period. If he had as many carries as Najee,
No. If he ran,
it would be more.
Maybe if he had a decent offensive line to run behind it,
But he didn't get to carry the ball.
You're missing the point,
His
Tom.
carries-
If he carried the
Bro,
ball
let
as
me tell
many
you something.
times,
Listen.
he could.
No,
Number
no,
one,
no.
he couldn't
Statistically,
carry the
listen.
ball as many times as Najee Harris.
Statistically,
Number two,
listen.
if he would have gotten the same calls that when he did start,
you ain't gonna convince me that either one of them backs wouldn't have done way better behind a much better.
I'm not
offensive
saying
line.
that. I'm
So
not
that's
saying
my
that.
point.
But I'm saying Warren did better.
Fine, Tom, but
That's all.
not-
That's the only thing I'm saying.
That's
That's
the
all
business
I'm
history.
saying.
And you. Well,
That's
let's
all
talk
I'm
about
saying
something else. Who,
that
with all the carries Najee had and all the carries that Warren had, who fumbled the most?
He fumbled the most. Warren did.
With just 5 carries, he fumbled more than Najee?
Yeah.
You don't see that to be a problem?
No, I don't see that to be a problem.
Oh, okay.
Because when he got the ball, he was very productive. Bro.
I see this indicative of he's not the kind of back. that
They're
you
not.
get
They're two
20
different backs.
to 25 carries.
Never said he was, bro.
Okay.
Then
I
he
never
can't
seen
start.
Yes, he
So then
can.
what are we arguing about?
See, you're wrong about that. He can start.
What do you mean?
And then
So you mean just for the glory of saying
No.
having your name announced?
Huh?
You're not
No.
talking about who's
His throw
carrying
defense
the.
is off.
That's an offensive. That's an offensive.
Well,
That's your offense.
Right.
I mean, and what I'm saying
Right.
is that I'm not going to say that's just not my offense. My offense is to establish the line of scrimmage.
But
first.
you're ready to give a guy.
Your offense
here's
is to show
what your
your
thing
flash
is.
first.
Here's
That's
your thing.
not what I do.
Here's your thing
I
is.
want to establish the line and then show my flash.
You think it's good.
You want to show your
Here-
flash
here's-
and then establish the
I'll
line.
let you finish your point. Go ahead.
I mean, it's a different offensive philosophy.
Okay, can I say my point now?
Yeah.
So if you give the ball to Najee 35 times a game, you should get 100 yards a game.
On a confident offensive line, yes.
Or if you give Najee the ball 15 to 20 times behind a competent offensive line that opens holes and doesn't consistently have defenders in the backfield when the handoff is occurring, I think you'll also get a lot
See,
out of Najee.
you guys are whole. I wish I could just show you the whole film on Najee where he don't hit the hole quick enough.
Here's a stat.
Bro, you
want to put
a competent offensive
show
line.
me.
No,
I want you
there
to
was
show
holes
me.
there.
I want
there
you
was
to
holes
show.
there sometimes.
I want you to
don't
show
tell
me.
me there wasn't no holes.
I
there
want you to
sometimes.
show me.
And he went. The
I
holes
want
were
you to
closed up
show
because
me.
he's not fast enough to get there.
Bro, if you check, you'll see our offense.
I watched the game, bro.
Our offense, so you don't see that our offensive line has been the bottom consistently at the bottom of the league in holding their blocks. You don't see that?
No. I don't see that at all.
Okay. Sure.
I don't see that at all. Not at all.
Then you see a much better offensive line.
You know why?
So y'all saying this?
I'm saying the offensive line.
So you're saying this?
Wow.
Why?
When in Ben's last 2 years,
if
in Ben's last 2 years, let me give you an idea. In Ben's last 2 years, a quarterback,
man,
he led. Listen, because this is important. He led the league in how fast he got rid of the ball.
I know.
You know why he had to get rid of the ball that fast?
Because he had no line.
That's the same offensive line that was blocking for Najee Harris.
I know.
Wrong or right?
I know.
Okay. Now, with that being said, once teams, remember we were 11-0 until teams figured out one thing, that we had to throw the ball within the first 15 yards because the offensive line couldn't hold, so they cramped down. We didn't win another game. You remember that?
Yeah.
That was all offensive line. That was all offensive line. We also couldn't run.
But we also had a running back that did better than Najee.
Buzz.
Who?
Buzz.
Warren.
Realize you need help with all that buzz.
He did better when he came in.
Good.
I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, and here's his ribbon for that. But that doesn't mean.
All I'm saying, bro. We
That's
do need
not all
offensive
I'm
line.
saying, because you also said that Najee would not produce behind.
I never said that.
You said
I picked Najee to be on the team squad.
so. Then you think that Najee behind a competent offensive line
Would be good. Yes.
Okay. Well,
I never said that. I'm the one who picked Najee to be first, and everybody got on me. Why you want a running back to be first?
well, then,
So I watched
so
them
then
in
we're all
college. I
having
watched
a
college ball.
discussion for the fact.
But here's what I'm trying to say. I just said
We're having a mood discussion.
Warren is better to me. That's the only thing I'm saying.
That's fine.
With the Steelers, with the way the Steelers
You
play.
have to be able
But
to.
I just say
You
that
can't
big part
give the
is
ball
way
to
that they
Warren
play.
20 times for 3 games in a row.
Who told you we got to give it to Warren 20 times in a row?
Okay.
I never said that. What did I tell you? What do I always tell you? 50-50. Did I say that? Huh? Did I say that?
I want you to,
No.
I
Did
want
I
you
say
to tell
it?
me the percentage of time that Najee Harris carried the ball 25 times and didn't get 100 yards.
And a 3rd round pick next year to trade up.
There's probably a lot of games because
No,
the whole time he was here and he
because
got.
if you give that man the ball 25 times,
No.
that means he's running.
You know what? We can put $5 on that one right now.
Bet.
Check it out. We can definitely put that on the thing right now.
Wait, they just showed Shakira. Hold on. We lost the draft a little bit.
He's in.
But this could be it. This could be starting right now.
I thought they might be worried about Pittsburgh. It's a poker game, right?
I didn't see that the Giants did that. Steelers fans, the New York Giants have traded back up into the first round at pick number 25, and it is completely possible and almost likely that they're getting a quarterback, and that might be Shador Sanders.
That's all I'm saying.
Much to the chagrin
you think about it, the Giants
of some of our Steelers fans. All of us.
Does anybody out here get that? Our division demands us to have a quarterback.
This is why the Steelers got to be aggressive.
Where does Sanders go? I don't think he went yet. He might be going now, Bruce. Yeah.
Yeah, he been on, bro.
Yeah, you know what, Fast? I agree with you. We do need to have a quarterback, but I'm telling you, I don't have a lot of faith that I'm not saying that Mason Rudolph is a franchise quarterback, but I think when you have, if they keep the wide receivers they have and they keep the targets that they have, that he's serviceable. If we do, we solidified the defense a little bit. One of our biggest problems was up the middle. I like to see him solve the two up the middle problems. We had an up the middle problem on defense, and we had up the middle problems on offense as well. It looks like we addressed the defense. Hold on, here's the picks in.
Shedeur Sanders.
With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart.
They took Jackson Dart over Secure.
Over Secure. Yo,
Shedeur,
let me tell you something.
Shedeur.
To me, this disappointing.
Well, they got to get aggressive right now.
On Najee. His longest rush is 37 in his career, is 37 yards.
Who?
Najee Harris.
Okay. He's a punisher. You know how many angry runs he has? That's the type of runner he has.
Is that a little disappointing?
Yeah, it tells me that we have never had, first of all, I never said Najee was
I'm talking about 25 carries.
Right. No, he's not. But Andy had some.
He said, yo, look, Jim Harbaugh's longest run was 40. They're comparing to Jim Harbaugh. Come on, man, that hurts so hard. Jim Harbaugh's longest 41.
When the offensive line is allowing Najee Harris to control the game, 25 carries.
So they never block for him?
When the offensive line allows it, when the offensive line, you can't give your running back 25 carries.
Comparatively to the rest of the league, bro, we have consistently. I can't. There's been so many times I've been at the crib, like, why in the hell?
I get that, bro.
We got defense, and then I look at other teams, and I'm like,
But didn't you ever say, why in the hell is he running that hole? About Najee?
I would say no. I would say
you never said that before.
Hold on. This is what I would say. Why are they running this dude outside of the tackle?
No, I know that too.
That's what I find myself saying a lot.
So you're saying his vision is the shit?
No, I'm not saying that he was just incredible person, not like that.
No, only thing I'm sure.
I don't feel like it.
I'm sure you said before, like, why did he pick his home?
Okay, I can't say I never answered. Let me not be.
And Greg like Najee too, but he said, why this motherfucker pick this hole?
But
they got a pretty nice quarterback room now.
I can say that about any running back, including Warren. There have been times I've been looking at Warren taking the hands off, and I'm like, dang, with his building, if he just went around this way instead of that way, he would have did something. But what I'm telling you is, first of all, what we better recognize is we like Shedeur so much, he's still out there. So now is the time for the Steelers to get aggressive.
Yeah, because we don't have no second round.
Well, what?
They don't got no second round pick. They got to make a move.
Well, what?
Package whatever you can package. Whatever they was going to use before, because they wasn't going to use the first round pick.
Right.
So whatever they was going to use,
they got to use.
They got to use it now.
They got to use Pickens.
They
got to use Pickens.
That's their, what else?
What?
They have?
I'm just saying.
Oh
What?
yeah.
I've heard that. I've heard what.
But see, here's the problem. What would be deserving of the next 3 picks?
I know they don't.
No. But what would be deserving of the next 3 picks?
Nah, he's long as a 2.
He's a first round. He gets a first round. Watt. You trade Watt, you get a first round draft choice. Period. You don't get to say that Watt is not a second day talent.
Right now,
Pickens is a second day talent.
Because his contract is up.
Watt is not a second day talent.
I love Watt. So that's my favorite player.
Me too. That's what he's
so it's tough for me to.
I would be mad if they traded Watt. If they traded Watt and didn't get a first round pick.
They're not going to.
Yeah, they're not. And they're not going to trade Pickens either.
I don't think they're going to trade anybody. I think they're going to make a move.
You know who I would trade?
And
I hate to even say this because I like him. and I don't want him to be mad at me, but I would probably trade Minka.
Nobody wants Minka right now, bro.
Minka's at the
He's at the end of his career. You're not gonna get
too much money.
I love Minka. That's one of my best players too, but he's playing. It's again, Steelers play him opposition to me too. And I'm a defensive guy.
Well, he plays out of necessity.
Oh, I thought he was going to say to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select James Pierce Jr., defensive end, Tennessee.
So the team that needed pass rush is now.
Damn, you look happy, bro. Smile, motherfucker. Damn. He looking around because he thought he was going somewhere else.
A big-time explosive athlete.
Kurt almost cried. I was on with Kurt's house when he got drafted. That nigga almost cried,
But
bro.
he ran in the 4.4s and it shows up. You see him get off the rock.
Yeah. He swore he was going to Dallas. But I was like, bro, if you go to Dallas, you're going to be sitting behind him. Bro, you'll be able to shine with the Patriots.
Want to see a little more consistency with this. The pocket collapsing power. That's
He went to the
Ended
run.
up getting the
Yeah, hell yeah.
No. They went to the AFC Championship.
I knew they spent a lot of time on him.
But he's a Hall of Famer.
Don't get me wrong. I'm happy we got DJ Metcalf, but it's kind of sad that we don't have a second round draft pick. Y'all feeling me out there?
Yeah, DK is
DK is the second round.
Yeah, I know. And it was the same thing with
He's a
Minka.
first round draft.
It was the same
You know
thing
what?
with giving up our first round for
Right.
Minka.
Right. I tell you this. More and more that Milrow thing is starting to look like it got legs.
Yeah, there's
I'll
going to
take
be.
him. But
Because Milrow will
he's not going
probably
to be there in the
still
third
be
round, bro. Late third round?
It's a good pick for them.
A lot of people look at him as like
I like him.
I like him too because what he can physically be,
This close
and
to picking
with all that talent
at number 15 overall,
compared
they have in fact
But I would like him if we picked up
trying to understand the immaturity. They
pick
talked
up,
to basically everyone he knows. They met with him and his mom yesterday.
Oh, motherfuckers, yeah. Because he would work good on
he
the
would
roster.
teach him. Yeah, Rodgers
has created Rich
I think he
James
worked good on
Pierce,
the
now Falcon. Keep up with everything.
Yeah, and then don't forget if we do something with
Oh, I know Dion's hot. Woo!
oh yeah.
And the draft's beginning.
Oh, I can
Matter of
hear
fact, we should jump in and see what their war room looks like right now. Let's take a stroll.
Can you get into
the Sanders household?
Let's take a stroll to the Sanders household there.
Yeah, I would imagine they're probably a little frustrated.
Ravens, Lions, Commanders.
Yes, the tax.
Can you do that?
There's no such thing as kind of amazing. Neither is, or it isn't.
I just think we need a quarterback, guys.
Or stay steady.
Well, we know we need a quarterback.
Amazing. You know it when you feel it.
I like Shador. There's some type of way
I
they
watched
get it.
Shador, man. I watched him, man.
It's hard to stop short of amazing.
And he didn't have a line.
No, that's another thing.
This is Roundup for Lawns. This stuff works.
But
This
when
stuff
he did have a
kills
line
weeds
at
down to
time,
the- without killing
he's
your
one of
lawn.
the dudes
This
that
stuff works
goes two
on dandelions,
progressions.
crabgrass.
He gets his
This
feet
stuff works
in
for
front
up
of
to 3
him.
months.
He
This
throws the
stuff
ball
works guaranteed for your
downfield.
money
That's
back.
why he
This
wasn't
is
throwing a lot
Roundup
of
for
picks
Lawns.
until
This stuff
he was
works.
just getting smashed.
I
from the
trusted the
offensive
digital
line. Yeah, he
line
was.
because a lot of my peers used the aligners before. Seeing results
Oh,
now,
dang,
I
he
can
goes to
honestly
the
say
room.
that I'm
They
even
out of
more
the room.
confident. Confidence is what shapes
Hey, bro,
you to
they're
be
out the
great.
room.
Invisalign, trusted by the pros.
Okay, so we're at the
Who's left to pick?
Middle Creek City. The doors open.
Oh, they all got quarterbacks.
Step by reserve community. These trips are your desk. At our week,
Starting out.
at Racing.
That's the one they probably more spoke about than anything.
Yeah, that he went before
Exclusive
them.
events in incredible restaurants. Nights at the Sapphire Lounge on the set. Heaven.
Hey man, just get a chip on your shoulders, bro. You know, really. Come in. Look what happened to
No,
Brady.
you're right. No, you're right.
Come in and like wherever I go,
I'm a shine.
Yep. And who was that just picked up Jackson Dart?
New York.
New York, the Giants. Every time I play the Giants,
Bro,
I'm going, oh.
if we go to Dallas, he can still go to Dallas. He can, bro.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, Dallas might pick him.
So check Allstate
His
first
dad?
for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Now that they made their first round pick already,
Verizon Small Business Days are back. Our experts?
Welcome in.
Closer than you think. Yeah, it's great. Nice surprise, huh? Ready to help.
So here's
Serving
what?
up deals,
What?
advice,
13?
wherever you are.
I want to do it for 320.
Even on the job.
He's a bad dude.
He'll
No,
pick up
he's
some weight.
Making
he's a
sure
bad
all your
dude.
tech
Let's take a look.
is
He'll
good to
get
go.
that strength.
April 21st to 27th. Don't wait. Get started today. The future is here. We've been creating it for more than 100 years.
But he's got to be able to play now.
Technology to the broadest, most
You know what I
reliable
mean? I remember
network
picking up
of
the
service
Gravedigger
tiers.
thinking, you know what I mean?
Always moving forward. We lead, others
Because he was a bad dude.
Every year, Rich Eisen runs the 40 to benefit St. Jude Children's.
But he
That's
wasn't
what
a
I
big
mean
snack.
about that moving people around thing too. Remember, they moved them around a lot.
I know they did. Bro, that's what I brought up to you. That's what I brought up to you. That was one of my things.
Again, when you have somebody like that and you can team them up with a Benton and free up a Benton in the middle.
Ravens pick is in. The Lions are.
But see, this is what
Ravens
I'm
need a
thinking.
linebacker. They're gonna get a
Brent would
linebacker.
This is what I'm
actually
thinking.
better on
You,
the
Ravens
we
need a
don't have
linebacker.
Ogunjobi anymore.
Nope.
So you have to slide Benton one way or the other. You have the other end, which is long in the tooth. So Benton's got to slide one of the other ways. You needed someone in the middle.
Linebacker.
Mr. DeCosta. Is that Steve Bisciotti?
Yeah, they're searching for a Ray.
The head coach on the phone. Talking to a new Raven, and everybody was sharpening Malachi Starks to this team. And he's sitting on
You know, we got another one of their linebackers.
But it makes all the sense in the world because it allows you to take a very talented player in that secondary.
We got to safety.
Get him closer to the last scrimmage.
Yeah.
He can be impactful.
And a linebacker. We got a linebacker. Yeah. Yeah. No, he wasn't a starter.
I don't see us moving in. I'm ready for another brew.
I'm done.
I'm not saying he's everything. He's not like him, but I'm saying the things he does.
I can't offer you a pina colada.
You will when we get to Orlando.
Oh man, I'm double. 2 umbrellas.
Yes.
With the 27th pick,
I can't wait to hit that spring and mess with them alligators.
You can. And I already know Cleveland coming out. Cleveland again. Oh, okay. Yeah, they got to strengthen up their defense. I thought they picked up a linebacker. But here we go, Georgia.
But again, this is the problem. This is what happens when your team sucks. You get all these picks, and eventually you should get good. When you're not, and you don't have
Like
all
Cleveland?
these picks, yeah, that's what I mean. Eventually you should get good, and the NFL is set up that way.
But they ain't been good ever.
I understand that. But could you imagine how good the Steelers would be if they were just
The
given
Steelers,
these picks?
yeah. Cleveland's been picking first and second for the last 80 years.
I understand that. That's why picking a quarterback is not a science. Because look how many teams. Matter of fact, we had Chicago's first and 5th round draft choices. And Trubisky was what? The 2nd overall? And Fields was what? The 11th overall? Not only that, but we took somebody who was the one quarterback that I thought we really had that replaced Ben died.
Not only a great player for them, but a great leader, like you mentioned. And for my money, at least, CD, when I look at what he can do, you look at the versatility throughout the secondary. Yes, he can go be on top of the Christmas tree, but you can also start moving him around because he is confident.
He got the swag. He got the swag.
Speaking of Baltimore
he got the
linebackers,
Baltimore swag.
what do you think about ours? Our Baltimore linebacker. You think he was just getting his feet wet last year, or?
I think that he needs covered up more, and he'll probably look better with
It all starts up front.
Okay, so we got Holcomb.
I think everybody looks better with the defensive line play. I was very disappointed in our defensive line last year.
Very disappointed.
Well, yeah, and that's it. Again, that's why we needed Harmon because you needed somebody to keep him off our linebackers.
And then this is what I'm talking about, TJ. Toward the end of the season, he's getting tired.
He's doing too much.
I know he is.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying he's getting older.
Yeah.
And he's getting tired. And he is doing too much. He's a beast. He's one of my favorite players.
He comes out the gate, just beast.
Highsmith's one of my
What do
favorite
you think about Highsmith playing on Watt's side and letting well, why am I drawing a blank on the other kid's name?
Yeah, he's
Plus,
a
and
Watt Jr.
And why at this stage of his career
make that change.
Make him
Well,
learn.
I mean,
because only because the other guy can. Why am I drawing? Help me with his name.
I know you're talking about, man.
Herbert, because Herbert plays that side, and you could let him start on that side.
But Herbert actually has been
As
a little
he
more,
is coming in because he's fast.
versatile. Because
Yeah,
he's
he
also
is
coming.
versatile. Yeah.
He's coming from.
He comes from.
TJ.
He's coming
Yeah, okay.
from TJ.
All
He
right,
has.
Then I
And
would
now you
probably
got
like
now
to
you
see a
stop
little
this
bit
little
more.
fast motherfucker coming around. You know what I mean? Coming around the corner.
Oh, he's
Well, you know who their fastest
can't-
linebacker is, Wilson.
Yeah, Wilson. Yeah.
He's a beast. He had a great rookie season.
Yeah, I think he hit the rookie wall as well.
Well, he's a rookie.
Slow that down.
Yeah. He'll be all right next year. He'll be all right.
That's why I'm excited about the offensive line, our center, our guard, our tackles. Remember, Troy didn't even play. Right. I mean, and that's why even if there was no changes, their offensive line should get better. They were better earlier in the season when they hit that. When they went into the gauntlet, they were spent. Not only were they undermatched, but they were spent as well. When you start playing your 13th, 14th game, you don't play that many in college. You got OTAs, you got training camp, you got preseason, you got the regular season.
But they had issues even in the earlier part of the season.
But that was learning issues.
It wasn't just
That wasn't the front four of the Phillies. That wasn't the front four of Philadelphia.
Okay, Mom.
That's an issue in December.
I still think that they suffer from continuing to put Broderick over there in the right instead of just letting him develop.
He never developed over there. I agree with you. Now, when you flip it back, because Troy handled it right off the whip, because he was a left tackle too.
Right.
So why did Troy do it? And because that was the idea. Well, you can play the right tackle and he'll play the left tackle until he got hurt.
Plus, they kept trying to go with dudes like Kevin one more year. No.
Now he's back on the left. So okay.
Dude's gone now finally.
Well, right. That's the Moore's gone. So he's back on the left. So okay. So you're saying that it's all well and good now?
Maybe. But they should have never even did that.
Injury makes you do things.
Man, I know that, Tone. But what I'm also trying to tell you is players' development the first few years in the league makes a difference.
I agree.
And
I'm not going to disagree with you.
Focus on just hammering down being a left tackle in the NFL his first 3 years.
I might not never learn how to write with my left hand. I understand what you're saying. I might not never be able to write with my left hand. So I might never be able to throw football with my left hand.
Hopefully his development hasn't been injured enough that he can't pick back up.
And with that being said, you have your center has a year of experience. He has a year in the weight room. He has a year, so he,
I believe in the center.
Yeah.
I think they
But he was still getting pushed in the backfield against Philly.
Everybody mad. He mad as hell. We ain't pick him.
Yeah, and Harmon, again, Harmon's not going to be a sexy pick.
Yeah, I'm cool.
Don't look at this man as hell.
I ain't mad. But we got
There's one person.
Now, I was looking at one thing
Like
I did
Jalen
see.
Road.
He's got a heck of a spare tire He's got a heck of a spare tire around his tummy.
Everybody's
I hope he don't big snack
Everybody's on.
himself
I'm on
out
the
of it.
fire Tomlin train now.
Oh, now it's Tomlin's pick. I thought Tomlin wanted
These is
Sanders.
black. These is niggas. I'm not.
But I thought Tomlin wanted Sanders, and if
I guess
he
he
wanted
did.
Sanders, well, that's what I'm saying, because you see how this is going to go.
What?
I can see how this is going to go already.
I guess he didn't.
Because they
didn't get him.
So if he would have wanted Sanders, he would have outruled everybody else in the Steelers organization on that pick.
I don't know. I mean, I can't say.
He's saying that's the way they frame it.
That's the way it'll be framed. I guarantee.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
So no, the way you're going to hear it from Pony in the morning, just so y'all can hear me. The way you're going to hear it is that Tomlin lied to Sanders. You want to put some money on it?
No,
Tomlin lied to Sanders.
I'm not going to hear nothing from Pony myself.
Oh, okay, because you ain't going to listen.
Exactly.
I don't even go there.
There ain't nothing else to listen to on the way to work. You ain't on.
I would listen to that.
You need an AM show so that brothers can listen to something on the way to work other than Filipponi.
You could do a lot more, but in my opinion, not down in Filipponi or none of them.
I am.
They do what they do. It's just not my cup of tea.
I feel a phony all the time.
They say, look.
From the Home
Yeah, Chuck. You can say that's my boy, Sador.
He's sick. So we're seeing some of the reactions of Steelers fans around,
All right, y'all, it ain't all that bad. Really, it ain't that bad.
We still might end up getting him, for one.
He ain't been drafted yet.
And my backup plan, if we don't, then my backup plan is somewhere along the line they end up getting Jalen Milroe and pairing him under the tutelage of Aaron Rodgers. I wouldn't be mad at that at all. We'll see.
And if it's Mason Rudolph, look for a 10-7 season. Right? If it's Mason Rudolph, sign me up for 10-7.
Like us, the people of the city.
Hey, honestly, even Mason is going to be much better behind a good offensive line.
And a defensive line that don't just let the other team run over.
Just let them just completely push them down the field, yeah. So let's not forget the purpose of this whole process overall is improving the team. Overall, right? They needed that plug.
See, here's the problem.
They needed that defensive line.
Here's the problem. Half of the Pittsburgh fans want the Steelers to tank so that next year when they have all the draft picks in Pittsburgh, they can get their quarterback and a whole bunch of good stuff. The problem is the Steelers won't tank. Sorry.
Yeah, I ain't with that tanking stuff either. You know why? In the NFL, you never know who's going to have an opportunity, or if you can get into the playoffs, what might happen. Yeah, recent history has proven you dig, on the side of the Steelers in terms of the turnout or the outcome, should I say? But at least getting yourself in position.
Okay, I'll give you that example.
Something for that.
I'll give you the example. Mason Rudolph drove him all the way down to the 7-yard line. If he throws a touchdown instead of a pick in Buffalo, does that change the outcome of that game?
Well, sure, but
you understand what I mean? That on your point, it's that fine of a line.
Right. You never know what could happen. For example, they could have went to Buffalo, and Josh Allen could have got hurt in the first quarter.
Right.
And they could have ended. This is the NFL. If you make it into the dance, you got some kind of a shot.
It could have not snowed 40 inches. There was a lot of things that happened in that game that it wasn't a blowout until late in the third quarter.
Excuse me, folks. I'll be right back.
They're just ahead of schedule. You look at what they inherited. The previous first round pick.
Either one. You go upstairs, just yell it out.
I didn't crack the sieve yet.
All right, we're on the 29th pick.
NFL draft. The Washington Commanders select Josh Carnley Jr.
Here we go.
Tackle, Oregon.
So there's a good chance that Mr. Sanders falls out of the first round.
No, he's not making the first round. He's definitely a second round now.
And you know who's sitting there with the first
Cleveland.
pick? Cleveland.
And then if not, they'll get another one.
Well, we talked to Cleveland. Anyway, guys, so far so good. No, the big surprise: the Steelers didn't take their quarterback. Don't fly off the handle. Don't lose faith in what the Steelers are going to do. We don't know what they're looking at. We don't know what they're talking at. We're all sitting here trying to be fans just like everybody else. They got what they needed. Everybody knows they needed to strengthen their defensive line. They needed to strengthen it in the middle. You don't have Ogunjobi no more. Cam is old in the tooth, and you like to move Benton to one of the sides. So they got a big spark plug in the middle. That's important. It's not a sexy pick. I said this earlier. Neither was Casey Hampton. Neither was Ziggy Hood. Neither was Senior Sack. For you old guys don't remember that. It's still needed. Remember, we started this franchise and we built this franchise on Joe Green. So don't think that it had to be Terry Bradshaw to turn the franchise around, because like I said, it was Joe Green that turned our franchise around. So, and I'm not saying this guy is Joe Green. I'm just saying that don't be that disheartened that we went to build the defensive line first. Next year, they're going to have a lot of draft choices. And this, hey, take it easy, man. And look, it's a long draft. Tom Brady was drafted in the 6th round. Okay, there's running backs. There's other areas of need that need to be shored up. Aaron Rodgers might sign Lamar just because we didn't draft a quarterback. I'm not saying Aaron Rodgers is the truth. If we went into this season with Mason Rudolph, this team is still the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's still a formidable opponent, and we still will not have a losing season. I know that doesn't mean a lot to y'all, but even the Patriots have to go bad. You know, all these teams that have these great drafts all have one thing in common. They all sucked last year. That's why Cleveland has 2 more picks in the first, 4 picks in the 2nd round, because they were last in our division. That's why these other teams are drafting ahead of us, because they weren't as good as us. That's how the NFL is set up. That's how the draft is set up. We've been stuck in this mediocre doldrum for a while, and I get that, and I get the being impatient, and I get that, I get being spoiled. I'm spoiled too. As a season ticket fan, I can't say that it's not important to win more than you lose. I mean, when I go to a Steeler game at Heinz Field, that's old school, but when I go to Acrisure Stadium, I'm telling you, I have a better chance of seeing a win than I have seeing a loss. For me, paying my hard-earned bucks, that's important. It's not the most important thing. I do want to see a Super Bowl. I do want to get out of this mediocrity, but I don't want to pay for a 2-15 season to do it. So we have to put it together, give the guys some time. If you want to wait for the opportunity to get a franchise quarterback, because again, these teams that are drafting 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, they're not hitting on their franchise quarterbacks at all. As a matter of fact, if you think about it, like me and King was talking about earlier, we've had Chicago's last 2 first-round draft choices in our quarterback room. So it's not a direct science, and you're going to miss. We missed on Kenny Pickett. We might have missed on any of these quarterbacks taken, and we might hit one in the third round. So just don't fall apart on us quite yet. Okay, it's a long season. You're going to have a winning team. That we just need to put something together and strengthening up that defensive center is closer to getting a playoff win than a rookie quarterback would be. I guarantee it.
Remember the feeling in your gut last year watching the Baltimore Ravens literally push our defense all the way down the field, and it was literally nothing we could do. And they weren't the only team to have done that to us last year. We can't have that. You can't win like that. You can't win playoff games like that.
I don't care how good your quarterback is.
No matter how good your quarterback is, you got to go into the playoffs with a playoff D.
Exactly.
Right? So we need to see the defensive line shore back up. I am of the thinking that, quite honestly, no matter what quarterback you got, if you have an offensive line that can't hold their blocks, you're not going to get the kind of production that you need out of that position. You're not going to get the kind of production you need on offense in general without an offensive line that is at minimum adequate, but preferably a really good offensive line. Look at the teams who have won the Super Bowl. Then look at their offensive line. Got to tell you something.
If I was Aaron Rodgers, I would have said, yeah, I'll come and play for you, but not with that defense and not with those wide receivers. And then they went and got DK Metcalf, and they're shoring up the defense. Oh, maybe I'll sign now. The future's not as bleak. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers. We're not the Cleveland Browns. Things will right. The ship will be right, and the sky is not falling. This is not Chicken Little's place.
Well, I definitely wouldn't say that. Okay, so another cornerback is selected now, number 30 by the Buffalo Bills. Selection number 30, cornerback Maxwell Hairston out of Kentucky. Nice measurables, close to 6 foot, 5'11" on the quarter, buck 83. They say he's got high athleticism, decent production, overall 78. Right, so
who do you think?
I don't know a lot about this cornerback, but it seems to be he's one of the better cornerbacks and a pretty good pickup for the Buffalo Bills.
So who's the first round, Mr. Relevant? Is that did you do that for the last pick in the first round?
I hadn't designated anything like that. You're welcome to.
Who is that for KC? Oh, Philly's up next, right? Okay, Philly and then KC.
Which I thought it was the opposite way around. I thought the winner of the Super Bowl picked last and the runner-up picked next to last.
Yeah, that is kind of.
Weird.
Yeah, no, that's not just you.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out how Cleveland got all these picks when they with the Deshaun Watson deal. I thought they were hurting on that for a minute.
I thought so too. I don't know how they got all these.
Well, other than being sad.
They must have picked up some compensatory picks from somewhere, but still they wouldn't be that high.
Right. We picked up a couple, but ours were like third rounds, things like that.
They got 2 2s. Do they have 2 3s too?
I would imagine would be marking Xavier Worthy in future games.
Hey man, listen. Cleveland ain't no pushover. They're definitely concerned in the AFC North.
He gets himself in a bad
position. You know what? I'm so tired of hearing that. Hey, once a decade, they're a formidable opponent. I told Dallas this early. Once a decade, they're a formidable opponent. The rest of the decade, they suck.
Well, from the old school cat, you definitely get. I'm a little bit less.
Once a decade.
I'm a little bit less reliant on history, right? I don't feel like history has dictates the past or the
Oh,
present.
okay.
So, you know,
All right.
I can't say that just because
2030.
previous just because previous editions of the Cleveland
It
Browns
took
have
COVID
voted
for us to lose to them in the playoffs.
doesn't mean that
there had to be no stands and no fans in the stadium. They didn't even play Renegade.
doesn't mean that
Come
this
on
Cleveland
now.
Browns won't be competitive next year. I think Cleveland is fielding a very competitive team.
Cleveland is Cleveland. I hate the quote. Wait a minute, what was his name?
That's Toe's feelings. I
Wait a
don't
minute.
feel that way, Cleveland. Big King
I
got respect for your team, but
yeah, okay.
not all Steelers fans feel that
Y'all
way.
just gotta look. Y'all finally started wearing Cleveland Brown stuff instead of Chambers shirts. He got 3.
So anyway,
maybe they'll draft Diddy next.
That's Mr. Browns. Comes from the school of downing the Browns fans.
Hey, you know what?
That was a popular Steelers pastime in the past, but again, that's a past thing.
No, it ain't.
For many of us.
Oh, okay.
Right? But, you know, some of us still get pleasure from downing the Browns
I get
fans.
pleasure from beating on the Bengals, too. There's just fun in it. The Dirty Birds, all of them. Forget the Ravens. I haven't liked the Ravens since Brandon Lee died.
I would feel vindicated against any of the teams if we could find our way to winning the division.
This stuff kills weeds down to the root.
That shuts all everybody up.
What?
Ravens, Browns, Bengals.
What? I bet we're picking. Wait a minute. You're not going to be one of these people to pick us to be last in the division again, are you? This is Tomlin's first with losing season. All
I
that.
didn't say nothing.
Here comes the
What I
gloom
said
and doom.
was-
Oh, here we go.
What I said
Gloom and doom.
personally, I would feel great if we won the division.
I can tell you before we even
And
go
I
to
feel
camp.
like that would
Before
be
we go
enough
to camp.
bragging.
Before we go to camp, put me down for 10 wins.
That would be enough bragging.
Let's go to Vegas. Put me down for 10 wins.
That'd be enough bragging over the Bengals, the Ravens, and the Browns.
Which one did we beat?
Let me see.
Which one did we beat last year?
I'll be great with that.
Which one did we beat last year?
That's my goal. Win the division.
Yeah, I like that.
Get in the playoffs.
I like that. Win a playoff game.
Win the first playoff game.
I like to win a Super Bowl.
Win the second without winning the first one, and then keep the eye firmly focused on that Super Bowl.
But before you do any of that, guess what you got to do? You got to have a winning season. Before you do any of those things you mentioned, the first thing you got to do is have a winning season. You don't do none of that with a losing season, do you?
You don't have to make that debate with me, Tone. I'm not an anti-Tomlin guy. We know he gets rather riled up in this defensive Tomlin. You might want to, Coach Tomlin, you might want to buy this dude, you dig what I'm saying, dinner or something one day.
No, send one of my grandkids to William and Mary. That's all you need to do. Give me a scholarship. I don't care.
Hey.
I'll tell you how. I'll take it.
For a while, we've had a couple. But yeah, man, if we can get in position to regain dominance in this division, because that's another thing about Coach Tomlin that doesn't get enough credit is the number of division championships he has, which is quite a few. So let's get back into that.
Wait a minute.
Right? Let's get back into that.
Wait. Who has more than him?
Let's get back to that.
Nobody.
Let's get back to that, and we'll be well on our way to glory once again, right? Once again, in terms of.
So what's more important? What do you think? Here's the
get
question.
Back to the Super Bowl. That's what we want to see.
Right, but here's the question: what's more important, a division championship or a playoff win?
A playoff win, because a playoff win gives you an opportunity to win the Super Bowl.
Right, get to the dance any way you can get there.
Right. Okay.
And when you get there, dance with the girl that brought you. And if you throw 5 interceptions, you're probably not going to win that game. Just saying.
Well, I know one thing.
Just saying.
It's been a winning.
I don't care who your coach is.
It's been quite a few since I seen our defense perform. The last time I've seen the Pittsburgh Steelers defense be incredible in the playoffs like they had the potential to be was the first half in the Kansas City playoff game, which they lost. But if anyone recalls, the first half of that game, they were giving Patrick Mahomes fits. Okay?
I'll tell you what they did
and
to
then
stop it.
late in the second quarter, right?
They started chipping Watt.
They started running. The Kansas City Chiefs started running the ball more effectively against the Steelers. And that changed the complexion of the end of the second quarter, moving on to the momentum into the third quarter. Now
we scored a meaningless touchdown in the fourth quarter in that game, and that is what caused a lot.
So what to me what has led to the collapse of the defense has also been one of the big reasons why the offense has not been as prolific as what we would like to have seen. The offensive line. Folks,
again, we go back to
NFL
the same thing.
fans have a big tendency to discredit, right, and not to realize or properly appreciate the value and importance of a dominant offensive line.
Exactly.
When you have a dominant offensive line, you have a chance to play winning football in this league.
Well, look at the run on the draft today. What was it? Offensive and defensive line.
In the trenches. What team have we seen, particularly in the past 3 years, have a great deal of success by having strong trenches? The Philadelphia Eagles. Strong offensive line, strong defensive line.
Well, if you think about it, the Steelers have been going that direction.
One Super Bowl win.
The last 3 picks, first-round picks, have been tackle, and defensive tackle. The Steelers have seen that, and what, and again,
I think the league has seen it, and that's why we've seen the runs on defensive and offensive.
And most of the misses that have come in the first round have been these quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's true too. That's true too. There's been I've seen, I lived through Ryan Leaf, not to single him out, but like, I literally remember when Duke was supposed to be the greatest quarterback coming out of college.
What about Trubisky?
A whole lot of cats, right? Just look at just last year, right? The only quarterback out of that class, not last year, the year before last, the only quarterback out of that class to really shine was the quarterback down in Houston.
Starts with a C. I know you're talking about.
Forgive us, Houston Texans fans. We're talking about your quarterback. I'm both hoarse and a little vague.
But he didn't have that good of a sophomore season.
Yeah, he did.
He did all right.
CJ had a great sophomore season. It wasn't as good as his rookie season because his rookie season was like his
off the chart. Right. Okay.
But the point is, yes, quarterbacks are the most difficult position to predict going from college into football. We've seen over the years that a lot of the predicted great quarterbacks just simply don't transfer from college to the pros.
Oh, ask Belichick.
Right? So, we
New York just took another quarterback, didn't they?
New York took another quarterback. We've seen this.
And they took ours.
With all that said,
not only did they draft a quarterback, they took ours.
True that. So
the Jets go from Aaron Rodgers. They took another one of our quarterbacks.
So with both of those quarterbacks of ours being gone, that again reiterates the importance and why Steelers fans, understandably, are quite nervous about us not picking up a quarterback so far in the draft, having had the opportunity to do so. But I will reiterate that they did fill a position of need with a really good player.
And 30
so I'm
other
not mad at that.
and 31 other teams also didn't draft him.
But
think about that.
But they still can. That's a good point. But they still, and I don't think that they were necessarily right. We'll see about Shedeur Sanders. I think he's going to prove himself over the course of his career to be a worthy first-round talent, and he's been selected here.
Hey,
but
Le'Veon Bell was a second-round draft.
Here's the reality. The second round is here. The Steelers don't have a second-round draft pick, but they got some serious needs, right? And it has already been said about this draft that the real wealth of the draft is in the second and third round. With that being said, what can the Steelers potentially put together to get themselves a second-round draft pick?
Well, let me ask you this. With the draft being in Pittsburgh last year, and we have a multitude of picks next year, do you ransom some of those picks to move up into this year's second round?
Maybe one or two if you can. Put them together with even a late pick or two from this year.
How about a trade?
I'm not as trade. I'm not as excited about a trade as a lot of people because again, the whole point is to build on what you've got, right? For a team that's in win now mode, you really need to be thinking about building on what you've already got.
So what do you think we need to win now? Okay, and I think they addressed some of it, which was because you can't win now with that hole in that defensive line the way it was at the end of the year. And I hope y'all agree with that.
Right. I think that we got another selection, y'all, for the Kansas City Chiefs. The last selection, Mr. Irrelevant, Josh Simmons, tackle, yet another offensive lineman. Huge run in the first, well, actually not Mr. Irrelevant. That's the absolute last player. But the last player selected in the first round is Josh Simmons, tackle out of Ohio State. We saw in the first round today, just what me and Tone were talking about, a huge run in the trenches. Offensive linemen, defensive linemen were taken mightily in the first round in the 2025 draft. That has got to be a staple of this draft so far, right? But getting back to what we were talking about with the Steelers, I really think that being in win now mode, in order for them to get there, they have got to shore up their most glaring holes. One of them, we both agree, they probably shored up in their defensive line with their first round draft pick. Whoever they were going to draft tonight as at quarterback is not who I was looking for as the solution at quarterback for next year.
Nor would be a starter.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Right. Okay.
That they weren't going to be the starter for this year, right? So we still have an opportunity to get someone who's a future prospect. And Jalen Milroe feels that
but you're not comfortable. You're not comfortable with Mason Rudolph as the stopgap.
If that's what we get left with,
over an aging.
Over Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah.
No, I'd rather have Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
Simply because Aaron Rodgers still has way more arm talent than Mason Rudolph. Period. Even at this age, he showed that when he was healthy.
But see, I'm looking at the age being worse next year than it was last year.
Sure. We're looking at him being a year older. He's going to actually be 42 before the season's over, right?
I mean, until Brady did it, I mean, that was if it wasn't for Brady, 42 would be really ancient.
Yeah, it is very old. It's why I would have went with Russell Wilson over Aaron Rodgers. But given the fact that they didn't do that, If the question is, would I rather have Aaron Rodgers
Well, you know what?
starting next year or Mason Rudolph? I'd rather have Aaron Rodgers for a couple of reasons. One, I honestly do believe he provides you, if he's healthy, the opportunity for more production. Right? I also believe that with him at least even on the roster and in the quarterback room, that whenever quarterback I do believe the Steelers will draft this year, I think they'll stand to learn a lot more from Aaron Rodgers than Mason Rudolph. With that being said, if Rodgers doesn't come, I don't feel like it's the end of the world with Mason Rudolph starting. I feel like you'll probably be penciled in for another winning season if they take care of all of their other business around Mason Rudolph, which so far they seem to be doing, having already fulfilled the need in the defensive line, having already gotten the wide receiver room much, much better, right?
Well, let's look at it this way.
Having Broderick Jones going over to his natural position. So these are things.
Would you feel better with Mason Rudolph with this offense, these wide receivers, and this offensive line gelling than you would feel with what Russell Wilson had last year?
No, I'd rather have Russell Wilson.
No, that's not the question.
Okay, what's the question?
Because I think that you, as far as I'm concerned, you hit it spot on. The same problem that Najee Harris had with the offensive line is the same problem to Russell Wilson, because a short quarterback cannot get pressure up the middle because he can't see the field when you get pressure up the middle.
Exactly.
So I get what you're saying, but what I'm asking you is that Mason Rudolph with DJ Metcalf and Pickens with a second-year offensive line instead of a rookie offensive line, with Troy being back, and you flip the left, right? You flip Broderick Jones back. Would you feel more comfortable with that offense than the offense that ended last year?
A little bit.
You understand what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
It's improving your team.
Here's why. Even though I think Russell Wilson's a
Is
better
an
quarterback,
right? Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you.
He was playing behind an offensive line that, if to your point, is at least a nice uptick better this year, along with the wide receiver room being improved as mightily as it has been with the addition of DK Metcalf. Yeah, I think there's a lot more potential for the offense to be productive, even with Mason Rudolph, who, again, I'm not down on, because I'm looking at Mason Rudolph in his last stint in Pittsburgh.
And his strength.
What immediately happened. The offense picked up. He knows how to play in Pittsburgh, right? That takes into his ability to deal with the inclement weather. That takes into his comfortability in the overall system, right? There's an overall system, folks. We got to realize,
even though the OC,
right. So with all that taken into consideration, yeah, I can go with you on that. I think that there is the potential.
Player buy-in.
The player buy-in that players did. The players also felt good about where Mason Rudolph left off before he left, right? So I think that, and also the relationship that seemed to have been established between Mason Rudolph and George Pickens, right? There's a lot of things arrow up for Mason Rudolph going forward with a better overall offense than what we had last year. I can see that. Again, I would still rather see Russ in that position. But
would you rather see Russ or Aaron? There's a question.
I would rather see Russell Wilson than Aaron Rodgers.
I agree with you.
In that position.
What about Fields? I kind of feel bad for the kid. I really liked him.
Fields, I don't feel bad for because he
took the money.
Yeah, he took the money and he's getting an opportunity to start. So we can't feel bad. He got what he want and got paid in the same.
Yeah. I guess when I say I feel bad for him, maybe it's I feel bad for me.
Right, because you saw his potential in Pittsburgh.
Right.
And I did too, but I still disagree with everybody who says he should have never been benched. No, there was a whole layer of the Steelers' offensive passing game that opened up when Russell came in. There was a whole more, you see the prolific games that Russell was able to have before things started going south later in the season.
I still say rookie wall.
Which rookie wall probably had a lot to do with that, right? Particularly with its impact on the line.
That's where they were.
You know, yeah. So that happened, but overall, going into next year with the offensive line projecting to hopefully be better, for no other reason than experience, right? Of having their first rookie season out of the way in center and guard. I will say that if we had Russell Wilson in that situation, I believe in his ability over both Mason Rudolph and Aaron Rodgers.
So what do you think the coaches didn't see? Because we had the right of first refusal on both quarterbacks.
I think that their strategy sucked. I think they made an offer to Justin that they felt good with, that he didn't even feel in the ballpark.
Well, that's the Steeler way,
right? And I think once they did that, his mentality was probably, wait a minute, y'all gonna pull my starting job last year, and now you think you're gonna lowball me? And his agent was probably like, bruh, I got the money for you, let's go. And he did it. So that's.
Well, let me ask you a question.
I can't hate on that.
Okay. It's amazing he went to the same team Le'Veon Bell did the same thing to. It overpaid him and got him.
Well, the good thing about what New York is doing, you see them go pick up a tackle. You seen them put a few other pieces.
New York is one of those teams like Cleveland. Anything they touch, you know what? Anything they touch turns to poo-poo. That's the Jets
we have
way.
A basic difference of philosophy. Tone believes your history will dictate your present. I don't think that way.
Okay, the Jets
are
always
Jets.
Jets. Yes.
I think there's some things that you can learn about the tendencies of a team, and particularly the front office, right? That's probably where the biggest mistakes have been made in both of those teams.
Right now.
And we'll continue. Chicago, I'll toss them in the exact same. Chicago couldn't pick a quarterback if their life depended on it. History says that. McMahon was the only quarterback they ever had. They can't pick a quarterback. That's in their DNA. I hate to bring Kendrick out this late, but
they had the other dude with a real strong arm too.
Falling on them in the end.
That's
the risk I would put in Shador.
Bart Starr was the 17th round pick.
In Chicago?
Yep.
Daniel, you want to give 2 cents on this one?
Joel, they kind of laid it out there. Now, to me, I just think if you're going to talk about surgeon and you're going to talk about magician,
quick research coming up,
lead into the surgeon, because the magician thing is what gets him in trouble. That's what leads.
He wasn't there when Sweetness was there, because if you had Sweetness,
last 10 Chicago quarterbacks.
From the pocket. When you get pressure, don't go backwards, go forwards. He needs to lean into that. He's a point guard. He's not a shooting guard, and that to me.
Jay Cutler didn't have a rocket for an arm.
Yeah,
he wasn't known as a gunslinger.
Yeah, okay.
That's all I'm saying. I said he was a gunslinger. Okay, we both know the gunslingers can do something with us besides touchdowns and a lot of yards. What can they throw for?
I get it.
A lot of picks.
I get it.
So, but yeah,
I mean, but yeah, tendencies. Teams have tendency. Right now, our tendency is mediocrity. That we have that tendency.
Again,
we got to break that.
Again, I point to the reason for the mediocrity. The biggest reason, I think there's no coincidence that since we was back winning playoff games, you can go back the same amount of time since we had a really good offensive line.
I'm talking about Pro Bowl offensive line. Yes.
So this is what I'm trying to. This is my
agree
point.
with you.
So is that just what has happened?
You've seen the whole draft. We just watched the whole draft do a run on offensive line.
So what I'm saying is the Steelers have not done with our fans and everybody's. They haven't gone far once they get to the playoffs in X amount of years. And all I'm saying is maybe the one reason that everyone's not looking at is the fact that they have not had a good offensive line
or defensive line.
There's been a couple of times their defensive line and their defense in general has been stellar, but they've always gotten tired because the Steelers have lacked the ability to consistently run the ball. When's the last time the Steelers was in the top 10? Let alone the top 5 in rushing.
I think that the downfall of the Steelers' defense was Shazier. I don't think we've ever recovered from Shazier.
Well, sure, that's player-wise. But I can't say that. I disagree. I think that had they not had to overcompensate for these past 5 years, that there's a potential that defense would have been much better later in the season. But because you haven't had a team that can run the ball and keep the defense off the field.
Right.
Because look at those great Steeler defenses. It wasn't on the field all the time.
But they gave up mad points at the end of the year. And that's the thing and that's the big thing.
And what else couldn't they do?
We couldn't keep the ball away from the other team. That was what the Steelers used to be known for. You would only be down 4 points, but you wasn't getting the ball back.
Yeah. Or you might get up on us, but you ain't gonna get but so far up on us, right? Because we're controlling the ball and you're not getting that many opportunities offensively. You ain't running up 40-something, 50 points on the Steelers of old because you wasn't even going to see the ball that many times.
That was my biggest thing about the Chuck and Duck offense. The 3 and outs did the worst thing to the defense. 3 and out. That kills your defense.
Well, yeah, that goes back along with what we're saying. So, the last time the Steelers won in the playoffs, were they or were they not strong in the trenches? On both sides?
We won by 5 field goals. The last time we won a playoff game was in Kansas City. Le'Veon Bell ran for over 200 yards, and we kicked 5 field goals.
Which meant we controlled the ball offensively.
And it was never even close. The game was never even close.
And
it was never close.
But the point is this. They were dominant in the defensive and offensive trenches.
Exactly.
And that's the last time we won a playoff game.
Exactly.
So
we threw no touchdown passes.
So is it that Tomlin just can't win in the playoffs? Like some of the speeches have been, it's grown, his message is grown old, he can only go be mediocre? Or is it just that as an organization, we have been collectively weak in the trenches for the past 5 to 7 years? I'm just saying, but hasn't that been the truth?
That's the truth.
That's all I'm saying.
And that's why I'm saying.
That's all I'm saying.
Don't look at this. This is not a sexy pick.
Tomlin,
this is not a sexy pick, but it was a needed pick.
It was a needed pick. That's why I'm not mad at all, because a quarterback was not going to solve. Folks, don't lose sight of the fact that no matter who you were getting at quarterback in this year's draft, they were not going to be your starting quarterback in 2025. Right?
Right.
So you weren't going to provide an immediate solution for a win-now team by going quarterback in the first round. So why is everybody jumping off the bridge?
But there is a good chance that Harmon will be plug in the middle starting game one.
Exactly. So, folks, come back up off the ledge. Calm down. Don't feel like, oh my goodness, the world is over.
Nah, treat him like Martin Riggs. Let's jump together.
I ain't going over there.
You want to jump? Let's jump.
Right? No, but
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you 100%.
So that's the bottom line.
And there's still 2 days of the draft left.
Still 2 days of the draft left. You don't know what Omar the Con is working.
Let the con man play.
I bet you the con man is busy right now with 2, 3 phones. You did talking to people, trying to put something together. My prediction, this is my official prediction.
All right.
Day 2, the Steelers will get themselves back up into the second round.
Will they get a quarterback?
Are you excited?
I think so. I can't say for sure.
We're so happy for you.
But having gotten that plug,
Welcome to
and
the Titans.
I also
and welcome
feel
to
like
Tennessee. Everybody's so
another
excited.
reason why they pulled the trigger on that plug is because of the run. Folks, we got to realize there was
Which
about
brings
to be
me,
no more
which
top.
is a perfect segue because
Yeah.
I think they're going to go into the second round for a running back.
Well, they might. They might. But there hasn't been the kind of run on running back
Exactly.
that there has been.
Exactly.
Right.
They're still there.
Right. So they may go third round running back. I don't know.
They need some help for Warren. Warren is not an everyday back.
They got to get a running back, and they might go. So, folks, maybe this is the question we send out to Steelers Nation. How upset if y'all ready to jump off the cliff now? How much more upset will you be tomorrow if they work back up into the second round and then get a running back instead of a quarterback? Will you flip out and really be able to get ready to jump off the bridge, so to speak? Please, no one commit suicide.
Yeah, we got too many bridges around here.
Please, nobody. Yeah, I'm gonna stop even using that analogy because I don't want anybody hurting themselves or going,
in a mason jar.
Don't go overboard with your emotions about the NFL draft, right? This is a nice outlet for us, right?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but at one point, didn't Mason Rudolph have a first round draft card? Wasn't he projected to go in the first round when we got him in the third? And that was the big thing.
Mason Rudolph was.
Didn't he have a first round grade?
A good quarterback.
He's a good backup. I mean, I'm never going to say.
He's not going to be. Listen, I can't even say he'll never start somewhere. Right?
He's gonna start here. If we don't get Aaron Rodgers, he's our starter.
Yeah, we know that. But me for one, I honestly believe that Rodgers is going to be. That's what my belief. And also, I believe
I would definitely take him over Kirk Cousins. I'm sorry.
I don't think the Steelers would take him over Kirk Cousins. I think if the Steelers make a move to get Kirk Cousins, they're going to play Kirk Cousins over Mason Rudolph.
I don't think they're going to take a move to get Kirk Cousins. Now,
I don't think they are either.
They liked Kirk Cousins.
But if they did,
they scouted Kirk Cousins. Just a little idea. They scouted Kirk Cousins at the same time they were scouting Le'Veon Bell because they played together. And they were and Kirk Cousins ended up getting drafted and going to Washington. But when that happened, they were looking at Kirk Cousins when they were looking kind of the same way they did Washington and Rudolph.
Right.
I mean, it was almost, they would have drafted Kirk Cousins in that same draft.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that if they were to make a move, I'm almost certain that if they make a move, like the kind of move they would have to make in order to acquire Kirk Cousins,
Atlanta got to give up some money. Atlanta got to give up some money. That's what that is.
I mean,
they got to pay some of that
money.
Contract, right?
So it's really the other way around: is how much will Atlanta be able to convince another team to take off of their plate?
Right.
So,
and you know the Steelers ain't real good with parts.
No, they'll get the same treatment that they gave Denver. Y'all's on the hook.
Wait till you cut them. And don't forget the Steelers are good for that too. But they'll wait you out until you have to just cut them and then pick them up off the scrap heap. So
again, folks, do I agree that the Steelers need a quarterback? Yes, we need to pull the trigger and get the quarterback for the future. But there's still caveats and things, the nuances that we have to take into account for, right? This has not been deemed the best draft period for quarterbacks, right? This is considered to be a bit of a down year on quarterbacks. So is this the right year to be reaching? No, probably not. Now, yeah, you do have to eventually just pull the trigger because you can't just keep playing quarterback sweepstakes with a bunch of veterans until you think you're going to get the right one. I mean, that hasn't gone well.
But you know, if you've been around as long as we have, we've seen this carousel. I've gone through the Kent Grahams and the Mike Tomczaks, and there's usually a period between your franchise quarterbacks. That's why I was kind of upset that we didn't start the search for our franchise quarterback sooner than we did. That's a mistake that the Steelers all the way across the board made. They should have started to, because they say old school football is not right and it's not relevant. But, I was there when you had Brett Favre and you had an Aaron Rodgers on the bench for a while, or when you had Steve Young behind a Montana. That's the way.
Lamar behind Joe.
Yeah, exactly. That is not a bad thing to do.
No, I wasn't Flacco.
Yeah, he was behind Flacco. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly right. So that's not like franchise to stay on the top. As a matter of fact, I think that one of the worst things, that's why even Belichick had it. He just couldn't hold on to Garoppolo.
Right.
Because Brady was never getting old. But they had Garoppolo in the wings.
So this speaks to your point, actually, is there another feather in the cap of Mike Tomlin? Because how many teams, after they've lost their franchise quarterback or the franchise quarterback retires, how many teams have gone through 2 or 3 losing seasons?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's how you get another franchise quarterback. You get in the top 10 and you draft one.
Right.
Remember, it was the last time we had a losing season under Bill Cowher that got us Roethlisberger. It took a losing season to get us the 11th pick in the draft.
That's right. Which Cowher had a couple.
Right.
2, I think 2. To be fair, he didn't have a bunch of losing seasons, but I think he had 2.
Right. And, yeah, you know what? I like Tomlin, but I like Cowher just as much. And see, that's the thing I hate about Pittsburgh fans. They don't allow you to like both.
No,
you can't be a fan of both coaches, both offense and defense, both,
which I still always will continue to always throw out there to everybody who says Tomlin won with Cowher's team. Well, no, he didn't, because Cowher didn't even win with Cowher's team.
But Cowher won with Noel's team.
Hold on.
This happens.
Those are the arguments that are thrown out. But what I'm saying is this.
2011, we drafted Blaine Gabbert, right? We had David
Cowher's last year, they were 6-10. So for those who want to toot the horn of Cowher, and that being his team, if they were that great, still, why did they have one of the most monumental collapses after a Super Bowl appearance ever? Not just appearance, Super Bowl victory.
The only coach to me that didn't win with somebody else's team, and that's a very.
If we lost that,
Yeah.
the Steelers had one of the most monumental collapses after winning the Super Bowl in NFL history under Coach Cowher after having won the Super Bowl in Detroit. The next year, they were terrible at 6-10. They could have been worse than that. They barely muscled out. It was because of the defense that they won those 6, right? Then Tomlin came in, righted the ship with an immediate winning season.
Yep.
Right? Then the next year went to the Super Bowl.
Then he had to deal with a
So that
motorcycle.
was not just
then
our
he had to
Super Bowl
deal
team.
with a motorcycle accident in Milledge, Georgia.
And went to the Super Bowl again and won it.
So even he can't manage a team or manage his players.
Yeah.
When you look at what he did with his franchise quarterback.
Yeah. So, but the point was that given
we
the
forget
fact,
about history.
Right.
I never forget history.
No, don't forget history. Just don't get locked in it because, you know, the future can deviate from history.
But you know what? It'll still come back.
For that to happen.
It'll still come back.
I
It
disagree.
repeats itself.
I disagree. The cycles are cycles.
Yeah. Rome is
There's
back
always
again.
new one.
It didn't go nowhere.
Again, cycles can repeat, but that doesn't mean they'll repeat forever. And I don't believe in that. Myself, everything points to the fact that things come to an end. We know that the one constant is change.
Well, that's another day, but not a draft day.
One constant is proven to be changed. But where the Steelers at right now is my overall thought to leave you all with today, right? As we get ready to close this out. Did the Steelers feel a need with their day one draft pick? Yes, they did.
Are we better today than we were yesterday?
Yes, they are. Right? So, given that, do they still have the ability to get their quarterback in the future? Yes, they do. Even if, folks, even if they don't move up into the second round and get a quarterback there, I, again, would be excited to see Jalen Milroe come to the Pittsburgh Steelers and learn under, let's say, hopefully, Aaron Rodgers coming in, right, and being the quarterback. I'd be excited about that one myself.
And the thing is,
excuse me, this is Shador giving his thoughts. We're not getting selected in the first round.
All this is of course, fuel to the fire. And under no circumstance, we all know this shouldn't happen. But we understand we on the bigger and better things. Tomorrow's the day. We're going to be happy regardless. Legendary.
All right, keep your head up, brother. Keep your head up.
After a tough night, obviously waited a lot longer, still waiting. Steve, as you look at this for Shador, where do you think this happens? Obviously, the Browns are up first here at 33.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily think the Browns is a guarantee.
I certainly don't either.
And the reason I say that is when you look on the board, you still have the Atlanta Falcons with Kirk Cousins. What are they going to do? There have been some rumors with Kevin Stefanski and Kirk Cousins, familiarity, with Myles Garrett, just what Cleveland looks like. Is Cleveland a team that wants to continue to try to figure out what's going on, or is it a situation where they feel that they can win now? That defense is really good. Yeah. You know what they have at the wide receiver position, and now what are they missing? A quarterback. And I'm not saying that it's not a good pick. I'm just throwing it out and saying that is it a guarantee that the Cleveland Browns look for a young guy, or do they look for a more stopgap, thought-friendly quarterback versus developing and starting all over, especially what they went through.
All right, folks. Well, again,
where does
we just wanted to give
Dallas?
Shador Sanders a little moment.
Here's the thing, and I'm looking at it's Cleveland, Houston, Tennessee, Cleveland. I'm trying to figure out.
We don't see Pittsburgh until we don't see him in the second round.
Not at all. I'm trying to figure out where Dallas is because they're very interested in Pickens.
Yeah, I'm not putting a whole lot of stock into that trade. I don't want to see it, for one.
Could we get a second? Can we get a second pick out for Chicago again? Think they'll take the bait again? They might take the bait again.
Well, I don't know that it will be bait this time because I think Pickens is going to be a way better player.
And I'll say this.
You know what? I was in Pickens camp. I was in Pickens camp, but I seen with my own eyes Pickens mail that game in.
Oh yeah, Pickens.
I watched him mail the game.
We have seen the worst of George Pickens thus far, for sure.
Nothing like that though.
I do think he can come back from it. I think that
there they go.
With an exam,
that's in the top 10 of the second round.
We'll see. We'll see what moves will be made. But as far as today, the Steelers got better. They got a position of need, and they got a really good player at that position. So what they did do was recognize, hey, look, there's a serious run on these defensive linemen, and the really good ones. There's really only one really top guy left, and that's the young man from Oregon, and that's who we got. So I'm not mad at that at all. Would I like to see day two a quarterback for the future? Sure. But again, folks, this is a win now team.
But would you rather reach for a quarterback for the future this year or wait until next year when you have an abundance of picks?
I wouldn't want to reach for him. This is why I say don't rule out the third round, because I think them getting the quarterback in the third round wouldn't be reaching. Right.
All right. But you got to understand.
But to your point, there's a
what's the odds of a third round quarterback actually ever becoming a superstar? I mean, there's not that many Brady's. And it's nice. It's a nice story when
third round ain't a sixth round. Third round is still,
Mason Rudolph.
Maybe that's who
we got him.
They got then, but there's still the potential of having a decent quarterback in the third round.
I need one.
Is it as likely?
I can't think of any.
Hold on. Is it as likely as the first round? No. But again, what was your first round options this year?
Well, that's what I'm saying. In a deep draft for quarterback, would you rather go with a reach in the third round this year or a high second or first next year?
I think there's a caveat to that question. Normally, I might would say, well, I'd rather go ahead and shop from a better crop next year. However, the caveat is that the Steelers have been having this issue with the quarterback room, and they need.
See, I say you draft a quarterback every year till you get one.
Right. So my point is, they need to not come out of this year without a quarterback. I really think it would be a mistake.
Well, they only have two in their room right now.
That's my point. I think it would be a mistake if they do not.
I'm comfortable with my second string quarterback.
Some draft pick on the quarterback, and if they're going to do that, getting like a Milroe in the third, I think is actually a pretty favorable situation.
But to get a Milroe, and if you get him in the third, you still need a quarterback. I'm happy with my second string quarterback. Very happy with Mason Rudolph as my second string quarterback. I still need a quarterback, even if I take a reach in a project.
To quote the Steelers, to quote Conman, they will have 4 quarterbacks
It's the best.
going into camp.
I believe
Which
that.
means
I believe that.
they're going to sign another veteran quarterback somewhere. If it ain't Rodgers, look for some other veteran quarterback to get signed by the Steelers. So there's that reality.
Okay.
Invisalign.
So I'm not really overly concerned. And again,
I'm Team Tomlin. If that's what they're going to do, that's what they're going to do.
my whole thing is that I just want us all as Steeler fans to maintain the reality that what do you want to see out of the 2025 Steelers? See what I'm saying? Do you want this team to win this year? If you're looking for this team to win this year, tonight's even this whole draft, whatever quarterback they get, is not going to do that.
I want them to.
They weren't going to start Shedeur Sanders, y'all, if they would have gotten him.
No.
Right? So why are people jumping off of the roof or jumping off of the bridge? Or,
but 31
Let
other
me stop
teams,
making that.
31 other teams weren't going to start him.
Yeah, but my point is, yeah, I agree with that. But the point is,
that's why he didn't go in the first
they
round.
got, whether it have been Jackson Dort, anybody other than Cam,
They had a
Ward,
shot at him.
That's what I'm trying to say. There's no one they were going to get in the draft period this year who was going to be their starting quarterback this year.
Well, see, that's the thing. Half of Pittsburgh wants them to tank next year.
That doesn't matter. That's not an issue. That's a non-issue. That's just the unfortunate mentality of half of the Pittsburgh fans.
Put me down for 10 wins.
Steelers
I think
are
I
not
said that
gonna
already.
tank. I certainly don't want to see them tank, and at least the other half of the Steeler nation doesn't want to see them tank. Those of you who are out there who are in the camp of wanting to see the Steelers tank to get a top draft pick quarterback, don't look for that to happen. And I don't want to see it happen because, to Tone's point, that's not a guarantee. Just because you could tank your season and draft some dude real high, and he could be a bust.
Ask Chicago.
Ask a whole lot of teams.
Yep.
Right?
That didn't pick Mahomes.
So
asked every team that didn't pick Mahomes that year.
So we got to realize, that whole tanking thing, for one, ain't going to Steelers' way. It's not a guarantee to get you.
They tank for Tua. What does he got?
Don't do the tanking. Don't just get. That's not part of Steelers Nation. So let's just get that out of the conversation.
Congratulations.
I'm not even going to continue to. When I go forward on Steelers grain prep, I'm not even really going to entertain that too much because it's just not part of what happens.
No, we got enough draft. We got enough draft choices next year to move up and get a quarterback. And this is my point.
They can get a quarterback this year, and if they need to, they can go back and get a quarterback next year as well. But the point is, whoever they were going to get a quarterback tonight, or
they can't stop
in this
a team,
draft period,
if they can't stop a team from running down their throats, they ain't going deep in the playoffs. Period.
Yeah, that's true. That's why it was good what they got. But I'm trying to bring some folks back away from the panic mode, right? There's no need to panic, folks.
I love chaos.
If they would have drafted Shedeur Sanders, he was not going to start in 2025.
Yeah, but it would have been a great offseason. We'd have had Dion in prime time.
Well, I mean, we still might.
It was a sexy pick.
We still might. They still might get him because he ain't drafted yet. So that possibility is still out there. I just want us to realize that, don't put yourself in this is the end of Steeler Nation because they didn't get a quarterback yet. And even if they didn't get a quarterback,
Travis Frederick, then it was Zach.
That's not necessarily the end of the world, even in the big picture, because again, next year's a better quarterback drafting class, and whoever they were getting this year wasn't going to be the starting quarterback. Let's say Nah, I ain't gonna play ifs and nuts and candy bust with all that. I'm gonna just say
They started
that
looking at the shiny thing. Oh, we want to get this guy, this receiver.
they're showing Milrow right now, who I would love the Steelers to be able to get. Can you imagine this?
Rebuilding this offensive line and keeping to work those trenches. The more they do that,
Can you imagine that? Under a year's worth of tutelage by Aaron Rodgers, teaching them the ins and outs of what it is to be a great quarterback, who, by the way, in his heyday had good wheels.
Zach Martin and Tyron Smith.
If you remember.
Football, and I played against this line. When the Cowboys fell apart,
So that's my point, y'all. Point is that the future in the quarterback position is still out there for the Steelers to grasp in this draft. They can still end up getting Shedeur Sanders, or even if they don't, they can probably get Jason Milrow or maybe Shaw from Louisiana.
Well, I tell you what, by the time the Steelers draft in the third round, I think there'll be a run on the quarterback. They run when it's like when one goes,
maybe there ain't
they
that
start
many
running.
teams that need starting quarterbacks. We went into this year's draft without a lot of teams that were needing a quarterback, and even the teams who we thought were automatically needy didn't necessarily go quarterback first.
What's that tell you about the quarterback?
That's my point. That's why we still can accomplish whatever needs to be accomplished at the quarterback position.
But what you're saying is maybe a third round, but then that doesn't address the secondary. But still needs addressed.
Well, the secondary isn't
not the corners.
You mean the future of the secondary?
Yeah, we need. I mean, you're going in there with Beanie Bishop. Don't get me wrong. I like your Beanie.
They picked up the safety from Baltimore.
Coming your way, starting
Forget about
7
him.
o'clock Eastern Time, live from Green Bay.
He's a good player.
200,000 people in attendance.
They got bodies there, right? For next year, I'm talking about next year's team. Do they need to look at an eventual replacement for Minka? Yes. Do they need to look at the future of the quarterback position? Of course. But as far as the players who's going to be,
no, they got young corners. I like corners. I like Trice.
They just got Darius Slay. They're fine at corner. They improved from where they were at last year.
Yeah, I'm happy with the corner.
Yeah, that corner, they're great. The glaring need on defense was defensive line, and they got a defensive lineman, folks, tonight. A really good one. They didn't just get some, to their credit, they didn't fall back. Imagine if they would have got a quarterback in the first round with the kind of run that we've seen on defensive line. Who knows what would have been there left for them to try and get a plug with.
Not only did they get a defensive lineman, they got the type of defensive lineman they needed in a 3-4.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying
to say. They got a lineman that fit their...
They got a lineman that they're high on, and for good reason.
Right.
And that was their first round pick over a quarterback who wasn't going to start this year. See what I'm saying? We keep forgetting that. We're not going for our starter right now, period. That was never their goal. If that was the case, then I would have been like any of these other teams, like, oh, they got to move up, they got to do this, they got to do that. That was not their MO going into this draft. They were not going for their starting quarterback for next year. They were going for someone who that they could bring under, hopefully a Rodgers, to learn and see if maybe they become the quarterback of the future. And if not, then they select one next year.
So we hang around to the 83rd pick.
So you get more out of your technology.
Given the current position. Okay. They hang around to the 83rd pick. If Milrow is still there, I'm getting him. Because I don't think he's going to go beyond that.
156.
Okay, so say we get Milrow. And then 112 you said after that?
123.
123 after that? What's that, fourth round?
Yep.
Fourth round, buck 23. I'm going to go.
Now you're throwing bodies in.
Right.
This is
I'm gonna
Roundup for
go
lawns.
at
This
that
stuff
point
works. This
either.
stuff kills weeds down to the
No, wait a
without
minute.
killing your lawn. This stuff works on
I need depth on the offensive line.
This stuff works for up to 3
We
months.
still ain't
This
get
stuff
running
works
back yet.
guaranteed or your money back. This is Roundup for lawns. This stuff works.
This is where Tone's theory about running back in this next round, even if we do move up to 2. This is why I think they're going to move up. Because they need
a running back. We don't have.
They need some plug and play players. They got one of them. They need another one plug and play player, which is a running
They
back.
need somebody to, even if Jalen Warren is your running back, you cannot. I disagree with Vin in this. He is not a 20 carry a game back.
Nah.
He will not last the
He won't
season.
last the season. And I think they know that. I don't think they're even looking at that. So there's that very real possibility that they may go running back because they don't want some run-of-the-mill running back.
And you don't want him teeing off on either quarterback. You do not want him to be able to tee off on Rodgers. He's old.
Yeah.
The community.
Yes. We have
Rudolph
to have,
will be your starter.
Yes.
If they tee off on, neither one of them are mobile.
We have got to have a threat at the running back.
And we need a big, powerful.
So that speaks to the point that how many of those kind of running backs are left? Not that many.
We should have kept the one we had. But anyway.
Well, yeah, I kind of agree with that too. But where we're at right now, that is a realistic potential that they trade up into the second round and get a running back. They might do that, y'all. Which, to me, if they go defensive tackle, running back, and then third round still manage to pick up middle round, that's a really nice draft for them.
And here's another thing. A lot of people don't realize. One thing, guys, the Steelers have a lot of money under the cap, which means they can wait for casualties and cut casualties. They can pick up a running back that's a salary cap casualty. They can pick up,
Well, somebody brought up what's the guy that played for Kansas City and Kareem Hunt.
You got a Hunt.
That's just one name.
And I'm thinking about. I remember when backs that were very productive that like Gore. Now that's old school, but just remembering where you can pick up a back like that that's just a casualty cut. Well, hey, King Henry was almost a casualty cut. You can pick up a back.
There's good back. You can get a back. You can definitely get a back.
Especially if his job, if Warren is going to be your star.
You're getting, you know what you're getting? A Gus Bus. Right? Because that's what Gus Bradley does for, I think it's Gus Bradley, right? That's what Gus Bradley does for did for Dobbins, both in Baltimore and in.
Remember we picked up Williams
for the Chargers. Right. The whole point of one of those type of backs.
Dude from New England that went back to New England. LeGarrette Blount. Those type of backs would be out there.
Yeah, you can get somebody like that. What we need is somebody to take the bulk of the between the tackles carries away from Jalen Warren.
Yeah.
Right? He only needs maybe 1 or 2 inside runs a game. 3 or 4 tops. I wouldn't even give it that many. I'm literally saying you might get 2, 3 tops carries between the tackles. Other than that, we're trying to go off guard, right? We're trying to go stretch it to the edge on the far outside of the tackles, close between the tackles and the sideline. We're trying to do all the stretches we can come up with somebody like Warren. We're doing cutbacks, right? All that with Warren. What you want is from whatever running back we're going to pick up is a guy who can handle 10 to 15 up the gut, right? Between the center and the guards type of runs. You need somebody who can handle that consistently 15
We need
times
somebody
a
that can
game,
sell the play action.
which is what that does.
Right.
Which is exactly what that does. So they don't actually have to go and make a move up to the not already think that. You don't have to do that. They don't have to make a move for a running back. They still might, because maybe there's a guy who's electric enough that grabs their eye like that left, because a lot of the running backs haven't gone. As far as I can tell, only one or two of the top running backs. So there's still a lot of talent left in the running back position. So that is a potential. It could happen. We can't say it will not happen.
But to me, he's going to impact this game more in wide receiver.
How do you feel if the number they trade up into the second round and they do go and get Sanders?
Right, and so to me, if that's the case,
Well, the question is going to be what they trade.
Hunter is going to help you more in wide receiver.
What they give up.
Well,
so I think they're going to test it out and see if they can do both.
Because you don't seem to want to give up what it's going to take to do that.
For hours, that's what I'm saying. Right, and so how do you split that time up? Again, you have to have a plan.
They can still move up a position or two, or move up
and making things better.
It is about, again,
Because you can't trade your second for their second because you don't have a second.
But you can give up some kind of nice package, like their fourth, their sixth for this year, and two for next year.
Yeah, but one would have to be a second next year. When you're sitting at 2/3.
Because you can give somebody.
But why would somebody do that? Why would somebody give
Because
you
they want more players as opposed to players that's higher. So instead of them saying we're gonna hold on to the second round pick, we need more bodies than we do blue chippers.
Yeah, one of the bodies we want is your 6'5" receiver.
This is for you.
No, Tone, why are you so anxious to give away what you just got? Essentially, we had the problem of only having one wide receiver.
Go right along with it.
Now we got another one.
Because I don't think we have that problem next year. I think with Roman Wilson coming back, and I think with Austin having an extra year, and I'm thinking that you can get a receiver in the third round. I'm thinking that you are better off, and there'll be twos in the cat. I'm like, get something while you can. And I know you mentioned that you can franchise them and this and the other thing, but look, how did franchise work for Le'Veon Bell? And this guy's personality is worse.
Who cares?
What I'm saying is you put him on the franchise, he might just mail the season in.
And you don't know what it's
type of, but
see, that's to me.
He's showing it.
No.
Congratulations.
You don't know the different situation what is going to happen with the young man. Maybe next year with decaf, he don't see all them damn double teams like he saw this year. That's one thing. You can't say that ain't a reality because he saw a ton of double teams because they knew we didn't have nobody
I can deal with
on the other
all.
side.
I can deal with all your off field. I can deal with all your off
So maybe
field.
he don't see a ton of double teams. Maybe that as he gets a much more productive season,
It's
which
not
means
what I've
less
seen off field.
whining.
It's what I've seen on field.
I'm not talking about off field. I'm saying on the field. You have a happier George Pickens with him getting single coverage again, which now he's going to see.
Okay.
Are they going to ignore DK Metcalf? No. You know they ain't going to ignore DK Metcalf. That's why you got him, right? Is that not what you
See, here's the thing: you give up a George Pickens. The question is is that you get a better return on what you gave up.
Maybe, maybe not. That's like
I
draft.
understand that. But it's the same maybe, maybe not as this kid since college has had these little issues. I thought let me finish. I thought that getting under Tomlin kind of like AB, because whatever people say about AB has never shown me an on the field issue.
Dude, I'm great. Are you? Doing great, man.
An on the field issue is different. This guy mailed in during plays.
How do you feel about that? Hey, I'm ready. Let's do it. All right, let's do it, man. Let's get it.
And he mailed in on plays, not on meaningless plays. That didn't bother me on the play that was going away
There's no
from
such
him.
thing as a meaningless
But
play.
I understand that. But in his mind, he mailed in plays to him.
Yeah.
And that, to me, I can't depend on that no more. I'm sorry.
You're not. Depend. See, that's the whole thing.
I can't depend on that no more.
That's the whole thing. You're not. Because he was your number one wide receiver last year. Remember that. Without question.
Not a doubt.
He's not anymore. Without question.
I still don't know how he's going to take that.
That's not a bad thing, and I don't think that he cannot.
I didn't think he would mail in a game.
I don't think that that's going to be nearly as much of an issue as it is.
And let me change that, because he didn't mail in a game. I didn't think he would mail in plays. He didn't mail in the game.
Right. I honestly think that there's at least enough of a chance there that you got yourself two incredible matchup nightmares that I'm going to at least take the first part of the season to say.
Do you think that Sanders is enough of a chance to think that you may have got your franchise quarterback? Because it's all subjection.
Well,
because if you give up,
for that matter, anybody could be your first round boosted.
That's what I mean. If you see him sitting there, and Dallas says, "Oh, he's still there," and Dallas says, "Well, we want Pickens, and we'll give you this pick."
No, I'm not doing it, man. I'm not with the trade move myself because I'm not looking to set this team back in any way. I want to get better.
Okay.
We got better. We had a weak wide receiver room because we didn't have a defined 1 and 2. We had only a defined one who wasn't even necessarily a defined one.
Well, that's what they want Pickens for.
They want him to be the 2.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. Now with Pickens as the 2 and a bona fide 1, I'm not willing to take my team back to only having a 1. Why? Without even seeing what it looks like. So you're gonna put them two together and don't even see what it looks like, don't even have the first. Let me see when the trade deadline
they already have on the roster. Golden fits into
what week in the NFL season is the trade deadline?
Yeah, if he's not able to go, and that's a good young core receiver. Now.
The start of week 10.
Yeah, that's right.
So you don't even get the trade deadline until week 10. There's no way in the world I'm not going to take a flyer on at least trying to see what the matchup of DK Metcalf opposite George Pickens looks like on the field. And if George Pickens proves to be a headache at any point during this season, now I know he's done with. I'm completely done with him. I took a look at the matchup that we had. It didn't work because he's a knucklehead. Trade. And you still get your value. Bang. But at least I took the chance to see what does it look like to have DK Metcalf, George Pickens, right? Pat Freiermuth line up in my base set.
I think they see what he could be, and they decided that
they did see what it could be because they just got DK.
They wanted to see what he looked like as a number 1, and they got to see what
They
it
didn't
was.
see what it
and
looks
what
like
they-
opposite DK Metcalf. That's
No,
a
they
completely
didn't.
different
I
animal.
understand that. I understand that. But
And
what
having-
they did see is what he
having
would look like.
Deontay
What they
Johnson.
did see is what he looked like next. What he looked like as a number one, and they decided that he wasn't a number one.
And they went and got one.
Then they went and got one.
So why not see what he looks like as a number 2 next to that number 1?
Because any Juju could be a number 2.
Nah, any Juju can't be the kind of prolific number 2 that George could be. If George
Juju was.
if George
Juju
Bullshit.
was
No, he
when he
wasn't.
paired with
No, he
Antonio
wasn't.
Brown,
No,
he
he
was
wasn't.
every bit the beast. Yes.
He was not what George Pickens can be if George Pickens gets his act together and plays up to his
I
potential.
thought you weren't going to play the ifs and buts.
But that's what we're talking about. And that's what we're doing.
Okay. I'll give you that.
Right? I mean, that's what we're doing. So there's no way I don't at least
I
see
see.
what
You know
it
what?
looks like.
It didn't take
There's
me that
no way I
long
don't
to
see
see
what
it
it
in
looks
Claypool. It didn't take me that long to see it in Juju, and it just is not taking me that long to see it in Pickens.
All right, you gave up on Pickens. I'm not.
I didn't
That's
give
how
up
different.
on him. I
You
just,
have
I
to.
just
You
don't
say
want
that.
to. I just don't want to lose him for nothing.
That's why I said you give it up to the trade deadline.
But
to
by the
see
trade
if it
deadline,
works.
I think he's going to play himself out to not being any.
What?
word.
People don't realize his upside in this NFL, please. The kind of catches that he's got on record doing.
Then he would have
He
brought
gotta
us a
catch-
number one. They wanted 2 number ones for what's his name from San Francisco.
Dude, there's no guarantee
And
that you're
Brandon
going to
Ayuk.
lose all
And
this
Pickens
trade
is
value.
better than Brandon Ayuk.
There's no
Wait a
way
minute.
you're
In
going
my
to lose.
with the eye test,
That's what you said.
Pickens was better than Ayuk.
Well, that wasn't really the eye test, because the eye test was on what the 2 had done so far. And to that point, Ayuk was better than Pickens.
Ayuk had Debo Sanders and
I'm
McCaffrey.
saying, I'm talking about his
Yeah,
production, what
okay.
he actually did on the field. Like the actual yards, touchdown, all that. He did that. That's why he was hyping him up. It's just that he turned out to cost them all that money, and he folded last year. He got hurt, and even when he was in there, he didn't play up to the hype of his $30 million money. But we got our $30 million quarterback. That's a good point. All right, folks. All these interesting potentials and more as we move forward. I don't know what the coverage is going to be on Steelers game prep, but we most certainly hope that you enjoyed this somewhat impromptu sort of roundtable that we put together today, where we covered the first round of the Steelers 2025 draft. And we at least agree on the fact that the Steelers did get a needed player, and they got a player who was a really good one at that position before that complete run on defensive lineman went through. So what they did was they responded to the run they saw on defensive linemen. They got a really good one, and they fulfilled the need. So thumbs up for the first day, and we'll see what happens on day 2.
And come off the ledge. And remember, if you weren't doing it here with us, we could have been sitting on your couch.
True that. So listen, thank you all. Thank you for chiming in. Thanks for all the comments and everybody getting in the chat. And we appreciate everyone who checks us out and enjoys what was this Steelers Draft Day special. As we got together, we partied a little bit, we ate a little bit, right? And we had a good time watching the Pittsburgh Steelers grow their team and begin to show us a little bit of a glimpse of what's going to hit the field next year in 2025. This year, next season, should I say. All right, folks. From the old reliable Tony Brown, who has given us many years of great wisdom, football wisdom, and insight, and from myself, Big King Sadiq, on my Big King Sadiq channel, for my Steelers Game Prep channel. This has been Steelers Game Prep, the 2025 Steelers Draft Day special. Day 1 is in the books, folks. Okay. Let's see what happens on day 2.
All right, whatever.
Worldwide movement. Peace, love, respect. Big King Sadiq. I'm out.
Gear up your Toyota RAV4 to get the most out of your